1,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan reigned supreme in the world of magical beasts, ruling with unmatched power and ancient wisdom, becoming the core of all magical beings' beliefs. All magical beasts worshipped the Dragon Clan, treating them as gods and referring to them as the almighty demon god. However, the demon god harbored a dangerous ambition. Unsatisfied with merely being revered, he began to destroy everything in his path. As time passed, the demon god's greed grew insatiable, and he sought to dominate every corner of the world, intending to conquer all life forms. Faced with the demon god's rampage, humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. In this desperate battle for survival, their latent potential was fully unleashed. Some people awakened powerful spiritual energy, becoming the backbone of the resistance. Among the wave of awakened spiritual power, a select few displayed the extraordinary ability to tame and control magical beasts, forming bonds with these mighty creatures. These individuals who mastered the art of taming beasts were revered as beast tamers and became the new elite, offering hope against the demon god's tyranny. Meanwhile, in the northern residential area of Qingfeng City, a magical beast was struck down in midair and plummeted to the ground, its massive body crashing into the neighborhood. The beast's fall caused significant damage to the residential area, prompting an emergency response team to rush to the scene. At that moment, a high school student named Xiao Xingyu stood in shock, staring at the hole the beast had just made in his house. The massive body of the falling magical beast crashed directly through his roof, leaving a huge, gaping hole. Debris scattered everywhere, filling the scene with chaos. Xiao Xingyu was utterly terrified, especially as he saw the beast's blood splatter across the ground during the intense battle. Fear paralyzed his thoughts, staring blankly at the magical beast. His rational mind had completely given way to overwhelming fear. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were made of lead, refusing to move. Just when he thought his life was about to end, a sweet voice suddenly echoed in his ears, reciting an ancient spell. In the beginning of chaos, when heaven and earth were not yet divided, I make a pact with my blood, summoning the spirits from the void. With blood as my oath and words as my bond, heed my command. At that moment, a burst of purple energy shot from the distance, striking the magical beast beside him with precise force. Enveloped in flames, the magical beast let out a piercing howl as it was hurled away by the impact. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what had just happened. He slowly opened them again, staring blankly at the scene before him, his mind completely blank. In front of him stood a massive lion, exuding an overwhelming presence. Next to the lion stood a beautiful woman with a sweet smile. Her tall, slender figure and snow-white skin made her stand out. She was none other than Su Ruyan, the headmaster of Qinglong Academy. With a warm smile, Su Ruyan handed Xiao Xingyu a Qinglong Academy credit card and softly said, "We'll take care of the damage to your house. Qinglong Academy will cover the costs, and you will be compensated." Her smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. Xiao Xingyu gratefully took the card, watching them leave, while his heart filled with ambition. So this is the world of beast tamers? One day, I will also become a beast tamer and join this top academy in the world, Qinglong Academy. The woman and her companions didn't stay long. Waving goodbye, she smiled and said, "Until we meet again, young man." Then, they rode their beasts into the sky, vanishing into the distance. After they left, Xiao Xingyu stared at the credit card in his hand, feeling helpless. If only I were a beast tamer, but I can't even afford to buy a beast. Without that, I can't take the national exam or become a beast tamer. I can't protect anyone. Just as he was lost in thought, a cute, goofy-looking puppy crawled onto his lap, snapping him out of his daydreams. The puppy looked up at him with its big, innocent eyes, appearing irresistibly adorable. Then, without warning, it began to lick his face, making Xiao Xingyu chuckle despite himself. He scooped the puppy into his arms and couldn't help but joke. "What kind of bizarre start is this? A husky from the sky? Could it be that you're a beast? Did you follow the dragon in here?" Suddenly, he remembered something from his textbooks. Right, there's a beast that looks like a dog called the Gale Hound. It's low in bloodline and doesn't need spiritual energy. Maybe I can afford to take care of you. Lifting the puppy in his hands, Xiao Xingyu cheered. Awesome. With this beast, I can finally become a beast tamer. However, his excitement was dampened as he recalled that the National Beast Tamer exam was only 3 days away. There's no way I can make it in time. Despite his concerns, Xiao Xingyu still cheered as he lifted the puppy, filled with hope for the future. Another day in Qingfeng City, bustling as usual. Xiao Xingyu, with the puppy in his arms, walked towards a nearby beast shop, his mind filled with uncertainty. After thinking it over all night, he had finally decided to give the puppy away. He was just too poor, afraid he wouldn't be able to afford the cost of raising such a voracious little creature. The puppy's appetite was unbelievable. It had devoured an entire week's worth of food in a single night, leaving Xiao Xingyu restless and sleepless. As he stood outside the shop, lost in thought, the door creaked open. A man with a red bandana stepped out, his tone sharp. "What are you doing standing in front of my shop this early in the morning, kid?" Xiao Xingyu looked up and asked, "Boss, do you want this beast?" The shopkeeper glanced at the puppy and waved dismissively. "A Gale Hound? This low-bloodline beast doesn't even have an evolution path. Who would buy that? Move along, don't waste my time." Disheartened, Xiao Xingyu sighed and prepared to leave. But then the puppy, as if understanding the shopkeeper's words, began to whimper pitifully, with tears welling up in its eyes. Just then, a flash of light crossed Xiao Xingyu's vision, and a virtual system interface appeared in front of him, displaying Gale Hound, initial rank, possessing a hidden bloodline. Hell bloodline, epic quality. Hidden evolution path. Gale Hound, Hell Gale Wolf, Hell Nether Wolf, Divine Infernal Yama Wolf, and one final unknown evolution. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. But when he opened them again, the system panel was still floating above the puppy's head, unchanged. The shopkeeper watched as Xiao Xingyu muttered something about a hidden evolution path and dismissed him as a lunatic. He grabbed a broom and waved it at him, trying to chase him away while muttering, "Gale Hounds don't have any evolution path. Stop making stuff up, kid." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Xiao Xingyu continued rubbing his eyes, thinking to himself, "Wait, does this system panel only appear for me? Can the shopkeeper not see it?" Just then, a man with purple hair appeared around the corner. His name was Suja, a student from Class 3 to one of Xiangnan High School, and the son of the richest man in Qingfeng City. Suja bent down, his eyes fixated on the puppy in Xiao Xingyu's arms, a mocking grin forming on his face. He sneered, "A Gale Hound? TSK, 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 and you dare to bring out such trash? How embarrassing. Looks like Lena was right. You don't seem to have any intention of taking the Beast Tamer Academy entrance exam, do you?" Suja continued his taunts. "Of course, even if you wanted to take it, I doubt you'd pass. Just look at yourself. Trash like you deserves nothing but a trash beast. It's a perfect match." Hearing the name Lena, Xiao Xingyu's heart tightened, and he immediately demanded, "How do you know her?" Suja smirked and said, "Ha, you don't know yet, do you? Your girlfriend, oh wait, I mean your ex-girlfriend, Jiang Lena, has been with me for quite some time now." At that moment, a woman in a fiery red dress walked over, clinging to Suja's arm, her voice soft yet icy. "Aja, where did you run off to? I couldn't find you anywhere." Suja glanced at her and gestured towards Xiao Xingyu with a grin. "Take a look. Recognize him? Isn't he someone familiar to you?" Lena shot a nervous glance at Xiao Xingyu, forcing a smile. "Aja, stop joking. I've had nothing to do with him for a long time." In reality, Lena wasn't embarrassed to see Xiao Xingyu. She was worried that he might expose her true nature as a gold digger. The fact that Xiao Xingyu was standing there with a worthless Gale Hound only added to her sense of shame. Xiao Xingyu's anger finally erupted. He pointed at Jiang Lena and shouted, "Jiang Lena, have you forgotten who helped you when you were at your lowest? Go ahead and stay with this rich boy for the rest of your life. And one more thing. Remember, I broke up with you, not the other way around." As soon as he finished, the puppy in his arms barked as if it, too, wanted to stand up for its master. Suja, enraged by Xiao Xingyu's words, raised his hand, shouting, "Xiao Xingyu, how dare you talk to me like that? Just wait. During the national exam, I'll crush you so hard you won't even know what hit you." Lena quickly grabbed Suja's arm, pleading, "Aja, don't bother with him. He's just a loser with a worthless Gale Hound. I should have dumped him a long time ago." Xiao Xingyu silently endured the taunts, holding his puppy close as he walked away. Inside, he vowed, "Who says the Gale Hound is worthless? We'll prove them all wrong. We'll show them what we're capable of." 3 days later, the skyscrapers of Qingfeng City stood tall, gleaming under the sun, a testament to the city's vitality and energy. At Zilin Plaza, a massive crowd of young people gathered, eagerly awaiting the start of the annual National Advanced Beast Tamer examination. This was their chance to prove themselves and change their fate. Among the crowd at the Qingfeng City exam zone, a boy walked forward with unwavering determination. This boy was none other than Xiao Xingyu. As soon as he stepped into the plaza, he was greeted by jeers and mockery from the crowd. They had no idea about the Gale Hound he had found 3 days ago, nor that he intended to apply to the world's top academy. Qinglong Academy. Xiao Xingyu stared at the Qinglong Academy test orb, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. Despite his resolve, sweat started to bead on his palms. He had determination, but wasn't entirely confident. The proctor lazily reclined in his chair, barely paying attention. Xiao Xingyu approached and politely said, "Hello, teacher. I'm here to take the exam." Slowly, the teacher removed his hat and glanced at Xiao Xingyu. "You must be Xiao Xingyu?" he asked indifferently. Inwardly, the teacher cursed, "Damn, the number of applicants has been dwindling. And this is the only student from Qingfeng district applying to our academy?" Just then, Suja appeared behind Xiao Xingyu, mocking, "Wow, Xiao Xingyu, you're truly overestimating yourself. In the last 5 years, only 8 students from Qingfeng City have dared to apply to Qinglong Academy. And guess what? Not a single one was admitted. And you? You really think you can make it? If you do, I'll get on my knees and call you dad." Furious, Xiao Xingyu retorted, "Well, get ready to clear your throat and start calling me dad." Ignoring Suja's taunts, Xiao Xingyu turned to the proctor and said, "Teacher, I'm ready. Let's start the exam." The teacher gave him a serious reminder. "Xiao Xingyu, I must warn you, Qinglong Academy's exams are very demanding, and you didn't choose the adjustment option. If you fail, you won't be able to apply to any other Beast Tamer academies." "I understand, teacher. I'm ready. Let's begin." "Very well. Let's start with the first test, the spiritual power assessment." Xiao Xingyu placed his hand on the yellow test crystal, which immediately lit up with a strange glow. As the glow faded, a number appeared slowly on the orb, 316. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The louder they laughed now, the more awkward it would be for them later. Even the teacher closed his eyes in disappointment, thinking, "I thought he might be promising, but he's just another failure." Suddenly, the number on the orb started changing. "What the? 621, and it's still rising. 700. Will it break past 800? What the? This is insane. Is the spirit gauge broken? It's already at 956 and still rising." Finally, the spiritual power value stopped at an astonishing 1028. The teacher stood there in shock. He hadn't seen such a freakishly talented student in who knows how long. Spiritual power determines the future potential of a beast tamer, especially the types of beasts they can bond with. For every 100 points of spiritual power, a beast tamer can contract 1 additional beast, and with a spiritual power of 1028, that means Xiao Xingyu has the potential to become a 10-star beast tamer. A 10-star beast tamer. In the last few decades, there have only been a handful of 10-star beast tamers in Dragon Nation. Looks like another genius is about to emerge. As the teacher marveled at the result, he announced Xiao Xingyu's score. Candidate Xiao Xingyu, spiritual power value, 1028. He continued to mutter in amazement. "Wow, even last year's prodigy, Yi Ningxuang, only had a spiritual power of 1030. I never thought Xiao Xingyu would come so close, just 2 points short." At that moment, Suja and Lino were still unwilling to accept defeat. Suja sneered. "So what? Qinglong Academy's test has 2 parts. The next one is a bloodline quality test for the contracted beast. He definitely won't pass that." Just as the teacher was about to start the second test, a colleague hurried over. "Mr. Chun, the spirit gauge malfunctioned earlier. This candidate's real score is 1032. Chun Qinyan's expression grew serious. "Got it. Let's keep that quiet for now. We'll proceed with the second test. Xiao Xingyu, the next test is for your beast bloodline quality. Are you ready?" "I'm ready, teacher," Xiao Xingyu said with determination. The teacher nodded. "Very well. Candidate, summon your beast." Xiao Xingyu began chanting, "Black Wind, it's your turn." Everyone held their breath, eagerly waiting to see what kind of beast would emerge from someone with a spiritual power score of 1032. But as the magical light faded, a goofy-looking dog appeared. The crowd burst into murmurs. "A Gale Hound? Isn't that the lowest grade beast? Who still contracts Gale Hounds these days?" Chun Chinian couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief, muttering, Such high spiritual power, yet he contracted such a low-grade beast." Still, as the proctor, he maintained his professionalism. Clearing his throat, he began, "Candidate Xiao Xingyu, it's unfortunate that you're beast." Before Chinchinian could finish, someone in the crowd shouted, "Wait, look, that's no ordinary Gale Hound." At that moment, Xiao Xingyu's Gale Hound closed its eyes, and suddenly, its body began a miraculous evolution. As the magical light faded, the once clumsy puppy now stood tall and proud in the center of the arena, radiating an aura of power. Chun Chinian quickly used his detection device to analyze the true quality of the beast's bloodline. his brow furrowed in thought. Is this a second-level evolution? Or perhaps even higher? Then, with a faint smile, he remarked, Xiao Xingyu, you really are full of surprises. With that, Chen Qinian announced to the crowd, Congratulations, Xiao Xingyu. You've passed the test. We are delighted to welcome you to Qinglong Academy. Hearing the news, Lina and Suja tried to quietly slip away, hoping to avoid any further embarrassment. However, Xiao Xingyu and his beast had already anticipated this and blocked their escape route. Realizing they had no way out, Suja pointed at Xiao Xingyu, angrily shouting, Xiao Xingyu, don't get cocky. My dad is the richest man in the city. Don't think getting into Qinglong Academy means I can't take you down. Xiao Xingyu's face darkened as he sneered. You think you can still bluff your way out? Black Wind. Teach him a lesson. Make him call me daddy. Terrified, Suja tried to flee in a panic. But before he could get far, Black Wind pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. Completely defeated, Suja began trembling and stammered. D-Daddy. Daddy. Xiao Xingyu, feeling satisfied with his revenge, decided not to waste any more time. Get lost, he said coldly. I don't need a son like you. Seeing how strong Xiao Xingyu had become, Lina quickly changed her attitude, rushing forward with a sweet smile. Xingyu, honestly, these past 2 years, I've always had deep feelings for you. Maybe we could, try again? But before she could finish, Xiao Xingyu coolly turned and walked away, leaving her standing there, utterly embarrassed and unsure of what to do. Lina collapsed to the ground, like a deflated balloon, crying out, Xingyu, please. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. After everything had settled, Xiao Xingyu decided to surprise his sister and dialed her number. Hey sis, I made it into Qinglong Academy. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion came from the other end of the line. On the other side, chaos erupted as a group of people fled from a blazing inferno. A woman desperately shielded a little girl, huddling behind a large boulder to protect them from the raging flames. At this moment, the woman was still unaware that a massive magical beast had silently approached her from behind. She turned her head and saw the giant scorpion beast looming over her. But instead of fear, her only concern was to keep the little girl in her arms safe, holding her tightly. Sensing that something was wrong, Xiao Xingyu hurried to the explosion site as fast as he could. As he arrived at the scene of devastation, a sinking feeling hit him, and he immediately shouted out, Sister. Meanwhile, the giant scorpion was launching its attack toward the woman. Seeing the scorpion's lethal tail aiming at his sister, Xiao Xingyu felt a surge of panic and screamed at the top of his lungs, Sister, watch out! At that exact moment, Xiao Xingyu's system interface popped up again. Hellgale Wolf available skills. Hellhowl, Hellbind. Would you like to use them? Desperate to save his sister, Xiao Xingyu frantically clicked yes. However, no matter how many times he clicked, the system didn't respond at all. By now, the scorpion's venomous tail was mere inches away from his sister's body. Just when all seemed lost, a memory flashed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. He recalled the woman who had saved him before, chanting a spell. He stopped in his tracks, concentrating hard to remember the words of the spell, and began muttering under his breath. As the words came back to him, he started chanting aloud. In the beginning of chaos, when heaven and earth were undivided, I make a pact with my blood, summoning spirits from the void. As the spell was spoken, his Gale Hound began to grow larger and more powerful. By the time he uttered the penultimate line, with blood as my oath and words as my bond, the Hell Gale Hound was charging toward the scorpion with lightning speed. Finally, Xiao Xingyu shouted the last command. Hear my call, go. The Hell Gale Hound opened its massive jaws, gathering energy within. Hell Howl, with a thunderous roar, the tremendous power unleashed, shredding the giant scorpion beast into pieces. Xiao Xingyu cautiously approached the remains of the scorpion, still feeling uneasy. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Wasn't his sister within the range of the scorpion's attack? He sprinted toward her, heart pounding, only to find her calmly holding the little girl in her arms, her face showing no trace of fear, as if nothing had happened at all. Xiao Xingyu was about to show concern for his sister, but she gently patted his arm, smiling. What's wrong? You seem a bit tense. Hearing her question, Xiao Xingyu beamed with excitement, gripping her hand. Sis, I got into Qinglong Academy. I'm going to be a beast tamer. Before he could finish, the silly dog suddenly leaped onto him, interrupting his sentence. The dog happily licked Xiao Xingyu's hand as he turned to his sister and said with a grin, This little guy is my contracted beast. Upon hearing this, the dog immediately started acting cute, trying to look fierce while still being playful, making everyone laugh. Meanwhile, the bystanders were still in shock, staring at the dead magical beast. One of them stammered, "Is the beast really dead?" Xiao Xingyu confidently replied, "Yes, it's dead." His sister, however, was more reserved, softly saying, "It should be yes." At that moment, a middle-aged woman slowly approached, trembling slightly. She seemed to be the mother of the woman who had been rescued. Calling the little girl over, she asked, "Are you two beast tamers?" Without answering, Xiao Xingyu and his sister turned to leave, while the little girl burst into tears, looking at her mother. They arrived at the site where the beast had fallen and noticed a purple glow emanating from its head. As Xiao Xingyu approached, his system interface appeared. Beast Core, level, basic. Acquired by defeating a magical beast. Attribute, poison. Effect, increases beast poison-based attacks. Attack +5, EXP +10. Curious, Xiao Xingyu picked up the beast core, thinking it's only a basic level core, but it's poison-based, which is still valuable. Smiling, he tossed it to Black Wind, saying, "Here you go, Black Wind. Even if it's small, it's still food. Swallow it up and evolve quickly." Once everything was over, a crowd of grateful people gathered around, thanking Xiao Xingyu profusely. The little girl ran up to him and said with determination, "I want to be a beast tamer like you when I grow up." Xiao Xingyu patted her head and said warmly, "You'll be a great beast tamer one day." Under the light of the full moon, Xiao Xingyu drifted off to sleep, peaceful and content. Suddenly, his sister quietly entered his room, standing beside his bed. Her eyes glowed faintly with an eerie green light. His sister noticed a mysterious mark slowly appearing on Xiao Xingyu's back, radiating an oppressive and terrifying power. After her investigation, she walked into the living room and called a mysterious figure, reporting, "The dragon-marked forbidden curse is still intact, and the Dragon King's essence remains sealed without any signs of loosening." Confused, she asked, "But how is Xiao Xingyu able to contract beasts? This doesn't make sense." A deep, authoritative voice on the other end responded, "It seems this is all part of fate's design. Keep a close watch on him." She replied softly, "Understood. I'll make sure to keep an eye on him." The next day, at Qingfeng City's train station, villagers gathered to bid farewell to Xiao Xingyu. A middle-aged couple handed him salted duck eggs and a small sum of money, which the villagers had pooled together. Their faces were filled with concern and warmth. As the train arrived, Xiao Xingyu waved goodbye to everyone, filled with gratitude and reluctance. Once inside the train, Xiao Xingyu urged his sister to take a seat and rest. A few hours later, an announcement echoed through the train, warning passengers that magical beasts might appear along the tracks, potentially causing some turbulence. Soon after, the train successfully passed through the dangerous area, resuming its smooth journey. Xiao Xingyu smiled at his sister, relieved. "We made it through safely. We'll be in Longyin City soon." His sister smiled warmly back and said, "You're about to start your new journey. Make sure to study hard once you get there." Suddenly, the train shook violently once again, causing the carriage to sway dangerously. Xiao Xingyu's expression became serious as the emergency broadcast announced, "Ahead, we've detected a group of magical beasts, three-eyed giant apes." Panic spread through the passengers as they started shouting, "Didn't they say we passed the danger? Why are there still magical beasts?" Everyone nervously watched the ceiling of the carriage as it began to buckle and crack, accompanied by loud, ominous thuds. Out of nowhere, a massive white ape tore through the roof and leaped into the carriage, roaring fiercely. A bald man screamed in terror, "Run! The beast is here!" His sister was about to flee, but Xiao Xingyu quickly grabbed her, saying, "Sis, stay here. Don't come out." His sister, worried, asked, "Xiao Yu, what are you going to do?" Without answering, Xiao Xingyu walked out, leaving his sister kneeling on the floor, anxiously calling after him, "Xiao Yu, don't go." The white ape suddenly leaped into the air, lunging straight towards Xiao Xingyu's head. The intense pressure from its powerful attack caused Xiao Xingyu to feel a jolt of fear, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just as he was about to summon his contracted beast, a nimble fox flew in from behind. With a swift strike of its tail, the fox slapped the white ape across the face, knocking it back. A red-haired woman appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu, smirking as she teased, "Kid, why are you just standing there? If you don't want to die, you better step back." This woman was none other than Qin Yinran, the daughter of the Sky Guild's president. Qin Yinran twirled her red spear gracefully, quickly chanting an incantation with an air of authority. With a commanding voice, she shouted, "Xiao Xiao, lightning flash." The fox darted forward like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air and striking its target in an instant. Xiao Xingyu's eyes widened in shock as his system interface immediately popped up, displaying the fox's detailed stats. Name, Three-tailed Thunder Fox. Level, Transcendent, Stage 3. Bloodline, Thunder Fox, Epic Quality. Attributes, Lightning Wind. Evolution Path, 3-tailed Thunder Fox, 4-tailed Thunder Fox, 5-tailed Thunder Fox, 9-tailed Thunder Fox. Hidden Evolution Path, 3-tailed Thunder Fox, Shadow Red, Lightning Fox, Crimson Lightning Fox. Skills, Thundertail Strike. The 3 tails attack simultaneously, causing electric damage with a 1-second stun effect. Lightning Flash, a teleportation skill that allows rapid movement to evade attacks and deal lightning damage. Xiao Xingyu stared in amazement at the majestic 3-tailed Thunder Fox. Could she really be the daughter of the Sky Guild's president, Qin Yinran? As the crowd saw the arrival of the Beast Tamer, they began cheering excitedly. We're saved. Despite the cheers, Xiao Xingyu couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Are we really saved? He wondered quietly to himself. Suddenly, the white ape went berserk, roaring in fury as its strength surged. Xiao Xingyu quickly regained his composure and ordered everyone to evacuate the carriage before the situation worsened. His mind raced with questions. 3-eyed giant apes are usually pack animals. Why is there only one here? There must be more of them nearby. He swiftly directed his dog to assist Qin Yinran, preparing for the looming threat. Qin Yinran had just finished off one white ape and was about to catch her breath, when 2 more apes suddenly attacked her from behind without warning, their intent deadly. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately activated his Hellbind ability, commanding Black Wind to launch an attack. The white apes were instantly ensnared by the chains of Hellbind, completely immobilized, roaring in frustration. Qin Yinran calmly walked over to Xiao Xingyu, smiling warmly as she said, "Thanks so much for your help earlier. I couldn't have done it without you." Xiao Xingyu replied politely, "No need to thank me. In a situation like that, any beast tamer would have stepped in to help." Glancing at Qin Yinran's beast, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but ask, "But your beast, it seems a bit. It looks rather subdued and low-spirited. Is something wrong with it?" Qin Yinran took a step closer to Xiao Xingyu, her expression full of surprise as she asked, "How do you know that?" Xiao Xingyu continued, "Recently, whenever it enters a battle, it seems extremely excited. But once the fight is over, it becomes incredibly lethargic, and it's even shown signs of self-harm, hasn't it?" Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Xingyu scratched his cheek and said, "It might be suffering from post-battle trauma syndrome. I read about it in the Beast Illness Guide. 3-tailed Thunder Foxes are especially prone to this condition." In truth, Xiao Xingyu was making this up. He had a special ability that allowed him to see detailed system information about beasts. Qin Yinran lightly smacked Xiao Xingyu's head and laughed. "I knew something was up with Xiao Xiao lately, so it's been sick. Thanks so much, bro. I'll make sure to get it treated." She added playfully, "From now on, you're officially my little brother. No takebacks." Just then, Xiao Xingyu's sister walked over and saw how close he was with Qin Yinran. Her face instantly darkened, and a murderous aura flashed in her eyes. She held back the surging anger in her heart and decisively stood between Xingyu and Qin Yinran, her voice as cold as ice. "Sorry, but he's not just anyone's lackey. He's my brother," she declared firmly, each word brimming with unshakable resolve. Qin Yinran's expression darkened, her gaze sharp like a blade aiming straight at her opponent. "Oh, really?" Qin Yinran sneered, suddenly yanking Xingyu towards her with such force that he almost lost his footing. She roared, "Then from now on, he's my brother, Qin Yinran's." The elder sister refused to back down, a mocking smile curling her lips while her grip on Xingyu remained firm. The two clashed fiercely, pulling Xingyu back and forth in a heated tug-of-war, neither willing to give an inch, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The next day, the central plaza of Qinglong Academy buzzed with excitement. Sunlight bathed the neatly paved square as the freshmen gathered with eager anticipation. At the plaza's center, a long-haired man with golden highlights and a microphone in hand enthusiastically hosted the orientation ceremony. He was Lin Song, Qinglong Academy's Director of Education. Standing beside him was the solemn and dignified Vice Dean, Wang Dongshen. Xingyu stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed on the stage as he listened intently to Lin Song's speech, a mix of calmness and curiosity reflected in his eyes. Memories of yesterday's parting with Qin Yinran surfaced in his mind. Despite the tense standoff between his sister and Qin Yinran, things fortunately didn't escalate further. At least he had successfully completed his enrollment without incident, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a majestic lion's roar echoed through the area, shaking the air with its thunderous might. The students erupted in cheers. "Wow, it's the Purple Flame Lion. Dean Su is here." The crowd roared with excitement. "Look, Dean Su and the Purple Flame Winged Lion King." Ite suruan. Dean Su has arrived. The voices rose like waves crashing ashore. Dean Su, draped in a magnificent robe, stood imposingly on the purple flame-winged Lion King. With a graceful beat of its wings, the lion descended slowly towards the academy's entrance, halting mid-air as its golden glow enveloped the area, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that held everyone in rapt attention. Wearing high heels, Dean Su gracefully descended from the purple flame-winged Lion King. Each step she took exuded elegance and authority, her aura so overwhelming that it seemed to freeze everything around her. Director Lin Song quickly stepped forward, respectfully handing her a microphone with a humble expression. Dean Su, would you like to say a few words to the freshman? Xing Yu's eyes widened in shock, his mind instantly flashing back to a memory. Isn't she the one who mercilessly defeated the Shadow Demon Dragon? And she's the dean of Qinglong Academy. His thoughts churned, barely able to conceal his astonishment. Taking the microphone, Dean Su's gaze swept across the plaza. A warm smile played on her lips as she addressed the students. Congratulations to everyone on successfully enrolling at Qinglong Academy. However, there's something important I need to remind you. Whether you're from a noble family or a humble background. She paused, her tone sharpening and her gaze turning steely. At Qinglong Academy, everyone must abide by my rules, especially rule number 8. Her words, powerful and resonant, silenced the bustling crowd as all attention focused on her. The freshmen began murmuring in hushed tones. Rule number 8? What kind of rule is that? Have you heard about it? Especially that one. Their curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and all eyes remained glued to Dean Su. Dean Su continued. Rule number 8. If students have conflicts, regardless of who's right or wrong, they must resolve them through a duel in the arena. The loser must apologize to the winner. Xing Yu frowned, contemplating. Rule number 8 might appear strict on the surface, but its true purpose was to prevent noble students from bullying commoners, giving those from humble backgrounds a chance to reclaim their dignity through strength. 2 hours later, outside another teaching building, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Holy crap! A brown-haired boy pointed at Xing Yu with wide eyes, exclaiming, You're Xiao Xing Yu? I can't believe I'm in the same class as you. He continued with disbelief. The guy whose spiritual power is almost on par with Senior Yining Shuang's? What a monster! The teacher on the podium slammed the desk, glaring furiously. Quiet down, sit properly, and let's begin class. Although the brown-haired boy sat down reluctantly, he couldn't resist leaning closer to Xing Yu and whispering, Boss Xiao, I'm sticking with you from now on. On the blackboard, the teacher wrote the words self-introduction. Hearing the murmurs from the back row, he immediately snapped. Shut up. If I hear another word, the whole class is running laps. Good day, students. I'm Chen Qinian, and from now on, I'll be your homeroom teacher. Standing at the podium, Chen Qinian's gaze swept across the classroom, his calm tone carrying a sense of authority. I hope you all make the most of your time here at Qinglong Academy. Now, please open to Chapter 1 of Beast Master Compendium. Let's start with the theoretical knowledge of beast mastery. Pointing to the textbook, he explained, the strength of a beast depends on 2 primary factors. First, the level of the beast categorized as follows, from the lowest to the highest. Initial form, mature form, complete form, transcendent form, and finally, the Beast King form. His words left an impression on the students, as if they could envision the evolution of a powerful beast. He continued, second, the quality of the beast's bloodline. Recorded bloodlines are ranked from inferior to superior, with higher quality bloodlines naturally suppressing those of lower ranks. Scanning the classroom, he added, apart from levels and bloodlines, beasts also exhibit attribute-based strengths and weaknesses. The 5 basic attributes are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and their relationships are as follows. What overcomes earth? Earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal, and metal overcomes wood. From these foundational attributes, other variant attributes can emerge, such as sand or lightning. As he spoke, Chen Qinian drew a clear diagram on the blackboard, making the relationships easy to understand. Meanwhile, Xing Yu, seated in the corner, was fast asleep at his desk, completely oblivious to the lecture. Noticing this, Chen Qinian's expression darkened. His anger flared as he grabbed a piece of chalk and hurled it at Xing Yu. Xiao Xing Yu, stand up, he shouted angrily. Impressive, huh? Sleeping in my class? Then answer this. What is the weak spot of the Shadow Demon Lizard? His tone turned icy. If you can't answer, don't bother showing up tomorrow. Xing Yu stood up leisurely, his expression calm and composed. He replied confidently. The weak spot of the Shadow Demon Lizard is the venom sac in its abdomen. Chen Qinian smirked. Not bad. Then tell me, where does the frosted ice crocodile beast usually live? Still unruffled, Xingyu responded without hesitation. In the Frostfall Lake of southern Long Country and the frigid pools beneath the Kunlun Glacier. The entire class gasped in awe, whispering to one another, "Whoa, how does he know all that? He's incredible." After a moment of thought, Chinchinian posed another question. "And if you encounter the sky-splitting devourer tiger in the wild, how would you handle it?" Xingyu's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he replied casually, "I'd bite onto my ID card and find a shady spot to lie down." Chinchinian froze, utterly baffled. "Why?" Xingyu explained calmly, his tone unflappable. The sky-splitting devourer tiger is a variant of the Beast King form. Only Beastmasters above 6 stars have any chance of defeating it. For rookies, encountering it is nothing but a death sentence. He paused momentarily before continuing, his voice eerily composed. "Carrying your ID is to help your family identify your body, and lying under the shade is to prevent the corpse from decomposing too quickly." Chinchinian was stunned for a moment before slamming the desk with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Full marks for that answer. But tell me, how do you know the content of the later chapters?" Xingyu smiled casually, pulling out 3 books from his bag. "Because I've already finished studying the rest of the material." The classroom fell into stunned silence. Students whispered among themselves. "What kind of genius monster is this? How are we supposed to survive with him in our class?" Chinchinian frowned slightly, glancing at the class before speaking evenly. "Self-study time. Xiao Xingyu, step outside with me." Outside the classroom, Xingyu was the first to apologize, bowing slightly. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I promise I'll never sleep in class again." Chinchinian chuckled lightly, a hint of resignation in his tone. "It's not about that. It's because you've managed to finish the entire semester's theoretical material in less than half a class." Xingyu scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "That's because you're such a great teacher." Chinchinian's face darkened instantly as he glared at him. "Stop buttering me up, kid. Since you've mastered the basics, it's time for you to tackle more advanced content." He handed Xingyu a card, speaking in a firm tone. "This is Qinglong Academy's library card. With it, you can access the library anytime and borrow books for free." Waving him off, Chinchinian added with a wry smile, "Go on now. There's nothing more I can teach you." Moments later, inside the Grand Qinglong Academy library, sunlight streamed through towering glass windows, illuminating rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves. Xingyu sat in a quiet corner, deeply engrossed in a book titled Prepartum Care for Sows, his expression serious as he flipped through the pages, entirely absorbed in his reading. Suddenly, the library doors were flung open with a loud bang. A white-haired man swaggered in, flanked by a group of lackeys. Scanning the room with a condescending smirk, he declared loudly, "Starting today, this library is under my control." The room fell silent as all eyes turned to the intruder, recognizing him instantly. It was Wang Yin, the notorious playboy and son of the vice dean, infamous throughout Qinglong Academy. Wang Yin scanned the room with an air of arrogance, a smug grin tugging at the corners of his lips as he barked out. "All the men, get out. Ladies, stay here and keep me company while I read. Don't make me repeat myself." The girls turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling as they pleaded desperately. "Young Master Wang, please spare us. We didn't do anything." In the corner, Xingyu sighed in irritation. Closing his book, Prepartum Care for Sows, he frowned and said disdainfully, "Who is it? So noisy." Without hesitation, he picked up the book and hurled it toward the source of the commotion. The book sailed through the air in a graceful arc before landing squarely on Wang Yan's head with a crisp thud. Wang Yan clutched his head, wincing in pain as he roared. "Who? Who dares to hit me?" His lackey immediately pointed at Xingyu and shouted angrily, "Young Master Wang, it's that punk over there." Xingyu slowly approached Wang Yan, his gaze icy and his voice low yet commanding. "Bullying girls? Do you even have any shame left?" Wang Yan sneered arrogantly, raising his chin. "And who are you, kid? I suggest you stop acting brave, or you might lose your life over this." Completely ignoring Wang Yan's threats, Xingyu turned to the girls behind him and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." However, the girls remained huddled together in fear, one of them whispering nervously, "Sir, you should leave. He's the son of Vice Dean Wang Dongsheng. We can't afford to cross him." Hearing this, Xingyu let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. "Oh, so you're just riding on your dad's coattails? I thought you might actually be someone impressive. Turns out you're nothing but an arrogant, spoiled, rich kid. How disappointing." Wang Yin, instead of getting angry, became even more pleased with himself. Placing his hands on his hips, he shouted smugly, "Glad you understand. Now get on your knees and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might just let you off the hook. Xingyu had heard enough. Without wasting another word, he delivered a swift and forceful kick straight to Wang Yan's vital area. The impact landed perfectly, causing Wang Yan's face to turn ashen as he doubled over in pain, trembling and drenched in sweat, barely holding on to consciousness. Wang Yan clutched his injured area tightly, his face pale and drenched in sweat. He curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. His lackeys, frozen in shock, stood around helplessly, unsure of what to do. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yan forced himself to speak, his voice trembling but still filled with venom. Pointing a shaky finger at Xingyu, he snarled, "You, how dare you defy me? Today, you won't leave this library alive." His tone grew more frenzied, his eyes blazing with anger. "I'll make sure you understand that in Qinglong Academy, it's my word that matters." Just then, the sound of graceful yet commanding footsteps echoed from the library entrance, followed by a cold, cutting voice. "Oh, who's that with such a big mouth? I wasn't aware that Qinglong Academy now operates under your rule." The voice carried an unmistakable tone of authority, silencing the entire room as everyone turned to look toward the entrance. Wang Yan's heart sank as he heard the voice. Turning around, he saw none other than Dean Su entering the library. His face turned ashen, and panic flickered in his eyes. "Dean Su, how did she find out so quickly?" Dean Su's icy gaze swept across the room, eventually landing on Wang Yan. Her voice, calm but filled with authority, broke the silence. "I've already been informed about what happened. Since there's a conflict between you two, it will be resolved according to rule number 8. She paused briefly before continuing, her tone sharp. Rule number 8 of Qinglong Academy states that all conflicts between students, regardless of who's at fault, must be settled through a duel in the arena. The loser is required to apologize to the winner. Shortly after, the Academy's arena plaza was packed with a crowd of excited students, buzzing with anticipation. Whispers rippled through the audience. "Did you hear? Xiao Xingyu is going up against Wang Yan in the arena. This is going to be huge. But have you heard about Wang Yan's beast? It's a 6-clawed rift leopard, a legendary bloodline beast. Can Xiao Xingyu really handle that?" The murmurs grew louder as the students eagerly discussed the upcoming battle, their faces a mix of curiosity and doubt. From the crowd, a student shouted excitedly, "Of course, my brother Xiao is invincible. Just wait and watch Wang Yan kneel and apologize." Standing silently near the arena, Chun Chinian had his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Xingyu. In a calm yet expectant tone, he said, "Xiao Xingyu, don't let me down." At the center of the arena, the referee stepped forward, announced the rules, and signaled for the two participants to shake hands. Xingyu and Wang Yan locked eyes briefly before extending their hands. As they shook hands, Wang Yan leaned in, his tone dripping with malice. "Xiao Xingyu, I'll show you what happens when you cross me. You'll regret ever being born." Xingyu, unfazed, responded with a faint smile. "Oh, then I'll be waiting for your apology." Wang Yan, in rage, pulled his hand back and roared. You wait. I'll make you pay." With the referee's signal, the match officially began. The audience collectively held their breath, eagerly awaiting this intense showdown. Seizing the initiative, Wang Yan summoned his beast with a triumphant shout. "Ice Flame, come forth." In an instant, a massive blue ice leopard leaped into the arena. Its body radiated a chilling aura, and with each swipe of its razor-sharp claws, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. 6-clawed rift leopard level initial form. Tier 1 bloodline legendary attributes dual ice and wind, talents, frost freeze. All attacks inflict freezing effects, reducing the enemy's movement and attack speeds by 30%. Sky Freeze Burst. Fires an ice orb that locks onto a target and explodes on impact, scattering ice shards for a wide-range attack. Loyalty 7-2. Xingyu gazed at the 6-clawed rift leopard with a slight frown, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A dual attribute beast? As expected of a legendary bloodline. However, he quickly calmed himself, his gaze steady and resolute. "Now, it's my turn to take the stage." With a burst of red and black light, Xingyu's beast made its grand entrance. A massive wolf-like figure leaped onto the field, its fur as sharp as blades glinting in the light, and its eyes blazing with fierce red energy. Its mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was Xingyu's beast, ***, Black Fong, ***. From the stands, the brown-haired lackey exclaimed with excitement, his voice brimming with awe. "Holy crap! Brother Zhao's beast is insanely cool. Just its looks alone can crush the 6-clawed rift leopard." His enthusiasm drew the attention of nearby students, who couldn't help but agree. In the VIP seating area, Dean Su watched silently, her gaze deep and contemplative as she muttered to herself, "Xiao Xingyu's beast, why have I never seen it before? What exactly is it?" She observed it more closely, her astonishment growing. It looks like an evolved form of the Galehound, but Galehounds have always been considered non-evolving trash beasts. How on earth did he achieve this? On the arena, Wang Yan's fury boiled over as he saw Black Fang. His eyes burned with anger, and he shouted furiously, "Stop playing tricks! Watch me tear you apart!" He commanded sharply, "Ice Flame, use Frost Rift Claw." The blue leopard growled fiercely, its claws encased in ice as it lunged forward, the sound of howling wind accompanying its powerful strike. Xingyu remained composed and issued his order. Black Fang, serpentine movement, evade. Black Fang darted forward with incredible speed, weaving left and right in a serpentine pattern. Its agile movements allowed it to effortlessly dodge the Frost Rift Claw, closing the distance between itself and the blue leopard in the blink of an eye. The battle instantly escalated into a fierce showdown. The six-clawed Rift leopard seized an opening, delivering a swift and heavy punch that struck Black Fang squarely, sending it skidding several meters back. A chilling aura began to spread across the arena. In the audience, Chinchinian furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He muttered to himself, "Xingyu's Infernal Gale Wolf is dual wind and fire attribute, while the six-clawed Rift leopard is dual ice and wind. Attribute-wise, Xingyu is clearly at a disadvantage. How will this battle unfold?" On the arena, Wang Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Xiao Xingyu, I'm going to destroy your beast. Let's see how you fight me then." Without waiting for a response, he commanded sharply, "Ice Flame, use your ultimate move, Frost Burst." Following his command, the six-clawed Rift leopard leapt into the air, conjuring a massive ice orb around itself. In an instant, the orb shattered into countless ice shards, unleashing a freezing storm that engulfed Black Fang. Within moments, Black Fang was completely encased in a thick layer of ice, immobilized and frozen solid. Watching the frozen Black Fang, Wang Yan's lips curled into a smug grin. He sneered at Xingyu, his tone dripping with mockery. "Your beast is nothing more than a useless pile of ice now. Soon it'll freeze to death in there. Ha ha ha." In the VIP section, Dean Su observed the battle with a piercing gaze, while Chinchinian and the gathered students held their breath, their eyes glued to the arena. Tension filled the air as everyone eagerly awaited Xingyu's response to this seemingly hopeless situation. Xingyu, however, remained calm and composed, his arms crossed as he stood firmly. His unwavering expression radiated confidence, as if everything was still under his control. In a steady, commanding voice, he gave his order, "Black Fang, activate Shadow Stealth." On the arena, a strange transformation began to occur. The thick ice encasing Black Fang started to crack, followed by a gradual melting of the frost. As shadows swirled around its form, Black Fang's body seemed to fade into the darkness. The entire arena became shrouded in an eerie chill, a mysterious and foreboding atmosphere descending upon the battlefield. In the audience, Dean Su and Chinchinian both frowned, their eyes flashing with astonishment. They had keenly observed the subtle changes in Black Fang during Shadow Stealth and marveled. The Infernal Gale Wolf actually possesses a third attribute, Dark. This is completely unheard of. On the arena, Wang Yan was thrown into a state of panic. His eyes darted frantically across the battlefield as he desperately tried to locate Black Fang, his palms slick with sweat. Just as he let his guard down, Black Fang silently emerged from the shadows behind him, its form melding seamlessly into the darkness as it launched a swift and deadly strike. It had fully transformed into a shadow, making it immune to Ice Flame's freezing attacks. At the last possible moment, Ice Flame lunged from the side, barely managing to intercept the attack. The force of the collision sent a deep tremor through the ground, and Ice Flame let out a low growl of pain. Black Fang swiftly retreated to Xingyu's side. Without hesitation, Xingyu gave his next command. "Black Fang, use Silent Claw." Moving like a bolt of lightning, Black Fang dashed toward Ice Flame, its claws shimmering with a dark aura. The attack landed perfectly, and the effects of the dark attribute skill immediately took hold, rendering Ice Flame unable to use any abilities. Ice Flame stood frozen in place, unable to retaliate. Wang Yan was furious, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Ice Flame, fight back. You useless creature. I said fight back." But no response came from his beast. Dean Su observed the battle intently and calmly explained to Chinchinian, Silent Claw is a dark attribute skill that silences the opponent for 3 seconds. During this time, they're completely unable to use any abilities. Xingyu's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized the golden opportunity. Without hesitation, he commanded, Black Fong, press the advantage. Use Infernal Howl. Black Fong raised its head and unleashed a thunderous howl, releasing a massive wave of force that surged forward like an unstoppable tide. The shockwave struck Ice Flame head-on, sending it flying several meters before it crashed heavily to the ground. Ice Flame lay motionless, unable to rise again, signaling the end of the battle. The referee's voice rang out loudly, clear and decisive. The winner, Xiao Xingyu. The announcement ignited the atmosphere in the arena. The students in the audience erupted into thunderous cheers, shouting, Xiao Xingyu, Xiao Xingyu, in unison. The deafening chants reverberated through the air, pushing the excitement to its peak. Their faces were filled with admiration and exhilaration. Meanwhile, Wang Yin collapsed onto the ground, his hands falling limply to his sides. His face was a mixture of disbelief and devastation, struggling to accept that he had been defeated, especially by someone he had never taken seriously. At that moment, Dean Su stepped onto the arena. Her cold gaze swept over Wang Yin as she spoke in a stern and commanding tone. According to Academy rules, the loser must apologize to their opponent. Her expression was severe, and her words carried an air of finality. It's time to end this farce. Clenching his teeth, Wang Yin was filled with resentment, but had no choice. He reluctantly bowed his head toward Xingyu and muttered, I'm sorry, his voice laced with humiliation. As Wang Yin turned to leave, he overheard Dean Su addressing Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, you performed admirably in this match. You're the second student to ever make me take notice. Her words struck Wang Yin like a dagger to the heart, fueling his anger. His fists clenched as he silently vowed that one day, he would make Xingyu pay. Dean Su then turned back to Xingyu, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her tone was filled with anticipation. In 3 days, during the freshman ranking tournament, I look forward to seeing how you perform. Don't disappoint me. Xingyu blushed slightly, humbly thanking Dean Su for her praise. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Dean, who was the first student to earn your admiration? Dean Su's eyes grew contemplative as she answered slowly. The first was the prodigious young girl whose spiritual power exceeded 1,000, Yi Shuangning. Her tone carried a mix of awe and respect. This was the second time Xiao Xingyu had heard the name Yi Shuangning. During the entrance exams, he had already learned about her legendary feats, her spiritual power exceeding 1,000, making her one of the strongest freshmen in Qinglong Academy. To encourage Xingyu, Dean Su presented him with a space ring as a reward for his victory in the arena match. The space ring was a rare storage artifact crafted with advanced technology. Its interior was incredibly spacious, capable of storing essential supplies for beastmasters, such as food, consumables, and magic beast crystal cores obtained during battles. Highly practical and portable, it was a coveted treasure for any beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu accepted the gift with a joyful smile, feeling both grateful and inspired. As he gazed at the ring, his confidence surged, and he eagerly anticipated the upcoming freshman ranking tournament. At the gate of Qinglong Academy, Xiao Xingyu was preparing to head home. As he walked, he couldn't help but think, my sister must be getting impatient by now. Suddenly, a small figure darted out from the side and crashed straight into him. A little girl had accidentally run into his arms. Looking down at the girl, Xingyu gently reminded her, Little one, you should be more careful when walking. Go home quickly. Your family must be worried. To his surprise, the girl looked up at him and boldly said, Big brother, I don't want to go home. Please take me in. Her unexpected request left Xingyu stunned and slightly amused. With no better option, Xingyu brought the little girl back to his residential apartment. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, his sister grabbed him by the ear, scolding him fiercely. We've just moved to Longyin City today, and you're already kidnapping children? After some effort to calm her down, Xingyu explained the situation. He revealed that the little girl's name was Shimeng. She suffered from a condition called magic beast phobia, making her incapable of becoming a beastmaster. Coupled with the neglect and bullying from her family, she had no choice but to run away from home. Xiao Xingyu brought Shimeng home with the intention of helping her overcome her fear of magic beasts. He silently vowed to do whatever it took to help her regain the courage to face them. Clinging tightly to Ruo Shue's arm, Shimeng looked up at her with pleading eyes, her voice soft and pitiful. Sister Ruo Shue, can you please let me stay? I really don't want to go home. Faced with Shimeng's vulnerable and adorable plea, Ruo Shue sighed deeply and finally nodded. All right, you can stay with us. However, while she agreed, Ruo Shui firmly set one condition for Xiao Xingyu. Her tone was serious as she said, "Remember this. No matter what, you must never get involved with anyone from the Yi family." Her words carried a mixture of sternness and concern. Meanwhile, at Qinglong Academy, the freshmen were preparing for their attack proficiency test, setting the stage for an intense and challenging training session. Standing amidst the crowd, Xiao Xingyu found his thoughts wandering. Asterisk, why did sister suddenly warn me about the Yi family? What could she be hiding? Asterisk. Just as he was lost in thought, Wu Xingyu leaned over from behind, his face full of curiosity. Brother Xiao, what are you mumbling about? Something about not getting involved with the Yi family? Anyway, forget it. Instructor Chen said today's class is about battlefield roles. What does that even mean? Snapping out of his reverie, Xingyu patiently explained. Battlefield roles refer to the division of responsibilities and coordination among beastmasters during combat. Each role has its own unique duties, and only by working together can we unleash our full potential. He elaborated further. For instance, the archer role specializes in long-range attacks, providing sustained damage from a distance to wear down the enemy. It's a crucial position for attrition warfare. On the other hand, the mage role excels in large-scale control skills. In group battles, they can deal massive damage to enemies, making them one of the key offensive cores. Tank, beasts with high defensive and recovery abilities act as shields in team battles, absorbing enemy attacks and protecting their teammates. Assassin, agile beasts with high burst damage excel at finishing off low-health enemies, serving as the team's executioners. Support, beasts with buffing abilities enhance the team's performance by boosting attack speed, defense, or providing healing, making them indispensable in team fights. Wu Xingyu's eyes lit up with excitement after hearing the explanation. So that's how it works? Brother Xiao, what do you think my beast, Rainstorm Butterfly, is best suited for? His expression was full of anticipation, eager to hear Xingyu's opinion. Before Xingyu could reply, Instructor Chen called out sharply, Wu Xingyu, no chatting during class. Pay attention and follow the rules. Wu Xingyu stuck out his tongue sheepishly and quickly quieted down. Instructor Chen then stood at the center of the stage and announced, "We will now proceed in order of student numbers. Each of you will summon your beast and undergo a series of tests to determine your battlefield role." The first student was Song Hu. His beast demonstrated exceptional defense and resilience, earning him the role of tank. Next was Wu Xingyu. His Rainstorm Butterfly, with its impressive area of effect water attacks, was classified as a mage, drawing admiration from the crowd. Finally, it was Xiao Xingyu's turn. The first test was for offensive power. All eyes turned to him, brimming with curiosity and expectation. Instructor Chen fixed his gaze on Xingyu and said with a firm yet encouraging tone, "Xiao Xingyu, are you ready?" Xiao Xingyu wasted no time summoning Black Fang. With a burst of crimson and black light, the formidable Infernal Gale Wolf appeared proudly before the audience. Xingyu gave a faint smile and commanded calmly, "Black Fang, use Infernal Howl." Black Fang threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. A massive shockwave swept across the field, striking the testing board with incredible force. Moments later, the board displayed a jaw-dropping score of 6,371, triple critical damage. The audience was left utterly speechless. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd as students exclaimed, "Unbelievable! That's insane!" Instructor Chun, watching from the side, furrowed his brow in thought, silently marveling. For a beast at the initial form, ultimate move damage usually ranges between 500 and 1,500. Yet this Infernal Gale Wolf just unleashed over 2,000 damage with a triple critical hit. What kind of monstrous potential is this? In stark contrast to the stunned crowd, Xiao Xingyu remained calm and composed. He turned to Instructor Chun and said matter-of-factly, "My attack test is complete. Judging by the result, I'm most suited for the assassin role. I suppose I can skip the remaining tests, right?" Instructor Chun didn't answer directly, but instead smiled and gestured for Xingyu to proceed. It was clear he was eager to uncover more of this prodigy's hidden talents. During the range test, Black Fang continued to amaze. When it unleashed Infernal Fire, the blazing attack traveled an astonishing 800 meters, striking the target dead-on. The incredible result sent shockwaves through the audience. Wu Xingyu couldn't help but shout, "Brother Xiao, with this kind of range, you might as well be a shooter. It's absolutely perfect." Next was the defense test. Facing a devastating strike from Instructor Chen's transcendent form beast, the Ice Armor Battle Tortoise, Black Fang stood its ground. Its agile movements and formidable resilience allowed it to withstand the attack completely unscathed. Finally came the control test. Black Fang deployed its infernal bind skill, where dark flames transformed into chains that immobilized the mock target. The skill's precision and effectiveness were exceptional, earning the admiration of the entire crowd, both students and teachers alike. Wu Xingyu couldn't hold back his amazement again. Brother Xiao, with such versatile abilities, why not just be a mage? You'd excel at it. His tone was filled with excitement and admiration. In the final buff test, the results from the simulated analysis left everyone in awe. The data revealed that any beast within a 10-meter radius of the Infernal Gale Wolf would experience a 30% boost in battle intent, along with a 10% increase in both attack power and movement speed. This kind of enhancement was a tremendous advantage in team battles. Xingyu's exceptional performance across all the tests left the audience scratching their heads. Which battlefield role was the best fit for him? Archer, mage, assassin, tank, or support? All seemed insufficient to describe his capabilities. As the discussion grew louder, Instructor Chen smiled and looked at Xingyu with approval, announcing, beyond the standard 5 roles, there is one special designation that suits you best. It's called the Omnivoyant. The students froze in confusion, their faces full of curiosity. Omnivoyant? What's that? Why haven't we heard of it before? Sensing their curiosity, Chinchinian patiently explained. An Omnivoyant is a beast master whose beast excels at all battlefield roles, capable of performing outstandingly in each. It's an extremely rare designation. He paused briefly before continuing, his gaze fixed on Xingyu. And Xiao Xingyu is the only Omnivoyant in our class. The students erupted into murmurs of admiration, their eyes filled with awe and respect. Some whispered, "That's incredible. How did he manage to achieve this?" Feeling slightly embarrassed under the spotlight, Xingyu scratched the back of his head and gave a humble smile. "It's just luck, really. No need to make such a big deal about it." At that moment, Chinchinian spoke in a serious tone, his voice filled with gravity. "Don't celebrate too early. While Omnivoyants are rare, they're not unheard of. The challenges you'll face will be far greater and more demanding than those faced by others." His words carried a weight of forewarning, and the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably solemn. Chinchinian continued, "The data for your freshman class is still being compiled. So far, Xiao Xingyu is the only known Omnivoyant in this class." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "However, in the second year, there are 2 Omnivoyants, Yi Shuangming and Han Tianjun. In the third year, there are Murong Qingyang and Li Xuanqing. So all of you still have a long way to go." At 6 in the evening, the dismissal bell rang across Qinglong Academy. Xiao Xingyu walked out of the school gate, planning to buy some pre-order nutrient supplements to prepare for the upcoming freshman ranking tournament. Just as he reached the gate, a group of people blocked his path. The man leading them had a menacing expression and barked coldly. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" Xiao Xingyu's expression instantly turned icy as he asked sharply, "Who are you?" The leader's face darkened as he sneered. "You don't even recognize Lei Sanli, the president of the Black Tiger Guild? Looks like you have a death wish." At that moment, Wang Yin jumped out from behind Lei Sanli, grinning smugly as he shouted, "President Lei, it's him. Teach him a good lesson, so he knows his place." Lei Sanli snorted coldly and advanced toward Xiao Xingyu with several lackeys, their aura oppressive and full of malice. Xingyu's eyes swept over the group, noticing the 3-star and 4-star badges on their chests. His expression grew colder as he said disdainfully, "Sending a group of 3-star and 4-star beastmasters to deal with a 1-star like me? Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" Wang Yin burst into laughter at his words, his tone dripping with mockery. "That's right. This young master is bullying you. What can you do about it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lei Sanli let out a cold snort and summoned his beast, a heavily armored steel mammoth, ready to attack and teach Xiao Xingyu a lesson. Xiao Xingyu stood his ground, unfazed. With a calm command, Black Fang appeared once more, its body surrounded by a fiery red and black glow. Without hesitation, it charged at the steel mammoth, initiating a fierce battle. Throughout the fight, Black Fang leveraged its agility and precise strikes to gain the upper hand. After delivering a powerful infernal howl, it managed to pin Lei Sanli's steel mammoth to the ground, forcing it to let out a pained cry. Witnessing this, Lei Sanli's expression darkened, and he muttered to himself, "Wang Yin didn't mention this kid's beast was this strong." He couldn't believe that a mature form beast could not only hold its own against his transcendent form beast, but also dominate it. The realization left him both shocked and frustrated. With a cunning glint in his eye, Lei Sanli smirked and thought, "No matter how strong a 1-star brat is, he can't possibly stand against the combined might of my 3-star and 4-star guild members. Let's see how far his arrogance can take him." He raised his hand, signaling his lackeys to gather. Together, they prepared to launch a coordinated assault on Xiao Xingyu, intent on overwhelming him. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a crisp, commanding voice rang out. "Stop!" Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Qin Yin ran, her expression icy and imposing, strode confidently to Xingyu's side. She cast a frosty glance at Lei Sanli and said sharply, "President Lei, what an impressive display of power. I wonder, though, is your Black Tiger Guild truly stronger than my Sky Alliance Guild?" Lei Sanli's face turned ashen at her words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly plastered on a fawning smile. "Miss Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. This is nothing but a big misunderstanding." Qin Yinran's gaze swept across the group with disdain before she declared with an air of authority, "Listen closely. He is my younger brother. Anyone who dares to touch him is declaring war on the Sky Alliance Guild." As Qin Yinran's words echoed through the street, the members of the Sky Alliance Guild wasted no time summoning their beasts. Gigantic creatures appeared one after another, completely blocking the road. The sheer pressure they exuded forced the crowd to retreat, creating a scene of awe-inspiring dominance. Lei Sanli's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Bowing deeply, he stammered, "Miss Qin, I was blind and failed to recognize Master Xiao as your younger brother. Please forgive my offense." Turning sharply, he glared at Wang Yin with fury blazing in his eyes. "This is all your fault. Hurry up and apologize to Master Xiao." Wang Yin, utterly terrified, was trembling all over. His face was ashen, and his pants were noticeably wet. He stammered, "Miss Qin, I wasn't intentionally targeting Brother Xiao. Please spare me." Qin Yinran cast him a frosty glance, her tone sharp and unforgiving. "President Lei, I trust you know how to deal with this useless fool." Her words were cutting, leaving no room for argument. With that, she turned and led Xiao Xingyu away without a second glance. Behind them, Lei Sanli's face twisted in anger as he barked orders to his lackeys, instructing them to give Wang Yin a brutal lesson he wouldn't forget. Back at the Sky Alliance Guild, Xiao Xingyu recounted everything that had happened along the way to Qin Yinran. His tone was calm, showing that he didn't take the trouble too seriously. After hearing his story, Qin Yinran frowned slightly and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why didn't you come to me about the nutrient supplements? This kind of thing is exactly what the Sky Alliance Guild specializes in. Next time, if you need anything, just tell me directly and save yourself the trouble." To familiarize Xingyu with the guild, she personally guided him on a tour of its facilities. "This is the training base," she explained. "It's equipped with the most advanced training equipment, designed to significantly enhance the combat capabilities of beasts and ensure they perform exceptionally in battle." Pointing to another area, she continued, "And this is the entertainment zone specifically designed for members returning from missions. It offers amenities like golf, saunas, and various other activities to help everyone relax and maintain peak condition." Qin Yinran continued leading Xiao Xingyu, saying, "And here is our conference room. This is where we plan critical missions and strategize our operations. It's the decision-making hub of the Sky Alliance Guild." She then moved to another section, her tone becoming more serious. "This is the medical area, equipped with the most advanced medical facilities and staffed by a team of highly skilled beast doctors. They provide the best care for injured beasts and are indispensable to our guild." Listening to her explanation, Xiao Xingyu's eyes showed determination. He suddenly grabbed Qin Yinran's arm and said earnestly, "Sister, can I join the Sky Alliance Guild and become one of your beast doctors? I really want to contribute and help." Just as Qin Yinran was about to respond, a mature and authoritative female voice came from the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw an elegant woman approaching with calm steps. It was Lu Yi, the vice president of the Sky Alliance Guild. With a warm smile, she addressed Xingyu. "Young man, your enthusiasm is admirable, but joining the Sky Alliance Guild isn't as simple as you might think." Qin Yinran seized the moment to introduce him. "Annie, this is the young man I mentioned before, the one who helped me subdue the three-eyed giant ape on the train. He's now my sworn younger brother." At that moment, a beast doctor in a white coat rushed out from the medical area, his face filled with urgency. "Vice President Liu, several severely injured beasts were just brought into the medical room. The situation is extremely critical," he added anxiously. "We're severely understaffed right now and can't handle this. What should we do?" Lu Ye's expression darkened slightly, but her tone remained composed as she quickly instructed, "Dispatch additional staff from other branches immediately. If that's not enough, request support from other guilds. The beast's safety must be prioritized. However, The doctor shook his head desperately, his voice filled with anxiety and helplessness. It's too late. These beasts are in critical condition, bleeding profusely. They won't last much longer if we delay any further. Seeing the situation, Xiao Xingyu stepped forward resolutely, his gaze firm as he looked at Vice President Liu. Time is of the essence. If no one else can help, let me give it a try. His tone carried an air of unwavering confidence. Just a few minutes earlier, the emerald-eyed bloodhound on operating table 3 had suddenly begun hemorrhaging profusely, blood gushing out uncontrollably and creating a chaotic scene. Its owner, Qi Lei, turned pale as he desperately pleaded with everyone around him. "Please save my beast. I beg you." His voice trembled with despair, reflecting his helplessness. Hearing his cries, all the beast doctors present rushed to the scene, attempting to stop the bleeding with various medical tools. However, even the most reliable hemostatic clamps failed to have any effect. They quickly discovered that not even the best formulated hemostatic agents could halt the bleeding. Every method they tried was met with failure, leaving everyone at a loss. The emerald-eyed bloodhound, overwhelmed by the intense pain, could no longer muster the strength to open its eyes. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Xiao Xingyu decisively activated his unique skill, *** demonic eye of insight ***. Instantly, the bloodhound's injuries were transformed into a detailed diagnostic report, which materialized as data in Xingyu's mind. Through his analysis, he identified the cause. The wound had been inflicted by a golden needle venom wasp king. The silvery green venom it secreted was unique to this species, preventing the wound from clotting and causing excessive bleeding. As the others stood by in helpless frustration, Xingyu turned calmly to Qi Lei, his tone steady and assertive. "I have a way to stop your beast bleeding, but the question is, do you trust me?" With no alternatives left, Qi Lei didn't hesitate for a second. He nodded emphatically, placing all his hopes on this mysterious young man. His voice was filled with urgency and pleading. "Please save it." Immediately, Xiao Xingyu calmly instructed the beast doctors to prepare the necessary materials. Take 1 stalk of celestial spirit grass and some purple sakura petals. Crush them together into 20 grams of liquid. Then add a crystal core from a transcendent level poison-type beast and simmer everything for 5 minutes. His tone was firm and authoritative. Hearing this unconventional prescription, the doctors exchanged skeptical glances. One of them couldn't help but ask, "But these ingredients all have varying degrees of toxicity. Isn't this just like pouring salt on the wound?" Xiao Xingyu's expression turned icy, and his voice carried an undeniable edge. "Follow my instructions immediately. If we miss the optimal treatment window, this emerald-eyed bloodhound will surely die." The doctors, feeling the weight of his words, didn't dare delay any further. They quickly began preparing the materials as per his recipe. After 5 minutes of careful simmering, a bottle of dark green liquid was extracted. The pungent odor of the concoction filled the room, its toxic nature unmistakable. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu donned sterile gloves and personally applied the medicine evenly to the bloodhound's wound. As soon as the liquid touched the wound, the bloodhound let out a pained howl. Thick green smoke rose from the injury, and the stench of decaying flesh quickly overwhelmed the medical room, making it difficult to breathe. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the wound began to heal at an astonishingly rapid pace. The once rotting tissue regenerated, revealing healthy, unblemished skin. Witnessing this miracle, Qi Lei was overcome with joy, tears streaming down his face as he embraced the bloodhound. "Your life is saved. Thank goodness, you're safe now." Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu turned calmly toward Lu Yi, clasping his hands respectfully. With confidence and composure, he asked, "Vice President Liu, are you satisfied with my performance?" Lu Yi smiled faintly, her eyes filled with admiration as she extended her hand toward Xiao Xingyu. "Your performance truly exceeded my expectations. I must apologize for my earlier presumptions. Now, I formally invite you to join the Sky Alliance Guild as our evaluation pharmacist." Her tone was sincere and full of respect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately grasped her hand, his voice firm and resolute. "I gladly accept this responsibility." Being appointed as a specially appointed pharmacist was not only the highest recognition of his medical skills, but also an unparalleled honor, filling him with immense pride. Later, Xiao Xingyu returned to the residential apartment and recounted the day's events to his sister, Xiao Ruoxue. As she carefully examined the contract in her hands, her tone carried a hint of suspicion and interrogation. "So, you came back so late just because you were signing this specially appointed pharmacist contract with the Sky Alliance Guild?" Hearing his sister's pointed question, Xiao Xingyu didn't dare to be careless. Feeling slightly nervous, he replied honestly, "Yes, sister." Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruoxue turned her head with a cold snort, her tone dripping with jealousy. "Oof, looks like you've got a god sister now. I guess your real sister doesn't matter to you anymore." Faced with his sister's obvious jealousy, Xiao Xingyu's survival instincts kicked in. Putting on his most earnest expression, he immediately countered, "That's not true at all. A god sister could never compare to my real sister. You'll always be the most important person to me." His tone was serious, his words filled with heartfelt sincerity. At this moment, Sherming hugged her pillow, her big round eyes full of curiosity. In a soft and sweet voice, she asked, "Brother, what's a specially appointed pharmacist? Is it something you can eat?" 247. Xiao Xinyu chuckled at her innocent question, gently ruffling her hair. He patiently explained, "Of course, it's not something you can eat. But as the specially appointed pharmacist of the Sky Alliance Guild, I'll have a decent salary. So this weekend, I'll treat you all to a big feast." That night, while some celebrated, others wallowed in despair. On the other side, Wang Yin lay alone in bed, his face ashen. The bruises and broken bones all over his body served as constant reminders of his defeat and humiliation in the arena. Clenching his fists tightly, his heart burned with the desire for revenge. Just as he stewed in anger, a burly middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in with steady, commanding steps. The man radiated authority and was none other than Wang Yan's father, Wang Dongsheng, the vice principal of Qinglong Academy. Upon seeing his father, Wang Yan's eyes turned red and tears welled up as he pleaded, "Father, you must stand up for me." Wang Dongsheng's face was cold and stern, his gaze sharp with disappointment. "Useless fool. You're my son, Wang Dongsheng's bloodline. Yet you lost in the arena to some insignificant upstart from a small town. You've disgraced not only me, but the entire Wang family." Wang Yin, wiping his nose and tears, sobbed as he cried out, "Dad, please stop scolding me. That Xiao Xingyu is really no pushover. I have no idea where he got that 3-attribute beast. It's practically unbeatable." His tone was filled with frustration and helplessness as he continued, "And with the Sky Alliance Guild backing him, I don't think I'll ever have a chance to get even." Hearing this, Wang Dongsheng suddenly let out a chilling and sinister laugh, his eyes glinting coldly. "The Sky Alliance Guild may be beyond our reach, but if Xiao Xingyu were to have an accident during the Yinanshan trial and fall prey to a beast, wouldn't that have nothing to do with us?" His malicious intent was unmistakable, and it aligned perfectly with the dangerous nature of the Yinanshan trial. Every year, new students were required to enter Yinanshan and complete their beast hunting missions. The trial was fraught with peril, and casualties were not uncommon, often going unquestioned. Shortly after, the teachers and new students of Qinglong Academy arrived at the trial grounds in Yinanshan. As the host of the trial, Principal Su explained to the participants, "This year's trial will be broadcast live across the internet. Your every move will be in the spotlight for the entire world to see." Vice Principal Wang Dongxing stood at the trial site, explaining to the students in detail, "The wristbands you're wearing are essential for this trial. They not only monitor the number of beasts you hunt in real time, but also record your battle footage, streaming it live for the audience to watch." He continued, "Your performance will be graded based on the number of beasts you hunt. Hunting 1 to 10 beasts earns you AC, 11 to 30 beasts earns you AB, 31 to 50 beasts earns you an A, 51 to 80 beasts earns you an S, and hunting over 80 beasts earns you the highest rank, S+. His firm tone ignited a sense of competitiveness among the students, who listened attentively. From the crowd, a student murmured, "Last year's Yinanshan trial champion was Yi Ningxuang. How did she manage to hunt over 80 beasts?" Another chimed in, "I heard her spiritual power exceeded 1,000. She's practically a legend." At that moment, Principal Su stepped forward with a slight smile and said to Wang Dongsheng, "Before the trial begins, let's announce the list of this year's omnipotence among the new students." Wang Dongsheng nodded and opened the list, announcing slowly, "Based on the positioning tests, there are 3 omnipotents among this year's new students. First is Murong Yangshua from Class 1, the eldest son of the prestigious Murong family. He comes from a noble lineage and possesses extraordinary strength." His announcement was met with a chorus of amazement from the students, who were evidently familiar with Murong Yangshua's renowned background and capabilities. Wang Dongsheng continued, "The second omnipotent also comes from Class 1. She is Murong Xinxin, the second daughter of the Murong family. The younger generation of the Murong family truly demonstrates extraordinary talent." His words were met with murmurs of admiration from the crowd. After a brief pause, he looked up at the audience and announced slowly, "The final omnipotent comes from Class 3, Xiao Xingyu." The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a wave of exclamations and discussions. In the Dragon Kingdom, for major beast families, Yi, Li, Murong, and Shangwan stood at the pinnacle of the beast-taming world. Upon hearing the names of the first two omnipotents, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that two of the three omnipotents are from the Murong family? Their dominance is overwhelming. Meanwhile, at Qinglong Academy's broadcasting station, Principal Su, Wang Dongsheng, and other high-ranking officials had taken their seats, ready to observe this highly anticipated trial. The host stepped in front of the camera, his demeanor spirited and confident. Greetings to all our viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of this year's Yunanshan trial. I'm your commentator and host, Yang Su. His powerful voice ignited a buzz of excitement among the audience, both in person and online. Wang Dongsheng continued, the second omnipotent also comes from Class 1. She is Murong Xinxin, the second daughter of the Murong family. The younger generation of the Murong family truly demonstrates extraordinary talent. His words were met with murmurs of admiration from the crowd. After a brief pause, he looked up at the audience and announced slowly, the final omnipotent comes from Class 3, Xiao Xingyu. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a wave of exclamations and discussions. In the Dragon Kingdom, for major beast families, Yi, Li, Murong, and Shangwan stood at the pinnacle of the beast-taming world. Upon hearing the names of the first two omnipotents, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that two of the three omnipotents are from the Murong family? Their dominance is overwhelming. Meanwhile, at Qinglong Academy's broadcasting station, Principal Su, Wang Dongsheng, and other high-ranking officials had taken their seats, ready to observe this highly anticipated trial. The host stepped in front of the camera, his demeanor spirited and confident. Greetings to all our viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of this year's Yunanshan trial. I'm your commentator and host, Yang Su. His powerful voice ignited a buzz of excitement among the audience, both in person and online. Through the live broadcast, Principal Su and the Academy's leadership closely monitored each student's performance. Within just half an hour, Wan Lin from Class 2 successfully hunted a short-tailed bear, bringing his total number of hunted beasts to over 10, earning him a spot in the C-grade rankings. Meanwhile, Sun Tianhao from Class 5 demonstrated incredible combat prowess, with his total beast count surpassing 20. His rapid climb to the B-grade rankings captured the attention of viewers in the livestream. Even more astonishingly, within just 1 hour, Murong Yangshua from Class 1 had hunted an impressive 43 beasts. The livestream's comment section exploded with praise and admiration. As expected of the Murong family's prodigy, well done, young Master Murong. I wish I could marry Murong Gongzi. Oh my god, is the Murong family always this powerful? The host, visibly thrilled by the results, passionately commented, Murong Yangshua's beast, the White Mirage Griffin, is truly the standout of this trial. Its spatial penetration ability not only allows it to instantly close the gap between itself and its target, but also enables every attack to penetrate through defenses. It's simply unstoppable. In one encounter, even the Silver Fang Snake, a beast known for its extraordinary regenerative abilities, was utterly suppressed by the White Mirage Griffin. The snake's famed recovery powers were rendered useless under the Griffin's spatial penetration, leaving it in a pitiful state of defeat. Murong Yangshuo watched as the White Mirage Griffin thoroughly defeated its latest target. Satisfied, he nodded and instructed, "That's enough. Retrieve the beast's crystal core." The Griffin gracefully stepped forward, extracting the core with precision. Its commanding presence left a lasting impression. Meanwhile, the live leaderboard updated in real time, revealing the current top 3. Xiao Xingyu held third place with 48 beasts hunted. Murong Yangshuo was in second with 49 beasts, and leading the board was Murong Xinxin, who had successfully hunted 50 beasts. The host, energized by the updates, exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, after witnessing Murong Yangshua's impressive performance, let's switch over to Murong Xinxin to see how this exceptional young lady is dominating the trial." The camera shifted to show Murong Xinxin's beast, a bone-winged bat beast shrouded in a faint, eerie black mist. Its menacing appearance sent chills down viewers' spines. The host eagerly explained, Murong Xinxin's beast, the bone-winged bat beast, boasts a legendary-level bloodline. It's an apex predator in both lineage and power. He continued with excitement. What's even more astounding is that this bone-winged bat beast is the only undead-type beast in this year's trial. Its rare attribute grants it unparalleled dominance in battle, making it nearly invincible. The livestream's comment section exploded with awe and envy for the rare undead beast. The bloodthirsty wild lion, a second-tier beast in its initial form, possesses an epic-level bloodline. Its powerful physical attacks come with a natural 5-fold critical hit effect, making it incredibly formidable. However, faced with Murong Shinshin's bone-winged bat beast, today marked its inevitable demise. The host's eyes lit up with excitement as he announced, if Murong Shinshin successfully takes down this bloodthirsty wild lion, her total number of hunted beasts will reach 51, making her the first contestant to surpass 50 beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Yangsho noticed the leaderboard and smiled confidently. It seems like my sister will undoubtedly take first place in this trial, he thought to himself. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Someone had overtaken Murong Shinshin on the leaderboard. Just a minute earlier, Murong Shinshin had commanded her bone-winged bat beast to launch a fatal strike at the bloodthirsty wild lion. Its dark wings sliced through the air with deadly precision, aiming directly for the lion's critical point. As the final blow approached, Murong Shinshin smiled with delight, thrilled at the prospect of yet another successful hunt. But at that very moment, a low and commanding voice echoed from the side. Black Blade attack! Black Blade suddenly leaped out from the shadows, charging directly at the bloodthirsty wild lion. Timing its strike perfectly, it intercepted just as the bone-winged bat beast attack was about to land, forcing the lion to evade and escape the lethal blow. 289. Xiao Xingyu flashed a harmless smile, but his eyes carried a hint of triumph. He turned to Murong Shinshin, his voice light but with a sharp edge. Murong, thank you for sending me this head. His words were like a sharp blade, cutting through the tension in the air. 290. Hearing this, Murong Shinshin remained outwardly cold and composed, but inside, she was already cursing Xiao Xingyu's entire ancestry. Her fury simmered beneath the surface, barely held in check. 291. The host's voice rang out with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, a dramatic turn of events. The biggest dark horse of this event, Xiao Xingyu, has stolen Murong Shinshin's head and claimed the top spot. His voice almost carried an electric thrill, as the atmosphere in the arena seemed to thrum with energy. 292. Just then, a massive three-eyed demon ant suddenly emerged from the bushes, its enormous body sending a chill down everyone's spine. With each lumbering step, the air seemed to thicken, its imposing figure enough to make anyone break into a cold sweat. 293. The intense voices of the commentators filled the live stream, and viewers could almost feel the burning competitive drive between the two. Everyone was glued to their screens, wondering who would ultimately claim the three-eyed demon ant, the prize that could change everything. 294. In a split second, Xiao Xingyu acted without hesitation. He ordered Blackfeng to unleash Hellbound Entanglement. Instantly, 8 searing red chains appeared, binding the massive creature with intense heat, its enormous body locked in place by the fiery restraints. The temperature around them seemed to rise as the chains sizzled. Although the three-eyed demon ant was known for its thick, hard exoskeleton, the Black Edge's Hellfire had the special ability to ignore armor, allowing it to directly penetrate the enemy's defenses and deal substantial damage. As the chains bound the demon ant, the burning effect of Hellfire continued to erode its body. 296, the Xiao Xingyu saw that the situation was almost right, and a flash of decisive light flickered in his eyes. He immediately ordered the Black Edge to begin the harvesting. His voice was calm and firm, as if he held the entire battlefield's rhythm in his hands. 297, that the Black Edge raised both arms high, channeling a terrifying power, and suddenly unleashed the Hell Roar. The deafening roar thundered toward the three-eyed demon ants like a bolt of lightning, and the massive shockwave made the surrounding air tremble. The three-eyed demon ants were directly struck by this blow, their bodies violently shaking, and their agonized screeches nearly tore the entire battlefield apart. But just then, Murong Shinshin struck. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, and she quickly ordered her bone-winged bat beast to unleash sonic wind blades, precisely interrupting the Hellwind Wolf's final strike. The wind blades cut through the air like knives, halting the lethal attack in its tracks. 299. Without missing a beat, the bone-winged bat beast released Ancient Cold Fire, a purple-blue flame that enveloped the three-eyed demon ant. The chilling fire consumed the creature in an instant, erasing its life force. The demon ant screamed one last time before falling silent. 300. As the purple flames slowly dissipated, the battlefield fell silent. All that remained of the once mighty three-eyed demon ant was a single magical beast crystal, glowing faintly on the ground. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Shinshin's eyes locked, silently acknowledging their fierce rivalry, their unspoken challenge lingering in the air. Murong Shinshin bent down to pick up the magical beast crystal, her fingers brushing lightly over its surface. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but smile playfully and teased. Murong, you seem so cold and indifferent on the outside. I thought you didn't care about the trial results, but turns out you're quite the grudge holder. Huh. His tone carried a hint of provocation, but remained lighthearted. At that moment, the scoreboard updated showing both Xiao Xingyu and Murong Shinshin with 51 kills. Their scores were tied, and the competition was intensifying. Yang Su in the live broadcast couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Folks, things just got a lot more interesting." As of now, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Shinshin are tied for first place, both with 51 kills. His voice was filled with energy, as if the entire competition was surging forward with the same fervor. With less than an hour left until the trial ends, who will manage to hold on to first place? We'll just have to wait and see. Yang Su's words made the atmosphere even more tense as the viewers braced for the final showdown. Shortly after, Xiao Xingyu spotted a blood spirit porcupine deep in the forest. A thought flashed through his mind, and he was about to have the black edge strike to secure the points. However, just as he was about to make his move, a bone spike suddenly shot out, piercing the blood spirit porcupine's head in an instant. Xiao Xingyu paused for a moment, then turned around, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. He saw Murong Shinshin standing nearby, accompanied by her beast, Bone-Winged Bat Beast. The bat's eyes gleamed coldly, ready for battle. Xiao Xingyu sighed inwardly. He had known it. This girl was truly determined to compete with him. No matter where he went to hunt beasts, Murong Shinshin always showed up. And what puzzled him the most was that she hadn't said a single word this whole time. She seemed completely disinterested in engaging with him. In the live stream, Yang Su was still energetically narrating. In the last half hour, Murong Shinshin has steadily secured the top spot by stealing Xiao Xingyu's kills. Can she extend her lead? And will Xiao Xingyu fight back to reclaim first place? Stay tuned. Xiao Xingyu smiled faintly, his tone light and almost teasing. Murong, while I admit I made a mistake stealing your kill, there's no need for you to keep chasing me, is there? He said it in a manner that suggested a certain weariness, as if he was tired of the ongoing competition. Murong Shinshin, however, remained silent, her gaze as cold as ice. She simply stared at him with an unreadable expression, as if she had already made her mind up. The viewers in the live chat were buzzing. This pairing is too good to ignore. The guy's handsome, the girl's gorgeous. Talk about a perfect match. The comments flooded in, speculating on the hidden tension beneath their rivalry. Xiao Xingyu flashed a playful smile and looked at Murong Shinshin. Murong, I won't be holding back anymore. Be careful. His tone was laced with a hint of provocation, implying that the upcoming confrontation would no longer be a mere game. Yang Su, a professional commentator, furrowed his brow, his voice growing urgent. Ladies and gentlemen, what Xiao Xingyu means is that he hasn't been using his full power until now. But with less than half an hour left, can he really manage to snatch back the top spot? His voice was filled with anticipation and tension, mirroring the growing excitement in the air. As the time ticked on, Xiao Xingyu's pupils shifted like clock hands. This was the power of the demon god's eye, one of his abilities that allowed him to see the exact health of beasts and magical creatures. With this power, no one could stand a chance against him if he set his sights on stealing a kill. His advantage felt invisible, but overwhelming. As the trial neared its final moments, with only 5 minutes remaining, Xiao Xingyu's kill count had already surpassed expectations and shattered the Academy's historical record, cementing his place as one of the best hunters the Academy had ever seen. Murong Shinshin, having had over 20 of her kills stolen by Xiao Xingyu, was seething with frustration. Her eyes locked onto a flying rainbow weasel in the sky. She thought to herself, this time, I won't let him steal this one. I refuse to believe he can take even flying prey. However, her confidence collapsed in just a few seconds. The sonic wave blades of the ancient winged bat beast struck the 7-colored ferret, leaving it with only a sliver of health. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu wasted no time and immediately instructed the Black Edge to release the Hell Roar, instantly killing the 7-colored ferret and effortlessly securing the kill. Murong Shinshin, who had remained silent until now, finally snapped. She shot Xiao Xingyu a resentful glance, her eyes full of bitterness. For the first time, she spoke to a man other than her older brother, Murong Yangshu, old 6. Her voice was thick with a mix of anger, embarrassment, and frustration. Xiao Xingyu, hearing her words, simply smiled faintly, his expression calm and unbothered. He responded with quiet confidence. There's less than half a minute left, Murong. You've already lost your chance to surpass me. Murong Xinshin's only reply was a furious old six. Xiao Xingyu chuckled, clearly amused, and teasingly remarked, "Murong, you must have been a tape recorder in your past life, always repeating the same thing." Just as Xiao Xingyu made his jest, a lava lion tiger silently emerged from the shadows, its massive form creeping through the dense forest. It was moving with stealth, inching closer, preparing to strike in the final moments of the trial. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air, echoing through the forest as the lava lion tiger charged towards Xiao Xingyu with blinding speed. The air around it was filled with scorching heat, as if everything in its path was being consumed by its fiery rage. Xiao Xingyu furrowed his brows, surprised to find that hidden within the seemingly tranquil forest was a fully evolved Tier 3 magical beast. He quickly mounted the Black Edge's back, preparing to counterattack. However, the lion tiger's speed was simply too fast, leaving him no time to react at all. However, it was all too late. The lava lion tiger, like a moving volcano, erupted with a violent force, stirring up a massive hurricane. The power surged forward like a tsunami, and Xiao Xingyu, along with the Black Edge, was instantly swept into it. Their bodies were blown away like paper, plummeting straight toward the cliff. Murong Xinshin stood at the edge of the cliff, her eyes filled with worry. She quickly bent down, anxiously peering over the edge. She saw Xiao Xingyu clinging tightly to a dead branch, struggling to maintain his balance, while the Black Edge, like a child, clung desperately to his legs, trying to steady him. In that critical moment, Murong Xinshin immediately commanded her bone-winged bat beast to restrain the lava lion tiger and shouted, "Xiao Xingyu, grab my hand!" Her voice was filled with urgency and determination. At that very moment, Xiao Xingyu caught sight of a figure in the nearby bushes. It was Wang Yin. Realization struck him. The lava lion tiger had likely been released by Wang Yin, and a sense of dread began to rise within him. However, the gears of fate never gave him a moment's respite. With a sharp crack, the dry branch Xiao Xingyu was holding snapped instantly. Immediately after, he and the Black Edge were mercilessly dragged into the bottomless cliff, their bodies like uncontrollable rocks, plummeting straight down. On the cliff above, Murong Xinshin stood frozen, her eyes filled with confusion and anguish. It wasn't until she whispered his name, Xiao Xingyu, that she truly acknowledged him. For the first time, she said his name aloud, her voice thick with helplessness and worry. Xiao Xingyu fell, disappearing from her sight as he plunged into the abyss. The event immediately attracted the Academy's attention. Chen Qinian, Xiao Xingyu's head teacher, couldn't maintain his composure. Pale-faced, he insisted on leading a rescue team to Yinan Mountain. Su Rian rose immediately, her tone calm but firm. "Teacher Chun, please remain calm. Both Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin are my students. As the dean, I will not allow them to meet with misfortune." Her words were resolute, as if she had already made up her mind about what was to come. As the situation escalated, the two leaders quickly left the broadcast station, their faces grim. They immediately issued orders for the security department to initiate emergency rescue procedures. As soon as the order was given, all security personnel sprang into action, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Wang Dongsheng stood quietly off to the side, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Although he had remained silent, a mocking gleam flickered in his eyes. He whispered to himself, "What genius boy, what so-called dark horse. With just a little effort, that kid will be meeting the king of hell. No one can save him now." At the bottom of the cliff, deep in the mountains, Xiao Xingyu slowly opened his eyes, taking in the dim surroundings. The environment was desolate and silent, the air thick with dampness. His mind struggled to process how he had ended up in such an impossible situation. Uncertainty filled his heart. Would anyone come to rescue him? Or was this the end of his journey? In that moment, Xiao Xingyu recalled Wang Dongxing's smug face, the expression of a petty villain who had gotten too confident. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his heart began to race. He silently swore, "Since you dared to try to take my life this time, I promise you, I will make you pay for this in the future." Just as he was consumed by rage, he suddenly felt a soft sensation. Looking down, he realized he was sitting on the solid yet soft back of the Black Edge. A shock ran through him, and he quickly reached out to steady the Black Edge, noticing that its breathing was growing weaker and more erratic. The Black Edge was covered in blood, clearly having sustained severe injuries during the intense battle. At this moment, it could no longer maintain its normal state, exuding a frail aura as though a mere gust of wind could completely destroy it. Xiao Xingyu's heart tightened with deep guilt. He knew that the Black Edge had fallen into this state solely to save him. He hurriedly took out a few bottles of essence condensing elixir from his spatial ring and quickly fed them to the Black Edge. Though the elixir could not heal its serious wounds, it could at least temporarily stabilize its breath and prevent it from losing its life immediately. He understood that the essence condensing elixir could only sustain the Black Edge's vitality for a short time, but it was far from enough to restore it. He could only pray that the Black Edge would hold on until he found a better solution. At that moment, the sky suddenly opened up with a torrential downpour. The heavy rain fell like a massive net from the heavens, covering the entire valley. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu placed the Black Edge into the Beast Master's emblem, so it could rest and recover inside. After all, the Black Edge could no longer be summoned out at this point. With no time to waste, Xiao Xingyu struggled to his feet, limping through the forest in search of a cave to shelter from the rain. He knew that the journey ahead would be filled with hardships, but there was no turning back now. He had to keep moving forward. As Xiao Xingyu silently pondered when the torrential rain would finally cease, two violet lights suddenly flickered deep within the cave. The lights resembled the eyes of some creature, emanating a mysterious and chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Xiao Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and his brow furrowed in instinctive wariness, though he had yet to realize the danger lurking behind those glowing eyes. He couldn't help but think about his sister. Despite her strength and composure, she must be worried since he had yet to return home so late. Xiao Xingyu knew that if she knew he was in this kind of peril, she would undoubtedly be filled with concern for his safety. However, what weighed most heavily on his mind now was the fate of Mu Rong XNXIN. Was she safe? Had the lava lion tiger accidentally hurt her? The trial wasn't over, but a beast of that strength could cause irreversible harm if it wasn't dealt with swiftly. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden sound echoed from deeper within the cave, a noise resembling heavy footsteps crushing a tree branch. The sound was subtle, but carried with it an undeniable sense of danger, like a warning of an impending threat. Instinctively, Xiao Xingyu turned around, only to be taken by surprise at the sight of a figure standing in the shadows of the cave. The figure's face was obscured, but Xiao Xingyu immediately felt something was off. His instincts screamed danger. Before he could fully react, a delicate hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, locking tightly around his throat. The immense pressure left him gasping for air, his body racked with violent coughs. His pale face flushed red as he struggled to breathe, pain and disbelief written all over him. His vision blurred, but he still managed to make out the face of a woman standing before him. She had an ethereal and cold beauty, her eyes radiating an icy, murderous intent. Her voice was as sharp as a blade, and she spoke coldly. "Human, you have seen my true form. Only death awaits you." As death loomed, Xiao Xingyu's demon god I instinctively activated. A barrage of data flashed before his eyes as the system's attribute panel appeared, overwhelming him with information. Attribute analysis. Name, Nine-Tailed Fox. Type, Beastman series monster. A**** special abilities ***. A descendant of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, capable of transforming into any form weaker than its own after activating its disaster eye. One tail can burn the soul of its enemies, with terrifying psychic attack properties. Attributes, human-based psychic fire. Hidden evolution path. Nine-tailed fox, 10-tailed celestial fox, 10-tailed dragon fox. Monster status. Severely injured, on the verge of death, will die within half an hour. Pathological analysis. Injured by pure-blood dragon race. Dragon power has entered its body, damaging its heart and reversing its blood flow. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "So it's a beastman-type magical beast, the nine-tailed demon fox." His voice was tinged with shock and surprise. The name of the nine-tailed demon fox echoed in his mind, and he quickly realized that the fox before him was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Time was running out. If he didn't resolve the crisis quickly, both he and the Black Edge would likely fall into an inescapable danger. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's voice turned cold and sharp, as if the very air around them froze. "Human, I didn't expect you to recognize my true form. It seems I can't let you live anymore." Her tone was filled with an icy threat, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop, as if the very atmosphere was pressing down on Xiao Xingyu. Despite her grip tightening around his throat, Xiao Xingyu struggled to speak. His voice came out raspy and labored, but clear. "Even if I know your identity, I have no strength to fight you. Against a beastman-type monster, I am utterly powerless. But you have been wounded by a pure-blood dragon, and within half an hour, you will die." His words, though strained, carried the key information. The nine-tailed fox froze for a moment, her expression faltering. She had intended to question him, but before she could, a mouthful of reversed blood spurted out, staining her lips. Her face paled even further, her eyes flashing with both rage and confusion, revealing that she was indeed caught in a dire situation. Seizing this moment of distraction, Xiao Xingyu swiftly activated his beast-taming seal. The golden light that radiated from his hand caused the nine-tailed fox to recoil, unable to open her eyes due to the blinding glow. Taking advantage of her disorientation, Xiao Xingyu quickly put some distance between them and spoke loudly. I already know you're the nine-tailed fox, so I'm not surprised by your injuries. I'm fully aware of what's going on. His voice was firm and steady, but internally, he was filled with confusion. How could pure-blood dragons still exist? They should have been extinct for over 300 years. While still puzzled, Xiao Xingyu knew that the immediate priority was to stabilize the situation and buy himself more time. He continued, I can help heal you, but you must promise me one thing. I want you to sign a blood pact with me. If you don't agree, I'm afraid I'll heal you, only for you to turn around and kill me afterward. The nine-tailed fox's expression shifted between disbelief and suspicion. Her eyes flickered with a complex light. You're just a one-star beast tamer. How could you possibly heal me? My wounds are caused by a pure-blood dragon. Even the greatest beast medics among humans would struggle to cure this. Her voice carried a mix of scorn, yet there was a hint of unease behind her words. Xiao Xingyu nodded confidently, his tone calm. This is no challenge for me. Don't worry, if I say I can heal you, then I will. But before we proceed, you must agree to the blood pact. Otherwise, after I heal you, you might just turn around and kill me, and I can't afford that. The nine-tailed fox's fury erupted immediately. Her body was enveloped in purple flames, and she roared. You little brat, how dare you try to make me submit to you and become your beast? You are asking for death. Her voice was filled with shock and rage, and the immense pressure around her felt like the very air was trembling with her anger. Xiao Xingyu remained calm and composed, unfazed by her outburst. He nodded slightly, his voice steady. Exactly. You either sign the blood pact and live, or you refuse and die. The choice is yours. His words were cool and measured, his gaze unwavering, as if he were negotiating with a mere mortal, not a powerful and vengeful mythical beast. As soon as Xiao Xingyu's words fell, a fierce killing intent appeared on the beautiful face of the nine-tailed fox. Her gaze was cold and sharp, like a blade that stabbed straight toward him. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward with astonishing speed, her hands tightly grasping Xiao Xingyu's throat, as if intending to strangle the life out of him. Her movements were swift and precise, leaving no room for escape. However, Xiao Xingyu showed no sign of resistance. His face remained pale, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle's as he coldly said, It's easy for you to kill me, but if I die, you won't survive either. His voice was calm, without a hint of fear, but there was a chilling coldness in his words. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox indeed harbored murderous thoughts. After all, as a Beast King-level monster, how could she tolerate a mere one-star beast tamer threatening her? Her anger surged, and the very air around her seemed to freeze, filled with murderous intent. However, her body was already on the verge of collapse. Her internal injuries were severe, and the intense threat triggered a violent reaction. Blood poured from her 7 orifices, and her elegant body trembled violently. The fierce force of her anger began to fade as she fought to stay conscious, realizing that death was inching closer. Xiao Xingyu's gaze was sharp as ever. He spoke with a calm yet firm tone. The power of the dragon has already entered your hard veins. If you don't sign the blood pact now, it will be too late for you. His words were devoid of emotion, but carried an undeniable gravity. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox was torn with inner conflict. Her eyes flickered with a mixture of anger and hesitation. She was unwilling to submit to a mere human. But if she died now, she would never complete the mission entrusted to her by her sister. The looming threat of death made her waver. Finally, the nine-tailed fox released her grip on Xiao Xingyu's neck. To survive, and to complete the mission, she was willing to sign the blood pact with him. In this life-or-death moment, she chose to yield. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu wasted no time. He bit his finger and let the blood drip into his palm. He spoke resolutely. From now on, you are my beast, Xiao Xingyu's beast. As soon as he spoke, his blood fell onto the nine-tailed fox's forehead, marking the beginning of their contract. With the drop of blood, a 5-pointed star formation appeared on the nine-tailed fox's forehead, glowing brightly. The spiritual connection between them began to form. binding their souls together in an invisible, unbreakable link. After a brief moment, the blood pact was sealed, intertwining their fates. The nine-tailed fox pressed a hand to her chest, where the pain still lingered. Her voice was weak, tinged with exhaustion as she said, "Can you heal this wound now, human?" Despite her pride, there was a trace of pleading in her tone, mixed with weariness and resignation. Xiao Xingyu nodded slightly, his gaze firm, and began to undress. "Of course, you are now my beast, and I will ensure your safety," he said with a sense of responsibility. However, the nine-tailed fox's eyes were filled with wariness. Her ears twitched, and her gaze sharpened as she asked in surprise, "What are you doing? I'm not just any ordinary fox." Her voice carried clear doubt, clearly not understanding Xiao Xingyu's actions. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu looked helpless, sighing as he drew a dagger from his waist. "How else can I draw blood if I don't undress?" he explained, his tone calm and serious without a hint of jest. With that, Xiao Xingyu swiftly stabbed the dagger into his chest, and blood immediately began to flow. He pointed to the wound, his voice calm yet urgent. "Come, drink it," he called to the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox's face turned crimson in an instant. A mix of embarrassment and indignation filled her expression as she scolded. "What are you saying? How can this royal fox do such a thing?" Her voice was filled with strong disapproval, clearly unwilling to engage in such an intimate act. Xiao Xingyu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly and explained once more, "My heart's blood can protect your heart veins. If you don't drink it, you will die." His tone was both calm and insistent, conveying a sense of urgency. The nine-tailed fox's eyes flickered with hesitation. She was unwilling to submit to a human, but sensing the urgency, she finally relented. With a deep breath, she lowered herself and obediently leaned in to drink from the wound on Xiao Xingyu's chest. Her delicate lips lightly touched the injury, absorbing the blood. In an instant, the nine-tailed fox's complexion gradually returned to its natural color. Her once weak aura strengthened, and the damaged heart veins healed rapidly under the nourishment of the blood. She was now fully revived, her power replenished. 5 minutes later, Xiao Xingyu tidied his clothes and spoke calmly. "Your injuries are temporarily healed. Now, could you tell me your name? After all, you are now my beast." His words were devoid of hesitation, merely confirming her identity as his contracted beast. The nine-tailed fox slowly opened her eyes, her expression complex. She cleared her throat and replied, "This royal fox's name is Dailu. Also, since you claim to be my master, can you tell me how you knew my injury was caused by the power of the dragon?" Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and questioning, intrigued by Xiao Xingyu's knowledge. This question caused Xiao Xingyu to fall into deep thought. Since Dailu was related to the long-extinct dragon clan, her identity was undoubtedly not simple. The dragon clan had been eradicated 300 years ago. To think that it was still connected to her in some way, this situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Xiao Xingyu observed Dailu's expression, sensing that she might have figured something out, so he decided to stop hiding the truth. "My eyes, since they were immersed in dragon blood 2 months ago, have been able to see a panel displaying information related to beast taming, almost like a system. The details of your injury were also something I saw through my eyes." His tone was straightforward, revealing the truth without hesitation. Dailu froze for a moment upon hearing this, her eyes flashing with both surprise and contemplation. The description of the panel and the ability Xiao Xingyu mentioned reminded her of the legendary demon god Eye. According to legends, the demon god Eye could perceive all the information about any beast, from their attributes and status to their injuries, even their internal pain. Xiao Xingyu clearly mistook it for a system, not realizing that what he thought was a system was actually the manifestation of the demon god Eye. However, the demon god Eye was an inheritance only passed down to the demon gods of the dragon clan. Xiao Xingyu was just a human. Could it be that this man had some other hidden identity? Dailu felt a rising suspicion in her heart, thinking, if he truly possesses the demon god Eye, he might be far more complicated than he appears. After weighing the pros and cons, Dailu paused for a moment before making a decision. "Forget it. He is now my master. If he truly has the demon god Eye, it could be beneficial for me as well." With that, she set aside her doubts and resolved to give herself and Xiao Xingyu a chance. After thinking for a moment, Dailu slowly spoke, her voice cold and calm. "You are extremely fortunate. Your eyes may have mutated into the legendary demon god Eye because of the dragon blood." Her tone carried both awe and recognition, acknowledging the unique nature of his eyes. Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up with curiosity, like a child eager to understand, as he asked, "So the demon god Eye isn't a system?" He was clearly confused by the answer. Dailu chuckled softly, shaking her head before explaining, "Don't get ahead of yourself. You're not a transmigrator. Stop reading those novels. The data panel you see is simply the external manifestation and visualization of the demon god Ai's abilities." Her tone was patient but also slightly mocking, clearly finding Xiao Xingyu's innocent curiosity amusing. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu fell in a deep thought again. If the data panel was just a visualization of the demon god Ai's abilities, then why had he heard it speak? What was that all about? He recalled that after the Shadow Dragon attack incident, the demon god Ai had guided him to find a crystal. That crystal was described as something that could awaken Black Fang's bloodline, enabling the beast to undergo a complete transformation. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but become even more intrigued by this. What secrets lay behind all of this? Xiao Xingyu recalled the time during the Qinglong Academy assessment when he fed Black Fang the bloodline awakening crystal. To his surprise, Black Fang really evolved into the Hellwind Wolf and successfully passed the Academy's assessment. This memory made him feel a bit nostalgic and full of anticipation. "I wonder when I'll hear it speak again." As he was lost in thought, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Xiao Xingyu was startled, looking up to see the lava lion tiger, the very beast that had caused his fall, stealthily appearing at the entrance of the cave, charging in with an overwhelming presence. Dailu reacted swiftly. Her eyes gleamed coldly as she immediately grabbed Xiao Xingyu and pulled him aside, her voice urgent and stern. "You fool, stop daydreaming. We have an uninvited guest." Her tone left no room for argument, her instincts clearly taking over as she prepared for the upcoming confrontation. Xiao Xingyu was shocked. He never expected the lava lion tiger to pursue him so relentlessly, all the way to this cave. Its form blurred into a fireball that barreled straight into the cave, moving so fast that Xiao Xingyu barely had time to react. Unable to dodge in time, Xiao Xingyu was slammed against the cave's rock wall, the impact sending him crashing to the ground. His stomach churned violently, and he felt as though his internal organs had been violently thrown into turmoil. The sharp pain in his chest made him realize that his ribs had likely been broken. Even worse, the lava lion tiger wasn't stopping. Its enormous mouth opened wide, flames licking the edges, and it lunged at Xiao Xingyu with terrifying speed, intending to devour him. At this critical moment, several purple energy spheres shot through the air, slamming into the lava lion tiger. The intense pain caused it to howl in agony, thrashing about as it lost its focus on the attack, its confidence shattered by the sudden onslaught. Xiao Xingyu, now freed from immediate danger, quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the energy spheres. His eyes widened in shock. It was Dailu. He hadn't noticed when she had made her move, but now she had used her tailed beast bomb technique to save him. The purple energy spheres hit the lava lion tiger with such force that it was thrown back, and Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Dailu stood tall, her gaze cold and proud as she looked at the wounded lava lion tiger. "Even though I am injured, I am not someone you can provoke so easily," she said, her voice carrying an air of invincibility. It was as if she was declaring to the world that no one could challenge her. Her words and the aura of confidence around her filled Xiao Xingyu with an inexplicable sense of awe. It wasn't just a nine-tailed fox in front of him. It was a force that commanded respect. He knew that with her assistance, this immediate crisis had been averted, but the underlying danger still loomed. Upon hearing Dailu's words, the lava lion tiger immediately flared up with rage. In an instant, it turned around and swung its massive paw towards her. The sound of the strike echoed through the cave, followed by a brutal close-quarters battle. The cave became a battlefield, with dust and smoke filling the air, and the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. However, despite Dailu's immense power, her injuries were far from healed, and after a brief exchange of blows, she was clearly at a disadvantage. The lava lion tiger's attacks were engulfed in searing flames, and its overwhelming strength forced Dailu to defend with everything she had, her weakened body unable to exert her full strength. But as the Beast Emperor, how could Dailu easily admit defeat? Her eyes flashed with anger and determination, and in that moment, an ominous and terrifying aura burst from her body. The air around her seemed to freeze, and the lava lion tiger immediately sensed an overwhelming threat. In an instant, Dailu activated Eye of Calamity, her eyes gleaming with purple light. The cave was immediately filled with eerie floating eyeballs. These eyes rapidly expanded, and within the blink of an eye, they petrified the lava lion tiger completely. The once ferocious beast was now a stone statue, its eyes filled with helplessness and agony. With a light push from Dailu, The petrified lava lion tiger crumbled to dust, shattered into countless pieces like a rock smashed to pieces. She gazed upon the destruction with cold indifference, as though the battle had never elicited any emotional response from her. Xiao Xingyu, watching from the side, let out a long breath of relief. Seeing the lava lion tiger defeated, he felt some reprieve. However, he quickly realized that his own condition was far from good. The energy Dailu expended in her attack had drained him of almost all his power, and his eyelids grew heavy as his body began to fail. In the next moment, Xiao Xingyu's consciousness sank into an unfamiliar sea of knowledge. He opened his eyes and found himself in a vast, boundless mental realm. The surroundings were pitch black, but in the distance, he saw a towering, awe-inspiring dragon gazing down at him. At last, the eye of the demon god has awakened. The dragon's voice boomed with authority, shaking Xiao Xingyu to his core. Filled with confusion, he quickly asked, "Who are you? Where am I?" The dragon lowered its head, speaking calmly. "Have you forgotten me? It was through my guidance that your beast's evolution was made possible." Xiao Xingyu immediately recalled the events of seeking the bloodline awakening crystal, and realization dawned on him. "So it was you. But who are you really?" The dragon paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I was awakened by the power of the bloodline, but even I do not know who I truly am. Perhaps my identity is tied to this mysterious bloodline." The words of the End Dragon King caused Xiao Xingyu to fall into deep thought. His mind replayed the mention of bloodline power. He muttered to himself, "Could the bloodline power he speaks of be the dragon blood that splashed on my face back then?" Doubts continued to swirl in his mind, but the puzzle remained unsolved. While Xiao Xingyu was lost in thought, the End Dragon King's voice rang out again, calm and commanding. "But I know I can help you achieve unparalleled glory." These words hit Xiao Xingyu like a thunderstrike, filling him with both wonder and uncertainty. No matter what, this mysterious dragon seemed confident in his potential. Xiao Xingyu sneered coldly, his voice tinged with mockery. "A joke? How can someone who doesn't even know who they are help me?" His internal unease and doubt turned into a sarcastic remark. It was hard for him to believe that such an enigmatic entity could offer any real assistance. Just as his words fell, Blackblade's attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu's eyes. The clear display of numbers and information flickered. "Haven't you already witnessed my power?" the End Dragon King's voice rumbled. Xiao Xingyu was struck with shock, realizing that what he had once thought to be a system panel was in fact the dragon's influence. The End Dragon King continued, "I can see through all the data of any magical beast. You need only summon me with your mind, and I will appear. If you follow my instructions, you will rise to become a paragon among humans." Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but be suspicious and smirked. "So many benefits. What's your real purpose?" The End Dragon King paused, thinking for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it is to recall my memories. As for why I help you, I do not know." This answer left Xiao Xingyu even more confused, but he had no choice but to accept the vague response. Xiao Xingyu sighed helplessly, muttering, "Why only show up now? You had me thinking it was some kind of system." The End Dragon King explained indifferently. "As your power grew, I was able to communicate with your consciousness more steadily. Now that you've contracted 2 magical beasts, it is time for me to appear." Xiao Xingyu had more questions, but he asked, "Where exactly is this? Why am I here?" The End Dragon King answered calmly, "This is the space where my consciousness connects with yours, the Sea of Knowledge. After you've fainted, I seized the opportunity to speak with you. It's time for you to wake up now." As Xiao Xingyu felt his consciousness slipping away, he saw the surroundings start to fade. He quickly asked, "When will I see you again?" The End Dragon King's voice came again, reassuring and firm, "I will always be with you." With that, Xiao Xingyu's vision went black, and he drifted into sleep. When Xiao Xingyu finally opened his eyes, he realized he was lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by the sterile scent of antiseptic and the calm atmosphere typical of a hospital. He felt a moment of confusion, unsure how he had ended up here. Suddenly, the door to his room opened softly, and Su Ruyan and Chen Kaiyan entered. Seeing him awake, they both exclaimed in unison, "Xiao Xingyu, you're awake." Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately sat up, his face slightly pale, but his eyes exuded determination. He calmly said, "Thank you, Director Su and Instructor Chen, for your concern. I remember I should still be in the cave at the bottom of the cliff. How did I end up in the hospital?" Su Ruyan calmly explained, "The rescue team found you near the cave, and you were unconscious. What's strange is that they also found the corpse of the lava lion tiger nearby. less than 100 meters from where you were rescued. Can you tell me what happened there? Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu forced himself to remain calm, letting out a bitter smile as he replied, Director Su, you also said I was unconscious at the time. How can I know what happened? You don't suspect that a mere one-star beast master like me could have killed the lava lion tiger, do you? His words carried sarcasm and ease, but a sense of caution rose in his heart. Su Rian fell into deep thought at Xiao Xingyu's answer, a hint of doubt creeping into her mind. Could she have overthought it? After a pause, she decided not to dwell on it, replying softly, Don't worry, Xiao Xingyu. The school will thoroughly investigate this incident and give you an explanation. Chen Qinian nodded in agreement, adding, This time, for the Nanshan trial, both you and Murong Xinxin scored an S+, and even broke the academy record. Rest and focus on the upcoming freshman ranking competition this weekend. His words were full of praise, though they couldn't hide his concern. After that, the two left the room together, and Xiao Xingyu's gaze shifted to the back of his hand. At that moment, the Beastmaster's mark began to glow with pulses of light, as if something important was about to happen. The next second, Dai Lu suddenly leaped out of the Beastmaster's mark and landed gracefully by the bed. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I was wondering where you went. Turns out you went into the Beastmaster's mark. Dai Lu leaned against the bed, a hint of indifference in her eyes, as she smiled lightly. You brat, knowing full well that you gave me your heart's blood to heal me, yet you still pretended to be tough. I ended up getting injured and fainting too. Fortunately, the rescue team found us, but I didn't want humans to find out, so I hid. Her tone carried a slight reproach, yet there was an underlying helplessness. She clearly wasn't fully pleased with Xiao Xingyu's stubbornness, but she didn't truly blame him either. Hearing this, Dai Lu narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly pondering something. From what you just said, you fell off the cliff because of an accident. Her tone was laced with sarcasm, though there was still some suspicion lingering. Xiao Xingyu's lips curled into a cold smile as King Wang Yan's smug face flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, What accident? I already know who's been pulling the strings behind the scenes. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Xingyu's demeanor darkened, his voice low and filled with a chilling determination. This time, I will not let him off. At the same time, in the Wang family study, Wang Dongsheng sat leisurely in an intricately carved wooden chair, sipping tea and flipping through an ancient book. The soft light from the lamp illuminated the pages, filling the air with a subtle sense of tea and ink, making him seem remarkably calm, as if time itself had frozen for a moment. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by a rapid knock on the door. Wang Dongsheng frowned slightly, raising his head to look at the door. Moments later, Wang Yin burst in, panting and pale, holding up a phone. His face was flustered, and his voice was filled with panic. Dad, something's wrong. Wang Dongsheng put down his teacup, his brows slightly furrowed. His voice was calm but low. What's the fuss? What's happened? Wang Yin hurriedly walked up to his father, handing over the phone. On the screen was a photo of Xiao Xingyu, and the text next to it indicated that he was still alive. Wang Yan's voice shook with fear. Dad, Xiao Xingyu is still alive. We didn't kill him last time, and now he's definitely going to retaliate against us. He's backed by the Sanqiong Guild. Wang Dongsheng snorted coldly, his face unchanged. He spoke with disdain. Retaliate? Absurd. What does that South Mountain incident have to do with us? Have you lost your mind? Wang Yin, still anxious, was about to explain further when Wang Dongsheng interrupted him sharply. Even if Xiao Xingyu suspects us, what evidence does he have? Wang Yin was momentarily silenced, taking a deep breath to calm himself. After a pause, he asked, What should we do next? Wang Dongsheng was silent for a moment, then turned to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small jar of pills. He handed it to Wang Yin with a cold glint in his eyes. If we're going to do this, let's go all the way. Deal with him once and for all in the new student rankings. Wang Yin took the jar, his face suddenly turning complex. He recognized the pill inside as the berserk pill, which could put a person into a frenzy, pushing their battle abilities to the limit. However, seeing the cold ruthlessness in his father's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill. This method was vicious to the extreme. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu was sitting on the couch in his family apartment, deep in thought about the new student rankings when his phone rang. The caller ID showed Wu Xingyu's name. Xiao Xingyu pressed the answer button, and as soon as the call was connected, Wu Xingyu's excited voice came through. Brother Xiao, you're still alive. It's a blessing from heaven. You took first place in the Yin Mountain competition. It was absolutely amazing. I don't need any reason to worship you. I'll be your #1 fan. If I find out who harmed you, I'll walk him like a dog. Wu Xingyo's rapid-fire words made Xiao Xingyu laugh, feeling unexpectedly warm by the concern his friends showed. During his hospital stay, his sister had visited him frequently, and now, seeing him return safely, she couldn't hold back her tears of joy and relief. Wu Xingyu, still excited, continued on the phone. Brother Xiao, the new student rankings were delayed just to wait for you to take the top spot. You can't disappoint me. Xiao Xingyu was momentarily stunned, not realizing that the delay in the competition had been because of his disappearance. You don't know yet? Wu Xingyu continued. Your disappearance was already trending. The school initiated an emergency response, searching for you with all their might. They even paused some teaching activities, including delaying the new student rankings. The new student rankings was the annual major event at Qinglong Academy, where all new students were grouped through a draw, and after eliminating to the top 8, they would compete for the top 3. This event was not only a test of the new students' skills, but also a crucial factor in shaping their future at the academy, attracting countless eyes. Brother Xiao, you must keep pushing forward. On the other end of the line, Wu Xingyo's voice was full of excitement and sincerity, as if he had placed all his hopes on Xiao Xingyu. Each word carried encouragement and support, and Xiao Xingyu felt the warmth and strength from his friend. His heart stirred. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyu sat quietly at his desk, lost in thought. The words from the conversation still echoed in his mind, but his gaze gradually grew deeper. A good result in the new student rankings was not just about honor, it was about the future. Achieving a top rank would win Xiao Xingyu the Academy's special attention and resource allocation, which were crucial for him to improve his spiritual power and strengthen his abilities. The memory of the last time he overexerted himself in battle and drained his spiritual energy still haunted him. He knew that if he didn't find a way to quickly increase his spiritual energy, he would once again fall into a crisis. After much deliberation, Xiao Xingyu made up his mind. He had to seek guidance from the entity that had been lurking in his mind to find a new breakthrough. Xiao Xingyu closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. As he took deep breaths, he felt his consciousness slowly detach from his body, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. The surrounding darkness made him feel completely lost, and the weight on his body nearly suffocated him. Just as he was about to lose himself, a burst of intense light illuminated everything around him, immediately restoring his clarity. A deep and commanding voice echoed in his ears. You seek to take shortcuts, do you? Xiao Xingyu was startled for a moment. His heart skipped a beat. He then smiled slightly, awkwardly replying, not exactly a shortcut. If there's an opportunity to gain something, why not take it? The End Dragon King was silent for a moment, as if contemplating, before slowly speaking. Very well. If you help me recover my lost memories, I will assist you with all my strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyu nodded without hesitation, his voice firm. Fair enough. I've always believed in the principle of mutual help. It's only natural that we assist each other. His words were resolute, and his eyes gleamed with an unshakable determination. As the voice fell, a translucent data panel suddenly appeared before him. In the center of the panel, the word shop stood out, accompanied by several lines of information. At that moment, the deep voice resonated again. You must enter deep meditation to communicate with me in the sea of consciousness, but this is very dangerous. Therefore, I have referred to your world's game system and created this data panel to help you better understand and deal with the challenges ahead. The voice of the End Dragon King echoed in his ears. The shop contains what you need, but you must complete tasks released by the system to earn points or other rewards. This is to ensure you do not slack off and delay my important task of regaining my memories. He glanced at the items in the shop, each priced exorbitantly, and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He muttered to himself, "This is too expensive. How could I possibly afford any of this?" The items were dazzling, but each one came at a steep price. He casually clicked on the Dragon Spirit Pill's detailed description, and a note immediately popped up. This pill can instantly increase the user's spiritual power tenfold, but only for 5 minutes. Afterward, the user will fall into a period of weakness and be unable to recover quickly. He frowned, pondering to himself. While the Dragon Spirit Pill seemed effective, its side effects were definitely concerning. The voice of the End Dragon King came again. This Dragon Spirit Pill is exactly what you need at this moment, but remember, its side effects are severe. Use it with caution. This time, I will grant you one opportunity to use it, but from now on, you must earn what you need on your own. He nodded gratefully. Understood. Thank you, Dragon King. The Dragon King's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. You only need to silently call upon the system, and the void-breaking holy bottle will come at your command. But now, I need to rest. Do not disturb me unless it is an urgent matter. He bowed slightly, his voice respectful. "Then I shall not disturb you any further, Dragon King." With that, his consciousness gradually withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and the surrounding scenery became blurred before returning to calm. Just as he was about to leave the sea of consciousness, the End Dragon King muttered softly, "I hope you won't disappoint me and will successfully complete the task." The words carried a sense of expectation, as if there was an unspoken depth to them. The next morning, as he was rushing out the door, his sister Xiao Ruoxue hurriedly cautioned, "Your body has just recovered. Don't run too fast." Meanwhile, Mingshi also urged with concern, "Be careful, stay safe." Their care warmed his heart, but he quickened his pace, eager to start the new day. On the way to the academy, he suddenly stopped, his gaze drawn to the nationwide wanted poster on the telephone pole. His eyes narrowed for a moment, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was quietly changing. The name on the poster struck me like a lightning bolt. Dai Lu was the one being wanted, and the bounty was as high as 3 billion. The number made me freeze for a moment, my heart racing uncontrollably. The charge was theft of the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure, the Dragon's Tear. That was the Dragon Clan's most valuable artifact, a treasure that could alter destiny, and now it was in her hands. The Dragon's Tear was originally stolen by the ancient mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox from the Dragon Clan. It was considered one of the most powerful artifacts in the world, said to have the power to reverse time and return to the past. Every member of the Dragon Clan feared it, but never did he expect it to be in her possession. Shocked, he found a secluded alley and, once he was sure no one was around, he whispered, "Dai Lu, you're being hunted by the Imperial family. Why didn't you tell me about this?" He couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and confusion. Dai Lu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a reaction, but soon she smiled casually. "I didn't hide anything from you. It's just that you never asked." Her tone remained light, as if this was not something to be concerned about. However, her indifferent attitude only fueled Xiao Xingyu's frustration. "The Empress herself has ordered a bounty on you. Isn't this something you should have told me about?" He nearly lost his composure, feeling both angered and betrayed. Dai Lu remained calm, though her voice held a hint of playful mockery. "So what if I told you? If you regret signing a blood pact with me, you could always sell me off. With 3 billion, I'm sure it could solve some of your problems." He fell silent for a moment, taking a deep breath to calm himself, then said softly, "Dai Lu, I am your master now. I want you to trust me and not hide anything from me. Even if it's 30 billion, I wouldn't sell you out." His voice was firm yet gentle, as though making a promise. Hearing his tone soften, Dai Lu also calmed down, speaking quietly. "I understand why you're angry, thinking I've hidden things from you or even deceived you. It's true, there are things I haven't told you." She sighed softly, as if both defending herself and resigned to the situation. She extended her palm, and a crystal, as clear as ice, appeared within it, glowing with a mysterious light. She looked at the crystal, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. "The reason the Imperial family put a bounty on me is because of this, the Dragon's Tear." Xiao Xingyu stared at the crystal, feeling confused. It seemed like an ordinary gem, nothing special at all. He furrowed his brows and asked, "This thing is worth 3 billion? He clearly found it hard to believe that such an unremarkable crystal could carry such a huge bounty. Dai Lu glanced down at the crystal in her hand and spoke softly. "The Dragon's Tear is one of the Dragon Clan's 3 great treasures. The other 2 are the Reverse Scale Sword and the Dragon King's Whisker. The Reverse Scale Sword and the Dragon King's Whisker are both offensive weapons, but the Dragon's Tear is different. It is more like a mysterious item with the power to change fate. Its value lies not just in its history and legend, but also in its power. The Dragon's Tear, though lacking any offensive power, is formed from the tears of 10,000 purebred dragons. Each drop of tears carries the sorrow and strength of the dragons, merging into this crystal-clear treasure. It appears fragile, yet holds unimaginable power within. If its full power is activated, it can reverse time and return to the past, altering destiny. What Suo Guanlan desires most is this ability, to change history and travel through time. Such power is irresistible, especially to those in power." After hearing Dai Lu's explanation, Xiao Xingyu was left stunned, unable to comprehend how this seemingly ordinary Dragon's Tear could possess the ability to travel through time. Time has always been the most uncontrollable force, and now it was quietly slumbering within a transparent crystal. He paused for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts, and finally couldn't help but ask, didn't the Dragon Clan go extinct 300 years ago? Then why have there been recent reports of sightings of dragons? This wasn't just a question, it was a deep suspicion. He then asked, What is the truth behind the dragon slaying war 300 years ago? That war still remains shrouded in mystery, with much of the truth about the dragon clan hidden in the fog of history. Dai Lu shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I don't know much about the details of that dragon slaying war either. However, I've heard that the extermination of the dragons wasn't just a simple slaughter. Many complex forces were at play behind the scenes. Though her words were brief, they hinted at many secrets that had yet to be uncovered. Just as he was about to ask more, he suddenly heard someone calling his name nearby. He quickly withdrew Dai Lu's consciousness and turned around to find the Murong siblings walking toward him. Xiao Xingyu instinctively let out a sigh of relief, momentarily setting aside his doubts. Murong Yangshuo spoke first, his tone as casual as ever. What a coincidence, didn't expect to see you here. I thought my sister had seen wrong. It's good that you survived, but next time, you'd better be more careful and not cause any more trouble. His words seemed to carry concern, but there was a hint of mockery in his tone, which left Xiao Xingyu speechless. Murong Xinxin, standing silently beside him, had a complicated expression. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. He's clearly concerned, so why does he have to say it in such a harsh way? She gave her brother a helpless look, well aware that this was just his usual style, though it could sometimes be hard to bear. Murong Yangshuo seemed completely oblivious to his sister's feelings and continued. Speaking of which, after you fell off the cliff, my sister didn't even eat. She almost made me worried to death. His tone was light, but Xiao Xingyu could tell that there was genuine care and concern behind his words. Murong Yangshuo continued with a hint of teasing in his voice. During that time, my sister stayed locked up in her room without leaving, and it wasn't until she saw the news of you returning safely on TV that she ate several bowls of rice that night. If you get in trouble again, my sister might go on a hunger strike again. His tone seemed casual, but it carried an underlying sense of deep care and helplessness for his sister. Murong Xinxin's face turned red instantly, and she hurriedly reached out to cover her brother's mouth, stopping him from saying any more. Brother, stop talking nonsense. Her tone was filled with a mix of embarrassment and helplessness, but mostly, it was about how her brother always spoke too bluntly. Watching the playful bickering between the siblings, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but smile, his lips curving up. Got it. I won't make Murong classmate worry again. His voice was light, but there was a trace of helplessness in it. The freshman ranking competition is about to begin. Let's go together. However, to his surprise, Murong Yangshuo's expression suddenly turned serious and even cold. He grabbed Murong Xinxin and started walking ahead, responding coldly. Our relationship isn't close enough to go together. Besides, during the Nan Mountain trial, you snatched my sister's kill. I still haven't settled that score with you. His words were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, making it clear how deep his emotions ran. After saying that, Murong Yangshu turned without looking back and led Murong Xinxin toward Qinglong Academy, his back radiating a sense of decisiveness and indifference. Xiao Xingyu stood where he was, shaking his head helplessly. Deep down, he muttered to himself, Murong Yangshuo is really a guy who's all show on the outside and all complicated on the inside. Why did he take the initiative to talk to me? What's his real purpose? His suspicions grew once more, but for now, he chose to let them go. Soon, Xiao Xingyu arrived at Qinglong Academy, and the sight before him left him in awe. Colorful fireworks exploded in the sky like shooting stars, filling the air with light. The scene was bustling, and the atmosphere for the freshman ranking competition was now in full swing. All eyes were on the festive and exciting setting. The one hosting the freshman ranking competition again was the professional announcer, Yang Shui. Her clear and powerful voice resonated with energy. Good morning, all students and faculty. The annual freshman ranking competition is about to begin. All freshmen need to draw lots to determine their battle order. Please line up in an orderly fashion. Her words were filled with enthusiasm, making it feel like every student present was the protagonist of this event. As her words finished, students from various classes started lining up to draw lots for their battle order. The air was filled with a tense excitement, as everyone could feel the upcoming competition and challenges. Xiao Xingyu scanned the crowd, his eyes instinctively sweeping over every familiar face. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze fixated on him. He instinctively turned his head, and sure enough, the source of the gaze was none other than Wang Yin. Their eyes locked across the space, and for a moment, it felt like time stood still as only their breaths and heartbeats intertwined in that instant. Wang Yin fixed his gaze on Xiao Xingyu, a sinister smile spreading across his face, exuding coldness and menace. Xiao Xingyu, you actually returned unscathed. This time, I will make sure you never rise again. His voice was filled with deep hatred, as if he had already devised a plan for revenge. his eyes gleaming with vicious intent. Just then, the referee called out, "Wang Yin, come draw your lot." His eyes briefly shifted away from Xiao Xingyu as he walked toward the stage, but the fury in his heart remained. As soon as Wang Yin appeared, the crowd in the stands erupted into a wave of murmurs. Isn't that the vice principal's son? Using his family's power and influence, he harassed female students in the library. But in the arena, didn't he get humiliated by Xiao Xingyu? Whispered one student. Yeah, he's the biggest joke in Qinglong Academy. Others sneered, their voices laced with mockery. These words felt like daggers to Wang Yin, making his anger burn even hotter. Hearing these biting comments, Wang Yin's fury nearly erupted. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his gaze sharp and filled with venom as he stared at Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu, the humiliation you caused me. Today I will repay it 100-fold. His words dripped with anger, each one dripping with the intent to utterly crush Xiao Xingyu. With a flick of his hand, Wang Yin drew a slip of paper from the lock container. As he unfolded it, his eyes gleamed when he saw the name written on it, Xiao Xingyu. A smug grin appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "Perfect. This works out just right." Wang Yin just happened to draw Xiao Xingyu's name, instantly sparking a wave of discussion throughout the arena. Everyone knew that Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yin had become bitter enemies from the first day of school, and now they were about to face off once again. It was a clash of inevitable rivals. However, Xiao Xingyu knew this wasn't a coincidence. He was well aware that Wang Yin had already taped his name to the inside of the lock container, ensuring that he would be drawn. The purpose was clear. Wang Yin wanted to take this opportunity to get revenge. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but smirk, his mind racing as he recognized Wang Yan's scheme. As he stepped onto the arena, Wang Yan's face was contorted with rage. Pointing directly at Xiao Xingyu, he yelled, "Xiao Xingyu, after this match, I'll personally cripple your beast." His voice was dripping with threat and malice, as though he had already foreseen his victory. In the face of Wang Yan's provocation, Xiao Xingyu only smiled faintly. To him, this battle wasn't just about revenge on Wang Yin, it was about avenging his fall from the cliff. Since Wang Yin would stop at nothing, Xiao Xingyu saw this as the perfect opportunity to settle the score. The 7th match of the arena battle was about to begin, and both Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yin stepped onto the stage simultaneously. The atmosphere in the stands immediately grew tense to the extreme. The clash between these two enemies was set to shake the arena to its core. Xiao Xingyu's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Many young girls screamed their hearts out, cheering for him, their voices almost drowning out the entire arena. However, Xiao Xingyu's expression remained calm, his demeanor unshaken by the fervent attention. In a corner of the stands, Murong Xinxin's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes deep and clear. Her brother, Murong Yangshua, turned to her in confusion and asked, "Sister, why are you staring at Xiao Xingyu? Does he have something special about him?" Murong Xinxin slowly withdrew her gaze and replied calmly, "Brother, don't you feel it? He's changed." Murong Yangshua looked puzzled. "Changed? What do you mean?" He glanced at her, still unsure. Murong Xinxin explained, since Xiao Xingyu was rescued after falling off the cliff, his aura has grown much stronger. It's as if he's hiding some secret. He wasn't weak before, but now there's a kind of power in him that can't be ignored. Her words carried a mix of contemplation and realization. Meanwhile, watching from the stands, Dean Su Ruyan furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of unease. She murmured to herself, "Xiao Xingyu, what exactly have you experienced in these few short days? That mysterious veil around you. I can no longer see through it." Her eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion, as if she was beginning to sense that there was more to Xiao Xingyu than met the eye. At that moment, the host, Yang Shui, stepped onto the center of the arena and announced clearly, "The first round, the 7th match, Xiao Xingyu versus Wang Yin. Let the match begin." As soon as her words were spoken, she waved the red flag, signaling the official start of the competition. With the red flag raised, the match officially began, and the tension in the air was palpable as all eyes focused on the two opponents. Wang Yin immediately took a few steps back, swiftly creating distance between himself and Xiao Xingyu. His movements were sharp and aggressive, while Xiao Xingyu remained unhurried, similarly retreating while calmly activating his Beast Master emblem. A howling wolf's cry echoed across the arena, and Hei Feng leaped from the emblem, standing proudly beside Xiao Xingyu. The wolf's form was fierce and majestic, exuding a dominating presence that seemed to shake the air itself. Wang Yin was equally unyielding. He quickly summoned his own beast, the 6-clawed rift leopard. The beast was massive, its claws sharp as iron hooks, and its aura was fierce and overwhelming, ready to tear through anything in its path. Meanwhile, the electronic screen above the arena displayed the detailed data of both beasts, allowing the entire audience to see their abilities at a glance, heightening the tension in the air. However, Murong Xinshin's gaze remained locked on the data of the Hellstorm Wind Wolf, and when she saw the numbers, her eyes widened in shock. This aura is off, she thought. Given the Hellstorm Wind Wolf's current aura, its level shouldn't be just Phase 1. But the beast tester didn't make a mistake. It says its level is indeed Phase 1. Her heart raced, and she quietly analyzed. The only possibility is that Xiao Xingyu deliberately suppressed the Hellstorm Wind Wolf's level, attempting to break through to a higher rank during the match. This is a risky move, but it also shows how determined he is to win this fight. Murong Xinshin couldn't help but think, this guy has guts. Qinglong Academy is probably too small to hold such a genius. A mix of respect and concern filled her heart, as she worried about the trouble such a talent could bring. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The six-clawed rift leopard suddenly leaped into the air, opening its massive mouth, charging directly toward the Hellstorm Wind Wolf. The six-clawed rift leopard's claws were like sharp blades, aiming straight for Heifeng. Every swipe was full of destructive force, as if it could tear everything apart. However, Heifeng reacted quickly, its body flashing as it easily dodged this deadly strike, completely unharmed. The six-clawed rift leopard didn't stop its attack. Instead, it gathered a heavy concentration of ice elemental power in its mouth and unleashed its battle skill Cold Sky Break. Snow and ice swirled like a blizzard, rushing toward Heifeng, and the chill in the air made it seem as if the temperature dropped instantly. Heifeng, however, reacted with lightning speed. Without hesitation, it activated the battle skill Shadow Stealth, and its form disappeared into the ground in the blink of an eye, successfully avoiding the freezing onslaught. The clash of ice and fire on the arena made the battle more intense, and the atmosphere in the stands grew more heated. Whenever the six-clawed rift leopard unleashed its ice skills, the audience quickly pulled on thick winter jackets to protect themselves from the cold. But when Heifeng counterattacked with fiery techniques, the heat had everyone stripping off their coats in a hurry. The battle was far from over. Just as the six-clawed rift leopard was preparing its next attack, Heifeng quietly moved beneath the ground and suddenly reappeared behind the six-clawed rift leopard at an incredible speed. Without hesitation, Heifeng unleashed its killing move, **Hell Roar***. The intense heat of this attack spread rapidly, engulfing the entire arena in a fiery inferno that scorched everything in its path. Although the six-clawed rift leopard tried to evade by moving swiftly, it was not quick enough. It was hit by the searing flames, suffering several burns on its body, leaving it badly scorched and in a pitiful state. The dramatic temperature changes in the stands caused chaos among the audience. Many hurriedly pulled out ice lollies to cool down, while others hastily stripped off their jackets, shivering from the heat, creating a lively, chaotic scene. On the commentary stage, Yang Shui, dressed in shorts and a padded jacket, wiped the sweat from her brow while excitedly saying, "This battle is absolutely thrilling. One moment it's freezing cold, the next moment it's sweltering hot. It's like experiencing the changing of the seasons all at once." At this moment, Xiao Xingyu calmly issued his command. "Heifeng, use Silent Claw." His voice was steady and firm, as if he had already foreseen the turning point. Suddenly, a massive black wolf-shaped shadow appeared above Heifeng's head, exuding an overwhelming presence. The shadow, like the head of a giant wolf, loomed over the arena, exuding an aura of immense power. The shadow swiftly slashed with its claws, releasing Silent Claw. 13 sharp claw strikes landed with perfect precision, each one hitting the six-clawed rift leopard and causing a 3-second silence effect. The six-clawed rift leopard was hit repeatedly, letting out cries of pain. Its movements became slower and more sluggish, as the effects of the silence took hold, preventing it from retaliating effectively. A loud gasp rose from the audience, followed by mocking laughter. Look at the six-clawed rift leopard. It can't even use its skills properly. Just look at its pathetic appearance. It's exactly like its master, Wang Yan. The kind of beast matches the kind of master. The jeering made the atmosphere even more charged with hostility. Wang Yan's face turned ashen upon hearing these harsh taunts, his anger barely contained. His teeth clenched tightly, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Xingyu, shouting, "Xiao Xingyu, do you think I'll fall in the same place twice? Next, I'll make sure you have no chance to fight back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yan made a special gesture toward the six-clawed rift leopard. The movement was quick and subtle, as if delivering a secret command. The six-clawed rift leopard seemed to understand the order, suddenly opening its mouth wide and crushing a pill hidden deep in its molars. Asterisk, asterisk, berserker pill, asterisk, asterisk. A forbidden substance that was strictly prohibited in the competition. The moment the pill shattered, the six-clawed rift leopard's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Its muscles swelled, its eyes turned blood red, and it seemed to be infused with limitless strength. Its body suddenly expanded by half, with sharp ice-like bone spurs protruding from its body, emitting an intense cold that froze the air around it. It felt as though the temperature had plummeted to sub-zero levels in an instant. With a furious roar, the six-clawed rift leopard gathered a surge of frosty energy in its mouth and unleashed a lightning-fast beam of cold light aimed directly at Heifeng. The beam shot forward like a meteor, freezing the air in its wake with a sharp, biting sound. After consuming the berserker pill, the six-clawed rift leopard's strength surged drastically, and the entire arena was instantly sealed in ice. The ground became as slick as an ice rink, making it almost impossible to maintain balance. The biting cold made it difficult to breathe. Next, the six-clawed rift leopard released its battle skill, Ice Crystal Formation. It used itself as the center, and the surrounding area quickly formed countless shards of ice, instantly creating a vast ice crystal barrier that sealed off the entire battlefield. Witnessing this, Xiao Xingyu furrowed his brow, instinctively activating his demon god's eye. Through the mystical eye, he could clearly sense the strange aura emanating from the six-clawed rift leopard. It was clear that the beast's rapid surge in power was due to the forbidden drug, which allowed it to become so powerful in such a short time. Seeing such underhanded tactics, Xiao Xingyu's anger flared uncontrollably. Wang Yin, in order to win, you actually forced your own beast to take forbidden drugs. His voice was filled with rage that could no longer be suppressed. Wang Yin only sneered upon hearing this and made no response. His eyes were cold as he immediately commanded the six-clawed rift leopard to unleash Ice Blade Storm, as though he cared little for Xiao Xingyu's anger. In an instant, the ice blades poured down like a torrential rain, sweeping toward Heifeng. The flames on Heifeng's body slowly extinguished, and the beast's fur stiffened, suffering multiple cuts from the ice blades, blood dripping from the wounds. Watching Heifeng gradually falter, Xiao Xingyu's mind raced to come up with a countermeasure. However, Wang Yan's relentless attack showed no signs of stopping, determined to crush him completely. Wang Yan didn't relent, ordering the six-clawed rift leopard to continuously release ice flames and shattered ice hammer, denying Xiao Xingyu any chance to breathe. A massive ice hammer, burning with deep blue flames, quickly formed in the air and shot toward Heifeng with astonishing speed, leaving it no time to react. A deafening crash followed as the ice hammer slammed into the arena, raising a cloud of dust and scattering shards of ice, filling the air with bone-chilling cold. Heifeng's body was completely frozen in the ice pit, losing all its ability to retaliate, standing motionless as the cold continued to freeze it from within. The audience erupted into a wave of gasps, many exclaiming, "How did the six-clawed rift leopard suddenly become so strong? Xiao Xingyu is definitely going to lose this time." Their eyes were filled with confusion and worry. Wang Yin, hearing these comments, smirked with smug satisfaction. He taunted, "Xiao Xingyu, last time on the arena, I let you win. This time, you're seeing the true strength of this young master." On the judges' panel, Wang Dongsheng wore a smug grin, turning to Su Ruyin with confidence. "Su Din, my son's talent is no less than Xiao Xingyu's. Please take good care of him." He seemed to already believe that victory was in his grasp. However, Su Ruyin remained calm, her heart sneering coldly. The sudden increase in strength of the six-clawed rift leopard clearly results from the use of forbidden drugs. This father and son pair are truly ignorant and foolish, thinking they can hide the truth with such cheap tricks. On the arena, Heifeng was trapped in the ice pit, and the battle seemed completely one-sided in favor of Wang Yin. The outcome seemed all but decided. The commentator, Yang Shui, spoke with a serious tone, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Xiao Xingyu is in a very unfavorable situation now. If this continues, Heifeng may lose terribly and possibly suffer permanent side effects. Has the outcome already been sealed? Just as everyone was worried about Xiao Xingyu, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his lips. His voice was low and filled with confidence. "Do you really think Heifeng didn't improve after hunting over 100 magical beasts in the southern mountain?" His eyes glinted with cold light, as if everything had already been under his control. After speaking, he gave a calm order. "Heifeng, unleash Hellfire Lotus." In an instant, a dark flame ignited beneath He Feng's feet, resembling the ember of an abyssal fire, quietly blooming in the darkness. The next second, a loud explosion of ice echoed as the flames surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire arena in a scorching heat wave. The air was thick with pressure, making it almost impossible to breathe. Wang Yin was stunned and quickly ordered the six-clawed rift leopard to retreat. But the flames were spreading too fast, and the situation was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. However, He Feng didn't stop. It exhaled several streams of black fire that quickly formed into a blazing lotus, growing larger with the swirling wind and exuding an intimidating power. On the judges' panel, Su Ruyan's eyes narrowed, and she whispered, "To think he can use a technique meant only for fully evolved beasts. Xiao Xingyu's potential is truly immeasurable." There was a trace of both surprise and admiration in her gaze. In contrast, Wang Dongxing's smug expression had disappeared, replaced by a dark frown. This kid is growing too quickly. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. His fists tightened, feeling the looming threat. On the arena, Xiao Xingyu stood firm, his brows furrowed, and he shouted loudly, "Hellfire Lotus!" With his command, the massive fire lotus surged forward like a burning mountain, crashing towards the six-clawed rift leopard with overwhelming force. The intense heat radiated outward, leaving no space untouched. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air, and the arena was consumed by a sea of fire. The violent flames even lifted the ground, scattering debris and sending ripples through the atmosphere. The six-clawed rift leopard's anguished howls echoed from deep within the firestorm, struggling in vain. After a long moment, the smoke and dust began to clear. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Every eye was fixed on Xiao Xingyu, the atmosphere thick with shock and anticipation. After a moment, Yang Shui from the commentary booth finally broke the silence, excitedly shouting, "Winner Xiao Xingyu!" Her voice rang through the air, filled with uncontainable excitement. As her words echoed, a tsunami of cheers swept through the arena, with many shouting, "This Hellfire Lotus is terrifying. It's too strong." The crowd was completely swept up in the intensity of the battle. At that moment, the data on the electronic screen suddenly shifted, and the information on He Feng changed drastically, its level jumping from the initial stage directly to level 3. Yang Shui, still thrilled, shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, Xiao Xingyu has made history in the Qinglong Academy rookie rankings. For the first time ever, a beast has risen 2 levels in the arena, and the one who made this miracle happen is none other than Xiao Xingyu." He had successfully secured his first victory in the freshman ranking tournament. Before him, the six-clawed sky-splitting leopard lay lifeless in the ruins of the arena, its body covered in blood and broken bones, evidence of the brutal battle it had just endured. Clearly, he was quite pleased with the result, a slight, confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. He gently stroked Black Fang's sleek fur. Despite the exhaustion from hunting dozens of magical beasts in the South Mountain, Black Fang's eyes still gleamed with unwavering spirit. Just days ago, it had faced off against a lava lion-tiger beast in a life-or-death battle. This harrowing experience had brought Black Fang to the edge of a breakthrough, so close to evolving it could almost taste it. This time, he had intentionally used the six-clawed sky-splitting leopard's powerful ice element techniques to counter Black Fang's abilities, forcing it into a near-death situation. It was all part of his plan to push Black Fang beyond its limits and facilitate a true rebirth. He knew that only through the harshest of trials would Black Fang be able to undergo its transformation. Meanwhile, at the judges' table, Su Ruoyan calmly watched the agitated Wang Dongsheng, her expression unreadable. She spoke softly, her voice carrying an unshakable authority. "Everything requires evidence. So where is the evidence?" He furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of unease creeping in. He knew that Su Ruoyan wasn't just questioning for the sake of it. She was trying to uncover something hidden. What trick was she playing now? He had to go see for himself. He couldn't afford to take any chances. Hearing Su Ruoyan's challenge, Wang Dongxing's anger flared. He pointed to the six-clawed, sky-splitting leopard's lifeless body on the arena floor, his voice trembling with rage. "The rules of the competition are clear. Only a finishing blow counts. The six-clawed, sky-splitting leopard is dead on the arena. Isn't that the evidence?" Wang Dongxing's words, backed by his position as vice dean, immediately gained the support of other school leaders. Although Xiao Xingyu is talented, his methods are ruthless and unforgivable. He must not be allowed to continue. If there are real concerns about his character, he should be expelled without mercy. "Dean, you can't shield him." Under the pressure from all sides, Su Ruoyan remained unfazed, her voice calm but resolute. The Academy will thoroughly investigate and provide a fair account. However, until the truth is revealed, if anyone attempts to frame my student, I will not let them go lightly. Without hesitation, she issued a command, her tone filled with authority. Someone bring the body of the six-clawed, sky-splitting leopard here. Have the beast doctor perform an autopsy immediately. Her voice carried a strength that made it clear no one would dare defy her. Several beast doctors quickly arrived at the scene and began to examine the six-clawed, sky-splitting leopard's injuries. Their expressions were serious, and their movements were careful, as if afraid of missing any key details. The air was thick with tension as everyone watched them closely. Su Ruoyan quietly observed from the side, her gaze sharp as ever. She asked calmly, "What have you found?" Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. After a brief pause, one of the beast doctors stood up and spoke with a grave expression. The six-clawed sky-splitting leopard died due to severe internal bleeding. It was most likely caused by Hellfire Lotus. His words instantly made the atmosphere even more oppressive, and all eyes were on him. Wang Dongsheng, upon hearing this diagnosis, secretly smirked, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He was glad that he had preemptively bribed the Academy's beast doctors, knowing full well that the Dean would take such measures. "Dean, did you hear that?" Wang Dongsheng said proudly, a smug grin on his face. "Even the doctors are saying it." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a chill run through him. He turned to see Xiao Xingyu walking up with a cold expression, interrupting him. "Vice Dean Wang," Xiao said icily, "which murder would strike in full view of everyone?" "Moreover," he continued, "my Black Fang's Hellfire Lotus attack is a soul-burning technique that does not affect the internal organs. Severe internal bleeding like this is usually caused by toxins." His words were concise and forceful. The surrounding school leaders fell silent and began whispering. "Xiao Xingyu is right. There's no need to make a move under such public scrutiny." Sensing a subtle shift in public opinion, Wang Dongxing's face grew tense. He quickly turned to the beast doctor. "So, doctor, are you sure about your diagnosis? Think carefully before you speak. I advise you not to ruin your future for petty gains," Wang Dongxing added coldly, his eyes gleaming with a threatening light. The beast doctor's expression turned uneasy, clearly not expecting things to escalate so quickly. Xiao Xingyu flashed a knowing smile and looked at Su Ruoyan. "This is a serious matter. I request a blood test for the six-clawed sky-splitting leopard to confirm the diagnosis." His tone was calm but resolute, with an underlying firmness that made it clear he wouldn't back down. Su Ruoyan immediately agreed, her expression unflinching. "Proceed." The beast doctors returned to the six-clawed sky-splitting leopard's body and began using specialized instruments to conduct the blood test, the tension in the air once again thickening. 10 minutes later, a beast doctor hurried over to Su Ruoyan, holding the test report tightly, his face tense with anxiety. He seemed a bit unsteady as he approached. Seeing his hesitation, Su Ruoyan's eyes flashed with impatience, and she sternly warned, "Report truthfully." The beast doctor swallowed nervously before finally saying aloud, "The six-clawed sky-splitting leopard died from the effects of the violent pill." His words hit like a bombshell, causing an immediate stir in the room. Wang Yin, upon hearing this, immediately shouted at the beast doctor, "You quack. Stop making baseless accusations." As he kneeled, he pleaded, "Dean, you have to believe me. I didn't give Bingyan the violent pill." His voice was filled with desperation and anxiety. Meanwhile, the beast doctor handed the test report to Su Ruoyan and quietly said, "This is the test result. The six-clawed sky-splitting leopard did indeed consume the violent pill. Though the pill increases strength, it causes severe backlash." Su Ruoyan coldly stared at the test report, her gaze sharp and piercing like a dagger. Her voice was as cold as ice as she said, "The evidence is clear. Do you still want to deny it?" Each word struck Wang Yin like a hammer to the chest. Wang Yan's face turned pale, his eyes shifting nervously toward Wang Dongsheng, as if he had found his last lifeline. The surrounding school leaders whispered among themselves, "Vice Dean Wang's son is so ruthless. How could he harm his own beast like this? Who would have thought it was this heartless and ungrateful man?" As a father, Wang Dongxing couldn't just watch his son be abandoned. He quickly turned to Su Ruoyan, pleading for one last chance for Wang Yin. "Dean, could you give my son another chance? After all, he's my son. You can't ruin his future because of a momentary mistake." Before he could finish, Su Ruoyan cut him off coldly. "Vice Dean Wang, don't forget your position. You are not only a father, but also the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy." Her words were firm, revealing his dual role in this matter without any hint of mercy. With a steely gaze, she continued, "If you wish to turn a blind eye, then leave Qinglong Academy with your son." Her words hit like a hammer, and Wang Dongsheng was left speechless. Faced with the pressure of public opinion and the situation, Wang Dongsheng had no choice but to lower his head, accepting his fate. He knew there was nothing more to be done. Wang Yin violated school rules by secretly giving his beast the violent pill, and the consequences were inevitable. The decision to expel him from the academy was final. It was a thunderous blow, one that left Wang Yin gasping for air. Upon hearing the decision, Wang Yan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. His voice trembled as he asked, "Dad, are you really going to expel me too?" His eyes were filled with pain and despair, unable to comprehend that his father would make such a decision. Wang Dongsheng leaned close to Wang Yan's ear and whispered, "The matter of the violent pill is indisputable, and we have no choice but to compromise. Son, I will avenge you." His words were filled with deep anger and determination, but it did nothing to change the outcome. He then coldly ordered, "Someone throw this treacherous person out of the academy." His voice was filled with fury and authority, a thunderous command that left no room for argument. The farce finally came to an end, and the competition resumed. After a day of fierce competition, the top 8 from the 600 new participants were soon determined. These 8 will battle for their rankings and glory in tomorrow's arena challenge. With Xiao Xingyu successfully advancing to the top 8, discussions inside and outside the arena grew more intense. "Xiao Xingyu is truly the dark horse of this year's freshman," one spectator marveled. Another quickly agreed. "Yeah, someone with no background at all making it to the top 8. It's almost like he's been on a power trip straight into the finals." These comments were followed by waves of admiration. Then someone mentioned the match between Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yin. "Did you all see Xiao Xingyu's match with Wang Yin? Both of them just forfeited." This sparked another round of discussions among the crowd. At this moment, Mu Rong Yangshua turned to his younger sister, Mu Rong Xinxin, with a hint of concern in his voice. "Xinxin, Xiao Xingyu made it to the top 8. Remember how he took so many of your resources during the Nan Mountain trial? If I run into him tomorrow, I'll make sure to avenge you." His words were calm, but there was an undercurrent of fury in them. Mu Rong Xinxin, looking at Xiao Xingyu's name on the list, shook her head slightly, her expression complicated. "No, brother, I don't need you to avenge me," she said firmly. "In fact, I hope to face Xiao Xingyu in the arena tomorrow. I want to defeat him with my own hands." Her voice was resolute, and her eyes glinted with a desire to prove herself. At that moment, Wu Xingyu came running over, his face alight with excitement. "Xiaoji, good news! You've made it to the top 8. He clapped Xiao Xingyu on the shoulder, beaming. "That Hellfire Lotus move was so cool that even Dean Su Ruoyan was stunned. To celebrate your success, I'll treat you to barbecue on the back street later." Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but smile, his mood lifted by the news. However, in the distance, Wang Dongsheng watched the scene between Xiao Xingyu and Wu Xingyu, his face darkening. Anger surged in his heart, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "Don't celebrate too early. Xiao Xingyu, when you get home, let's see if you're still smiling." His voice was filled with threat and fury, hinting at a dark outcome. As night fell, Xiao Xingyu and his roommates finished their barbecue and were walking home, eager to tell his sister the good news of making it to the top 8. However, when he opened the door, he was shocked by the scene before him. The house was in complete disarray, as if it had been hit by a storm. His heart skipped a beat, and his first thought was that someone had broken in. He rushed into the living room, desperately searching for his sister and Shi Ming to make sure they were safe. But what greeted him was Shi Ming, curled up under the desk, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing Xiao Xingyu return home, Shi Ming immediately ran into his arms, bursting into tears. "Brother, Ruoshua's sister was taken by a masked man, and he left a letter." Xiao Xingyu gently lowered his body, softly patting Shi Ming's back. Ming, don't cry. Ruoshua's sister will be fine. We'll get her back." He took the letter from Shi Ming's hands and quickly opened it. The paper contained only one short line. "If you want to save your sister, come to Nan Mountain." Xiao Xingyu raised an eyebrow, already suspecting the mastermind was the Wang family father and son. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu decided that he must rush to Nan Mountain as fast as possible. No matter the dangers that awaited him, he wouldn't back down. Although the letter was brief, it was enough for Xiao Xingyu to confirm that the enemy was Wang Dongsheng. Moments later, Xiao Xingyu arrived at the mountaintop and saw his sister, Xiao Ruoshua, half lying under a tree. Fortunately, she was just unconscious and wasn't in life-threatening danger. At this moment, A mysterious figure cloaked in black robes stepped out from behind the tree and coldly said, "Stop shouting. Your sister isn't dead yet." Xiao Xingyu couldn't be bothered with more words, responding flatly, "Let her go." The mysterious figure sneered, "Aren't you curious about my identity?" Xiao Xingyu's gaze turned calm and profound, and he whispered, "Recently, the only one who has a grudge against me is Wang Yan, but he doesn't have the guts or the ability to kidnap someone. You must be his father, Wang Dongsheng." Upon hearing this, Wang Dongsheng ripped off his hood, revealing a face that looked like a scholarly villain. His sinister laughter echoed through the empty mountaintop. Wang Dongsheng mocked, "Xiao Xingyu, it seems not only are you talented, but your mind is more mature than that of your peers. If you were my son, I would certainly make you the strongest beast tamer in Dragon Nation." He paused, his eyes flashing coldly. "Unfortunately, my son was expelled from Qinglong Academy because of you. His beast died in the arena, turning him into a citywide joke. What's worse is that because of this stain, no beast tamer guild will ever accept him. As a father, I'm here to make him pay." After finishing his words, Wang Dongsheng summoned his beast, and the array beneath his feet erupted with intense energy. A gigantic black bear appeared, its thick skin like steel, holding a 5-meter-long hammer. It stared at Xiao Xingyu, exuding an overwhelming presence. The bear was always in its dominant body state, able to release skills without interference and nullify any control abilities from its enemies. Wang Dongsheng was full of confidence, his eyes filled with disdain for Xiao Xingyu. He smugly said, "A 1-star beast tamer against a beast king-type beast. Xiao Xingyu, your life ends here." However, Xiao Xingyu was completely unfazed, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Vice President Wang, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Wang Dongsheng snorted coldly and taunted, "What, are you planning to summon your little dog to fight my rock magic giant bear?" Xiao Xingyu remained calm, raising his hand to activate his beast tamer emblem. "Who says I only have one beast?" As Xiao Xingyu gave the signal, dark clouds gathered above, and lightning crackled, as if an angry deity was descending from the heavens. Wang Dongsheng's smile instantly froze, and a terrifying aura spread, weighing down the air around them. At that moment, Dailu yawned lazily and appeared beside Xiao Xingyu. "Why summon this emperor? You're disturbing my beauty sleep. Master, you better think about how you'll compensate this emperor." Xiao Xingyu casually pointed at the rock magic giant bear beside Wang Dongsheng and said, "Kill this bear." Dailu lazily glanced at the bear and said, "So, once I deal with this bear, I can continue sleeping, right?" Xiao Xingyu nodded slightly and said, "Exactly, sleep as long as you like." At this point, Wang Dongsheng was drenched in cold sweat, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Dailu, his mind descending into chaos. He quickly ordered the rock magic giant bear to attack. With a furious roar, the bear raised its enormous hammer and swung it at Dailu. However, Dailu's gaze suddenly became sharp, and her innate skill, the Calamity Eyes, activated in an instant. The powerful energy rapidly engulfed the entire mountain range, and the rock magic giant bear's movements froze, its massive body stiffening before transforming into a stone statue, unable to move. Though Wang Dongsheng was a 6-star beast tamer, he was now in a panic, completely rattled by the situation. He stared at Dailu, his eyes filled with terror. "Nine-tailed fox, you're the Beast Empress Fox from the National Wanted List. Xiao Xingyu, you're the contractor of the Nine-tailed fox? You signed a blood contract with it? If this is exposed..." Xiao Xingyu suddenly smirked, cutting off Wang Dongsheng's words with a cold voice. "Since I summoned the nine-tailed fox in front of you, it means I never planned on letting you leave this mountain alive." Upon hearing this, Wang Dongsheng's fear intensified. He quickly released his spiritual energy, struggling to regain control. "You brat, the difference between a 1-star and a 6-star isn't something a single beast can bridge." As soon as the words left his mouth, the rock magic giant bear glowed with a dazzling red light, breaking free from the petrification and charging towards Dailu with a furious roar. Seeing the rock magic giant bear recover, Wang Dongsheng's expression turned smug again as he said, "No matter how strong the nine-tailed fox is, it can't change the fact that you're just a 1-star beast tamer. Your meager spiritual energy can't possibly command the nine-tailed fox." A confident smile reappeared on Wang Dongsheng's face, and he sneered, "Soon, you'll understand that the gap between a 1-star and a 6-star is unbridgeable." With that, he raised his hand and released his spiritual energy once more, commanding the rock magic giant bear to activate its strongest technique, Flame Demon Armor. In an instant, the ground beneath the rock magic giant bear shattered, and an overwhelming pressure erupted in all directions. Surrounding rocks fused together, forming a heavy armor that covered the bear's entire body. After putting on the armor, the rock magic giant bear's body swelled 5 times in size, its massive head piercing through the clouds. One stomp could flatten the entire mountain peak. The dense fog surrounding the armor made Xiao Xingyu feel a physical discomfort, but he remained calm and analyzed the situation. What he hadn't anticipated was that the rock magic giant bear was a dark attribute beast. Dark attribute beasts feed on human blood or the blood of other giant beasts. Xiao Xingyu suddenly understood, his eyes flashing with anger as he coldly stared at Wang Dongsheng. He was filled with injustice. 5 years ago, many low-level beasts had disappeared in Longyin City, and now he realized it was Wang Dongsheng's doing. A red skull appeared on Wang Dongsheng's face, and he shamelessly mocked, "Dying at the jaws of my rock magic giant bear is their honor." Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu's shock didn't come from Wang Dongsheng's power, but from the Red Skull Guild mark he saw on Wang Dongsheng's face. The Red Skull Guild, one of the 5 dark guilds, specializes in cultivating dark attribute beasts. Their actions go against the very essence of beast tamers and harm others. Xiao Xingyu spoke coldly. If the world knew that the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy is secretly a member of the Red Skull Guild, what do you think would happen? Wang Dongsheng sneered dismissively, saying, "Since I've exposed my true identity in front of you, it means you're destined not to leave this mountain alive." At this point, Dailu's expression grew serious, and she anxiously reminded, "Master, with your current spiritual energy reserves, I can't activate any techniques." A glint of determination flashed in Xingyu's eyes as he took out a dragon spirit pill from the system warehouse and swallowed it without hesitation. The effects were instantaneous. He coldly said, "Don't worry, Xiao Xingyu never fights a battle with less than 100% certainty." As the pill took effect, a wave of heat surged through his body, and his spiritual energy began to grow rapidly, as though a torrent had burst forth. If his spiritual energy had previously been like a stagnant pond, now it had transformed into a roaring lake, enough to allow Dailu to unleash a powerful technique. Wang Dongsheng, seeing this, sneered and immediately commanded the rock magic giant bear to attack. The rock magic giant bear raised its massive paw, dark mist and red energy swirling around it, and charged at Xiao Xingyu with overwhelming force, like a collapsing mountain or a raging tsunami. Unfazed by the attack, Xiao Xingyu quickly formed a hand seal and coldly shouted, "Dailu." In an instant, Dailu appeared before Xiao Xingyu with lightning speed, blocking the deadly strike from the rock magic giant bear. However, the rock magic giant bear did not stop. With a roar, it leaped high into the air, swinging its massive iron hammer with enough force to shatter a mountain. If Xiao Xingyu took the hit head-on, he would be reduced to nothing more than a pile of flesh. In this critical moment, Xiao Xingyu decisively ordered, "Dailu, unleash the technique." Bloodthirsty crossbow. In an instant, Dailu's figure grew even more fearsome. The 9-tailed fox's form erupted with violet flames, its body rising from the ground, exuding an aura that made the very earth tremble. The 9-tailed fox let out an earth-shattering roar. The clouds above dissipated, and in their place appeared a massive blood-red eyeball, radiating an aura of death. The pupil of the blood-red eye clearly took the shape of an arrow, locking onto the rock magic giant bear's heart, as if pointing to its inevitable doom. Then, with a sharp whoosh, the arrow shot out like a meteor, cutting through the air, the terrifying power splitting the sky in two as if tearing apart the atmosphere. The arrow pierced the rock magic giant bear's chest, and blood erupted from its body, its heart stopping suddenly as its massive form crumpled to the ground like a lifeless puppet. However, the arrow did not stop. It continued to fly, piercing through the body of the rock magic giant bear and heading straight for Wang Dongsheng, who was hiding behind it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dongsheng was pierced through the heart by the arrow. In his final moments, Wang Dongsheng's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. He could not understand why Xiao Xingyu, with only a little over 1,000 spiritual power, was able to control the Beast Emperor 9-tailed fox and unleash such a powerful technique. At the moment of his death, strange black-red flames erupted from his wound and spread rapidly. The intense pain caused Wang Dongsheng to lose his footing, falling straight down the mountain, his body turning into a beautiful yet deadly black-red fire, turning to ash. Watching the defeated enemy, Xiao Xingyu felt a flicker of triumph, but he was also overwhelmed with exhaustion and dizziness. As the dragon spirit pill's effects continued to take hold, Xiao Xingyu's breath became erratic. Sweat beads covered his forehead, and his physical weakness was far more severe than he had anticipated. His eyelids grew heavier, and the image of Dailu in his vision became increasingly blurry until he finally lost consciousness and collapsed. Dailu, seeing this, panicked. She rushed to Xiao Xingyu's side, slapped his face twice, and shouted anxiously, "Master, you can't sleep. Xiao Xingyu, wake up!" At that moment, Dailu suddenly heard footsteps behind her, accompanied by an incredibly terrifying aura. Even with her beast emperor form, Dailu had no time to react. As soon as she turned, a cold, jade-like hand grasped her throat. To her shock, the one who had seized her throat was none other than Xiao Xingyu's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. At this moment, Xiao Ruoxue emanated a boundless, overwhelming dragon power, her presence as terrifying as a landslide or tsunami, leaving Dailu frozen in place. Xiao Ruoxue swiftly stepped forward and squeezed Dailu's throat. Dailu attempted to struggle, but found herself completely powerless to resist. With a cold, indifferent expression, Xiao Ruoxue spoke in a low voice. "Nine-tailed fox, you are a beast emperor-level beast, yet you actually signed a contract with my brother." Dailu's heart raced wildly, her face filled with shock and terror. She was horrified to realize that the dragon power emanating from Xiao Ruoxue was so immense that it filled her with an overwhelming fear, leaving her unable to move, as if suffocating under an unshakable pressure. Dailu curiously asked, "Aren't you Xiao Xingyu's real sister? How do you possess dragon power? What exactly are you?" Before she could finish her words, Xiao Ruoxue suddenly released her grip on Dailu's throat and made a quiet gesture with her finger. Dailu nodded slightly, not daring to react in the slightest. Xiao Ruoxue spoke softly. "My identity is none of your concern. For now, I am just Xiao Xingyu's sister." After saying this, Xiao Ruoxue lowered her head and looked at the unconscious Xiao Xingyu, then began to channel a continuous flow of dragon power into his body. Dailu stood behind her, her expression slightly worried. "Is he all right?" Xiao Ruoxue answered indifferently. He must have taken a drug that boosts spiritual power temporarily, but it triggered a backlash of side effects. "Don't worry, he's fine. With 3 days of rest, he will recover." Hearing this, Dailu finally sighed in relief, knowing that if Xiao Xingyu were to die, her position as a beast master would also vanish. Xiao Ruoxue withdrew her dragon power and slowly stood up, her gaze cold and unyielding. As she walked to the edge of the cliff, her powerful dragon power once again expanded in all directions. She parted her crimson lips slightly, as if chanting some ancient melody. Colorless and formless, the dragon power spread with the sound waves, quickly enveloping the entire mountain. Soon after, the fires on the mountain were extinguished, and the collapsed peaks from the battle returned to their original state. The broken trees, withered flowers, and scorched earth. Every trace of the battle vanished in an instant. Dailu's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the technique, Dragon's Whisper, a unique skill of purebred dragons. By chanting a specific melody, it could restore all things in the world. In the blink of an eye, Yinnan Mountain was restored to its previous tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Xiao Ruoxue stopped chanting and coldly gazed at the scenery below the cliff, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips. All traces, including Wang Dongxing's corpse and the natural stench of your nine-tailed fox clan, have been erased. Except for you, me, and Xiao Xingyu, no one will ever know what happened tonight. At this moment, Dailu noticed faint platinum-colored dragon scales appearing on Xiao Ruoxue's cheek. Her heart skipped a beat, realizing that this was extraordinary. Only one dragon in the purebred dragon race had platinum-colored scales. As Dailu muttered to herself, Xiao Ruoxue's expression suddenly became extremely cold. She coldly said, "Shut up." At that moment, a platinum-colored dragon head appeared behind Xiao Ruoxue. Its expression was fierce, and its gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Dailu. Xiao Ruoxue's voice was icy and full of threat. "I don't care about your status as a fugitive from the Dragon Kingdom, but since you've bound yourself to my brother through a blood pact, do not harbor any ill intentions. Assist him well in the future, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I'll immediately cut off your 9 tails." Dailu knew that Xiao Ruoxue's words were not idle threats. Her heart raced as she immediately nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiao Ruoxue's gaze hardened as she added, "By the way, my brother still doesn't know my true identity. When he wakes up, don't say anything foolish." 3 days later, Xiao Xingyu finally woke up. The pain all over his body made him feel disoriented as he opened his eyes and saw himself lying on a bed, with his sister Xiao Ruoxue and Din Surian both sitting by his side, watching over him. Xiao Xingyu saw his sister Xiao Ruoxue leaning on him, her eyes filled with tears. Her voice choked as she said, "Xingyu, you're all right." Thank goodness. I was so worried. Seeing his sister like this, Xiao Xingyu quickly comforted her softly, though his mind was filled with questions. He cautiously asked, "What exactly happened that night?" Xiao Ruoxue gave a puzzled look and gently explained. "That night, when I woke up, I found myself already at Yinnan Mountain with you unconscious beside me. Though I didn't know what had happened, seeing you drenched in sweat, I immediately carried you down the mountain to get checked." Xiao Xingyu fully trusted his sister's explanation. He silently praised Dailu for being so reliable. She hadn't revealed her true identity, and she cleaned up the battlefield thoroughly without leaving a trace, not even raising his sister's suspicions. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Xingyu decided he would reward Lul when the time was right. At that moment, Su Ruyan suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Xingyu, you've been unconscious for 3 days, missing both the semifinals and finals of the newcomer rankings tournament, so it's considered that you voluntarily forfeited your spot. Now, the first place is Murong Xinxin and second is Murong Yangshua. However, you don't have to." Before she could finish, Xiao Xingyu suddenly interrupted her, his tone calm but tinged with doubt. "Dean Su, don't you find it strange that I ended up at Yinnan Mountain?" As soon as he asked the question, his heart raced, and despite trying to remain casual, he knew the atmosphere had become incredibly tense, as though the air had thickened. The atmosphere in the room became unusually eerie. The three of them harbored their own thoughts, sitting in silence, each silently testing the others. The tension was so thick it felt almost suffocating. Finally, Su Ruyan shook her head and sighed, her expression becoming serious as she said in a low voice, 3 days ago, the vice dean of Qinglong Academy, Wang Dongsheng, also went missing." Her words hit like a bomb, instantly causing Xiao Xingyu's expression to become grave. If anyone found out that he had personally killed the vice dean, the consequences would be unimaginable. His heartbeat quickened, and he could feel the weight of the air pressing down on him. Xiao Ruoxue, who had remained silent, now stared coldly at Su Ruyan, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The platinum-colored dragon claws on the back of her left hand had faintly started to emerge, as if waiting for the slightest signal. Her gaze was so cold it seemed to freeze the air, ready to strike at Su Ruyan without hesitation at the slightest threat. However, Su Ruyan seemed oblivious to the murderous aura and continued calmly. "But I will continue investigating this matter. I believe you are innocent. It's time to replace the vice dean of Qinglong Academy." Hearing this, both Xiao Xingyu and Xiao Ruoxue sighed in relief at the same time. They hadn't expected Su Ruyan to cover for them, and it seemed that Qinglong Academy would improve now that Wang Dongsheng, the toxic influence, was gone. Xiao Xingyu felt a sense of gratitude towards Su Ruyan rise in his chest. After a brief pause, Su Ruyan sat down beside the bed and continued, her expression now more serious. "I came here not only to check on your condition, but mainly to tell you about the Supernova Tournament. The Supernova Tournament is a top-tier event jointly hosted by the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu Beastmasters Academies, known as the ultimate battle for all Beastmasters Academies, attracting countless geniuses every year. Each academy must send 3 freshmen to compete, and these contestants are the most talented individuals from each academy, regarded as the elites among elites. In Qinglong Academy, when it comes to the top talent, the name Yi Xuangning immediately comes to mind. Her strength is almost unmatched, and even older, more experienced fighters give her the utmost respect. But in last year's Supernova Tournament, she was defeated by Li Muching from Baihu Academy, taking second place instead. This result shocked everyone, and Yi Xuangning lost much of her previous trust and admiration. Su Ruyan now looked at Xiao Xingyu with a burning gaze and spoke with firm determination. "I hope you can participate as one of the Academy's representatives and lead Qinglong Academy to reclaim our glory. It will also serve as compensation for you missing the newcomer rankings tournament." After hearing Su Ruyan's explanation, Xiao Xingyu's heart surged with excitement. His blood seemed to boil. "What are the conditions for participation?" he asked eagerly, his eyes filled with determination to challenge the best. Su Ruyan answered patiently. "There are only 2 conditions for participation. First, the contestant must have at least 2 Beastmasters under their command. Second, the contestant must be a 2-star Beastmaster." After saying this, Su Ruyan patted Xiao Xingyu's shoulder firmly, her tone resolute. "The tournament will begin next month. I believe you'll definitely obtain the qualification before then." Hearing these words, Xiao Xingyu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Thinking back on how Su Ruyan had taken care of him, he was more determined than ever not to disappoint her. A deep sense of responsibility stirred within him. Moreover, he was eager to find out just how powerful Baihu Academy, the one that had defeated Yi Xuangning, truly was. Xiao Xingyu's eyes gleamed with determination, and he answered without hesitation, Don't worry, Dean. The first place in the supernova tournament will definitely be mine. 1 week later, Xiao Xingyu had fully recovered. Late at night, when everything was quiet, he stealthily made his way to Nan Mountain. The contestants from last year's supernova tournament had each contracted at least 2 Beastmasters. While he also had 2, Dai Lu, being a nationwide fugitive, could not be summoned in public for combat. As for Haifeng, despite being a Hellgale Wolf, it was still only at the initial body phase, rank 3. Such strength was hardly enough to compete in a tournament of the supernova level. However, tonight's weather was unusually perfect, with the right timing, environment, and everything aligning perfectly. An ideal moment for Haifeng's breakthrough. Without further hesitation, he quickly activated the space ring. The Hellgale Wolf instantly appeared by his side, surrounded by blazing flames, the fire crackling and roaring as if trying to burn everything in its path. After a week of intense training, it was now ready for this transformation. Xiao Xingyu didn't waste time and immediately activated the space ring on his middle finger. Rare and expensive evolution materials began to materialize, glowing brilliantly. After Su Rian left earlier in the day, he had discharged from the hospital. Using his salary from his position as a Beastmaster doctor at the Sanxiong Guild, he had bought several fire-type nutrition supplements and rare evolution materials. Additionally, he had obtained a mature active magic beast crystal core as a reward for winning first place in the Nan Mountain trial. This would be an essential component for this evolution. He took out all the evolution materials one by one, his gaze focused, his belief strong. These materials were enough to help Haifeng evolve successfully, possibly even break through to the next stage. Haifeng opened its massive jaws and took a deep breath, devouring all the evolution materials in one go. In an instant, the flames burning on Haifeng's body raged uncontrollably, intensifying as if they would consume everything in sight. The temperature was so high that the surrounding air seemed to warp, and the entire forest was slowly turning into a raging inferno. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu immediately summoned Dai Lu. Haifeng's evolution has the risk of going astray. You need to protect us. At this moment, the black flames on Haifeng grew even denser, swirling like unbreakable demonic clouds. Every time a Beastmaster's beast undergoes an evolution, even if it doesn't die, it must endure immense pain, as if shedding a layer of skin, more excruciating than any battle. Dai Lu wasted no time, releasing a powerful red aura that surged around her, forming a solid protective shield around Haifeng to prevent the flames from causing more destruction to the surrounding environment. Xiao Xingyu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, collapsing to the ground. The soul resonance between him and Haifeng became so intense that he could feel Haifeng's suffering as if it were his own. Struggling to his feet, his heart filled with urgency, yet he forced himself to stay calm. He continuously cheered Haifeng on, silently chanting, "You can do it, Haifeng. You can do it." At the same time, he activated the eye of the demon god, his gaze turning cold and sharp as he checked the progress bar for Haifeng's evolution. The progress bar climbed at a visible speed, but when it hit 99%, it suddenly froze, as if blocked by an unseen force, unable to advance any further. Xiao Xingyu felt a surge of panic. His gaze tightened. Could the evolution have failed? If it had, Haifeng's life would be in danger. Just then, a purple wolf paw suddenly extended from the fiery sea, its claws crackling like thunder as they tore through the heated air. Immediately after, Haifeng leaped out of the flames, landing steadily on a rock. The once black flames now turned purple, burning fiercer than ever, and a mysterious rune-like mark appeared on his forehead, as if an indescribable power was awakening. In an instant, a new data panel appeared before Xiao Xingyu, clearly showing Haifeng's new status. Name: Hell Netherwolf level, mature body, bloodline. Hell Bloodline, Talent 1. Hellfire, can deal true damage to enemies, ignoring armor defense. Talent 2. Demon Power, enhances attack and defense, converting 50% of the damage dealt to enemies into the user's health. Attributes: Fire, Wind, Dark, Demon. Skills: Hellbind, Hell Roar, Shadow Stealth, Silent Claw, Judgment Blade. Haifeng successfully evolved into the Hell Nether Wolf, and as Xiao Xingyu gazed at the new data panel before him, his heart was filled with shock. This evolution not only brought Haifeng greater power, but also awakened an entirely new attribute, Demon Attribute, which meant Haifeng now possessed unprecedented strength. At this moment, a faint hellgate appeared behind Haifeng, and a dense aura of killing intent spread in all directions, as if the entire forest was enveloped in an inescapable oppressive pressure. The air itself felt heavier and more suffocating. Dai Lu was also stunned by this change. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, and she knew all too well how formidable the demon attribute was. It bestowed beasts with extraordinary offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as enhanced healing abilities. Such a beast could not be underestimated. Dai Lu couldn't help but remark, the demon attribute, truly an overwhelmingly powerful attribute. This kid is quite the extraordinary beast master. It's no wonder, though. After all, his sister is a monster herself. Xiao Xingyu was immersed in the joy of Heifeng's evolution, enjoying the fruits of this transformation, when he suddenly heard Dai Lu's reminder. Next, you'll need to contract another beast. What are your plans? This sentence instantly made Xiao Xingyu's expression turn serious. The situation had become clear. Only by seeking help from his aunt Qin Yinran could he successfully find a suitable beast. The next day, Xiao Xingyu told Qin Yinran about the supernova tournament, and to his surprise, she readily agreed to personally take him to a beast shop to choose one. Feeling a little embarrassed, he suggested, "Just give me an address. I'll go by myself." Qin Yinran smiled gently, her tone warm yet firm. "You're my brother. Your matters are mine too. It's just a beast after all." So, Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yinran went to the Meow Meow beast shop, the air inside filled with the mysterious aura of various magical beasts. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper, Luo Sanyang, immediately greeted them with a smile, her tone friendly. "Miss Qin, you're actually free to visit today. Are you looking to buy Thunder Attribute Nutrition Agents, or perhaps Thunder Attribute Beast Cores?" Qin Yinran smiled faintly and pointed to Xiao Xingyu. "My brother is going to participate in a competition next month and needs to contract a new beast. Could you recommend a few?" Luo Sanyang then noticed the handsome Xiao Xingyu standing beside Qin Yinran and immediately walked to the counter, introducing with a warm tone. "Handsome young man, I recommend this evil eye red spider. It has significantly higher attack power than beasts of the same level. Or this extreme shadow purple striped cat. It's agile in battle and can deal critical damage." Luo Sanyang was known for her reliability, and the beasts she recommended were always of excellent value. However, Qin Yinran seemed unsatisfied with these low-tier beasts. She slightly furrowed her brows, clearly unimpressed by the selection. Qin Yinran spoke up, "The quality of these beasts is not good. Can you recommend some high-quality ones?" Her tone was calm but firm, leaving no room for argument. Upon hearing this, Luo Sanyang's eyes immediately lit up. She realized this was her chance to make a big sale and enthusiastically replied, "Since Miss Qin insists, I won't hide anything. Let me show you the best beasts we have in the shop." Luo Sanyang then led Xiao Xingyu and Qin Yinran into a brand new room. The room was filled with various cultivation containers, each housing a unique beast. Each beast seemed to glow enticingly, with prices soaring into the millions, clearly the rarest and most valuable beasts in the store. Luo Sanyang continued her introduction. "These beasts are top-notch. For example, this earth tunnel pangolin is incredibly strong in all aspects and can survive in any environment. The three-eyed king snake's venom burn damage is also terrifying. It can corrode even the toughest armor. This ice frostbone sculpture is a legendary beast with exceptional bloodline. It possesses powerful control and defensive abilities." However, Xiao Xingyu observed carefully. Despite the strength of these beasts, none of them seemed to have hidden bloodlines. He couldn't help but feel that he was still searching for something more unique. Seeing that Xiao Xingyu remained silent, Qin Yinran asked with concern, "What's wrong? Don't you see any you like?" Her gaze was both caring and slightly puzzled. At this point, Luo Sanyang, instead of showing impatience, became even more attentive. "Young man, are you dissatisfied with these high-quality beasts? What exactly are you looking for? If you tell me, I can specifically go out and get them tomorrow," she said eagerly, hoping for Xiao Xingyu's decision. Just as they continued to chat and wait for Xiao Xingyu's choice, a heavy-duty truck slowly pulled up in front of the Meow Meow beast shop. The truck door opened, and a muscular man stepped out, holding an iron cage. Inside the cage were several petite girls, each with transparent wings on their backs. Their eyes were full of helplessness and pity, as if trapped in a cage. Xiao Xingyu immediately noticed the presence of these elves, and his mind raced with questions. "Aren't these the low-tier jade beasts?" "Luo Sanyang, why would you bring in elves?" He frowned slightly, clearly questioning their authenticity. Qin Yinran leaned closer to Xiao Xingyu and whispered, "If these elves were sold as beasts, no one would buy them. But if they're sold as pets, they would have no shortage of buyers." Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's demon god eye suddenly activated on its own. His peripheral vision swept across the cage where the elven girls were held, but his gaze froze on a blonde, elven girl. She had flowing golden hair and a delicate face, her eyes clear yet full of pity, looking like a fragile flower standing out in the crowd. A data panel then appeared before Xiao Xingyu's eyes, showing the following information. Name, Water Elemental Sprite, Leave. Initial body, Bloodline. Inferior talent, Attributes. Water Element Skills, None. Hidden Bloodline. Angel Bloodline, Mythical Quality. Xiao Xingyu was stunned, the data flashing through his mind in a state of shock. Seeing that Xiao Xingyu was frozen in place, Qin Yinran asked with mild confusion, "Xingyu, what do you think?" Xiao Xingyu snapped out of his daze and looked up at Qin Yinran, saying, "Sister Yinran, I want to buy her." Both Qin Yinran and Luo Sanyang were taken aback. Qin Yinran asked in surprise, "Xingyu, do you have this kind of preference?" Luo Sanyang, however, smiled faintly as if she had already guessed something. "So the handsome guy likes little maids too." Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. He glanced at the golden-haired sprite in the cage and said seriously, "Don't misunderstand. I want her as my beast." After hearing this, Qin Yinran was momentarily stunned, but then seemed to understand his decision. Without further questioning, she swiped her card to purchase the golden-haired sprite. Xiao Xingyu then took the sprite to Yinnan Mountain. Standing in the quiet mountain, he gently opened the cage, tenderly stroking her delicate wings and saying softly, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." He took out a Bloodline Awakening crystal from his pocket and handed it to the golden-haired sprite. "Eat this, and your wounds will heal." The golden-haired sprite nodded slightly and ate the crystal. As soon as it dissolved, her damaged wings healed rapidly, and all her wounds were completely restored in just a few seconds. Xiao Xingyu watched this with satisfaction and gently extended a finger towards her, his tone calm but firm. "Do you wish to form a contract with me and become my beast?" The golden-haired sprite lowered her head in silence for a moment, her heart filled with hesitation. She understood that without Xiao Xingyu's help, she would have been sold to those in power, becoming their plaything or slave, suffering both physical and mental torment. In the end, she chose to trust Xiao Xingyu and gently flew toward him, grasping his finger tightly. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu smiled with satisfaction and whispered, "Then you will be my partner from now on." Without hesitation, he cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall into the golden-haired sprite's body. The blood quickly spread, and a pentagram symbol slowly appeared, signifying that their contract had been officially formed. He successfully formed a blood aura pact with the golden-haired sprite. Watching it flutter gracefully beside him, an indescribable joy welled up in his heart. "Little one, have you chosen me all along?" he murmured. The sprite immediately flew to his fingertip, nuzzling against him affectionately. Seeing its vitality restored, he couldn't help but smile. Just as expected, a bonded beast forms an even deeper connection with its master. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a blue awakening crystal from his system storage. To ensure smooth absorption, he ground the crystal in a fine dust beforehand and explained, "Once you consume this, you'll evolve." The golden-haired sprite gave a slight nod, cautiously reaching out to touch the crystal dust. Carefully, it pinched a fragment, placing it into its mouth, chewing slowly until it was fully swallowed. Moments later, the sprite's expression tensed, its face turning solemn. A scorching energy surged from within its body. Pain flickered across its delicate features as cold sweat formed on its forehead, its wings trembling slightly. Clenching his fists, he remained composed, silently cheering it on. Awakening a hidden bloodline always comes at a cost. At that instant, a radiant holy light erupted from deep within the silent forest. A golden pillar of light pierced through the clouds, soaring into the heavens, intertwining with the stars. Sensing the disturbance, Dairo swiftly appeared, shielding him as she asked warily, "Master, what happened? Are you all right?" He shook his head lightly, signaling Dairo to remain calm, but his gaze stayed locked ahead, for he knew another powerful companion was about to be born. The golden-haired sprite's body became encased in countless golden threads, its divine aura growing stronger by the second. In just 2.5 seconds, the holy light gradually faded, and the golden-haired sprite emerged from its cocoon. Its once azure wings had transformed into pristine white feathers, pure and flawless, like a divine messenger. Before him, a radiant figure slowly materialized. A young woman clad in silver armor that a golden armband adorned her forehead, for dazzling wings spread wide behind her, and in both hands, she wielded a pair of 3-foot-long swords. Her presence was both sacred and awe-inspiring, like an angel descending upon the mortal world. He gazed at her, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. The angelic bloodline had finally awakened. The next moment, a brand new data panel appeared before him. Name: Radiant Angel Beast level. Initial form: Rank 1 bloodline. Angelic lineage talent: Radiant Guardian, dispels negative effects from allies and grants a divine shield. Attributes: Angelic, Holy Light skills. Holy Cross Slash, Luminous Sword Formation Evolution Path. Radiant Angel Beast 4-winged, Celestial Angel 6-winged, Archangel, Sacred Angel Beast, Seraphic Queen 12-winged Seraph. He stared at the panel, thoughts of the future igniting in his mind. When I become a 9-star Beast Master, you'll finally ascend to a 12-winged Seraph. Won't you? He murmured, determination burning in his eyes. He paused briefly, suddenly realizing he had yet to name her. She was once a water elemental sprite, but now, with her newfound angelic bloodline, she deserved a name that reflected her rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled softly. From now on, you shall be called Freya, a name born from legend, representing a spirit that once commanded the waters. Now, she would soar as a celestial being. Just then, Freya descended gracefully from the air, kneeling on one knee, retracting her swords, and placing a fist over her heart in solemn reverence. He immediately recognized it as the highest form of salutation among angelic beings. Smiling, he met her gaze and said firmly, "From now on, we fight side by side." Standing nearby, Dairo chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming. "Looks like you're one step closer to the Supernova tournament." He nodded lightly, his gaze unwavering. "That's right. My next goal, becoming a 2-star Beast Master." The next morning, he arrived at his mentor's office. Chinchinian was momentarily stunned upon hearing his plan, his face filled with shock. The boy chuckled at his reaction and explained, "That's right, Professor Chin. The Supernova tournament is fast approaching. I need to pass the 2-star Beast Master exam as soon as possible." Chinchinian remained silent for a moment, his emotions complex. The rapid growth of these young Beast Masters far exceeded his expectations. Just 3 days ago, the Murong siblings had passed their 2-star exam. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu's Black Edge had also evolved into its mature stage. Rank 1, perhaps. The boy standing before him truly had what it takes to take on the exam. After a brief moment of thought, Chinchinian reached into his drawer and pulled out a wristband, handing it over. "Fine. If your spirit power meets the requirements, I'll approve your application for the exam." Without hesitation, he strapped the wristband onto his arm one by one. The professors gathered around, eyes filled with anticipation as they watched the numbers climb. The digits surged 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. In just 2 seconds, it settled at 2,583. Gasps filled the room. No one had expected his spirit power to be this high. Chinchinian's eyes flickered with thought as he analyzed the situation. Typically, when a Beast Master's bonded beast undergoes evolution, their spirit power naturally increases. But based on historical data, most 2-star Beast Masters fall within the 2,000 to 3,000 range. He exhaled slightly, then placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. "The most talented Beast Master I've ever mentored only reached 1,500 spirit power upon entering the mature stage. And yet, you've already surpassed 2,500. Looks like you're more than qualified to take the exam." At 2:50 p.m., the helicopter hovered over the Blood Mist Canyon, its rotors slicing through the air, stirring up the dense, crimson fog. He peered down, his gaze tightening slightly as a flicker of surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't expected the 2-star Beast Master exam to take place here. Through his earpiece, Su Rian's voice came through. "Xiao Xingyu, you've arrived at the entrance of Blood Mist Canyon. The 2-star Beast Master exam is about to begin. Make your final preparations." Following her, Chinchinian's steady voice added, "There are countless beasts within the canyon. If you encounter a situation beyond your control, do not act recklessly. Send a distress signal immediately." He took a deep breath, stepping to the edge of the cabin, his gaze sharp as a blade. His voice was firm. "I'm ready." Inside the monitoring room, Su Rian watched the screen closely before announcing, "Your objective, travel from one side of the canyon to the other. If you make it to the exit, you pass. The 2-star Beast Master exam officially begins. Good luck." Without hesitation, he leaped from the helicopter, plummeting into the Blood Mist Canyon below. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Chinchinian stared intently at the projection screen, while Su Rian's expression remained solemn. Xiao Xingyu has entered the Blood Mist Canyon. To pass the exam, his first task was to break through the relentless siege of the iron-jawed crocodiles. Then, he had to avoid the merciless hunt of the blood demon spiders lurking in the caves. But there was a problem. Within the blood demon spider colony, A mature stage rank 3 individual had been spotted. Would Xiao Xingyu be able to handle it? Worse still, last night's torrential rain had caused a surge in iron-jawed crocodile population within the Scarlet Swamp, doubling their expected numbers. At that moment, high above the canyon, he descended rapidly, the blood-hued mist swirling around him. As he neared the designated altitude, he swiftly deployed his parachute, stabilizing his descent. But before he could land, the swamp below suddenly erupted. With a deep, guttural roar, a swarm of iron-jawed crocodiles burst from the murky waters, their razor-sharp fangs dripping with foul, venomous saliva. Instantly, his demon god's eye activated, scanning and analyzing the approaching threats. Target: iron-jawed crocodile level. Initial form: rank 3 bloodline. Elite grade talent. Superior bite force. Deadly venom attribute. Poison skills. Death roll. Venom spray. Over 20 iron-jawed crocodiles roared bloodthirstily, the swamp churning violently as they instantly surrounded him. Inside the monitoring room, Chun Chinian frowned as he analyzed the situation. These iron-jawed crocodiles are only initial form beasts. As long as Xiao Xingyu summons Hellshadow Wolf, he shouldn't be in too much danger. But the next second, the screen's display changed dramatically. With a sharp command, he activated his Beastmaster crest and called out, "Freya!" In an instant, the expected black flames did not ignite. Instead, an overwhelming burst of holy light surged into the sky. The blinding radiance swept across the canyon like a tidal wave, scattering the thick, ominous mist. As the light receded, a stunning figure slowly descended. Her silver armor accentuated a lithe and graceful frame, golden hair cascading like rolling waves, pure white angelic wings fluttering in the wind. The metallic circlet on her forehead gleamed like a celestial crown, radiant and divine. It was the radiant angel beast. Inside the monitoring room, absolute silence fell. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, their expressions frozen in shock. Chun Qinyan's eyes bulged, his voice breaking with disbelief. He summoned something other than Black Edge? Su Ruyan's rare composure wavered, her voice barely above a whisper. A second contracted beast? Freya raised her delicate hand, a brilliant aura forming at her palm. Radiant Guardian activated instantly, manifesting an impenetrable holy shield around him, shielding him from all harm. Meanwhile, the most advanced beast evaluation system rapidly scanned the new entity, and detailed data on the Radiant Angel Beast was projected on the screen. Chun Qinyan's mouth went dry as he read the results, his body frozen in stunned silence. A mythic bloodline? A bitter chuckle escaped his lips as he muttered, This is an angelic-type beast. But in all of Dragon Hermit's history, there hasn't been an angelic bloodline beast in over a century. Where in the world did this kid find one? Su Ruyan smiled faintly. I heard Xiao Xingyu bought a water elemental sprite from the Beast Emporium 2 days ago. Chun Qinian immediately shook his head, his tone firm. Impossible. Water elemental sprites have incredibly low-grade bloodlines, while the Radiant Angel Beast possesses a pure angelic lineage. Su Ruyan chuckled, a knowing glint in her eyes. Old Chun, have you already forgotten? Hellshadow Wolf was once nothing more than a lowly windchaser hound. Chun Qinyan's breath hitched as realization struck him. He froze, staring at the screen in stunned silence. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh. Xiao Xingyu had once again turned the impossible into reality. This was what it truly meant to be a Beastmaster. Meanwhile, deep within the Scarlet Marsh, the iron-jawed crocodiles launched a ferocious assault. Their blade-like fangs gleamed menacingly, dripping with corrosive venom. The air grew thick with a suffocating stench of blood and decay. Faced with a sudden ambush, Xiao Xingyu remained composed. His gaze remained steady, and he gave a calm yet commanding order. Freya, Holy Cross Slash. At his command, the Radiant Angel Beast soared into the sky. Gripping her twin swords tightly, she channeled a surge of divine power, golden radiance gathering along the blades. Then she struck. A massive, blinding cross of light tore through the battlefield. The holy radiance sliced through the air, crashing down like a divine judgment. Blood splattered across the swamp as a chorus of agonized roars erupted. In mere moments, dozens of iron-jawed crocodiles collapsed, lifeless, their bodies strewn across the ground. Deep cross-shaped wounds marred their bellies, golden energy surging through their broken flesh. Even their formidable regenerative abilities failed against this overwhelming divine force. Inside the monitoring room, the atmosphere froze. Chun Qinian stared at the screen, his throat dry, his voice trembling. A one-hit kill? So this is the power of bloodline suppression. An angelic-type beast, a mythic bloodline. Truly beyond comparison. In less than 10 minutes, the entire horde of iron-jawed crocodiles had fallen under the sheer might of the holy sword aura. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu signaled Freya to spread her wings and lift him over the marshland, racing toward the depths of the canyon. Freya understood immediately. She reached out and, without hesitation, swept Xiao Xingyu into her arms, a princess carry, being held so tightly by his own contracted beast. Xiao Xingyu froze for a moment, his face instantly flushing bright red. Thankfully, there was no one else around to witness this. Otherwise, his dignity might have crumbled completely. With a powerful flap of her wings, Freya carried Xiao Xingyu across the scarlet marsh, swiftly landing at the deepest part of the canyon. His gaze lifted, locking onto the massive cavern looming ahead. Thick, acrid demonic energy surged from within its depths, coiling through the air like an ominous fog. Dark purple webs covered the cavern's entrance, filling the atmosphere with a nauseating stench of decay. Scattered across the ground were countless bone-white remains, a silent testament to the horrors lurking inside. Suddenly, a piercing, ear-splitting screech echoed from deep within the cave. In the next instant, an endless swarm of blood demon spiders burst forth, streaking toward Xiao Xingyu like lightning. Though small, these spiders were brutally vicious. Their jagged fangs dripped with inky black venom, murderous intent radiating from their writhing forms. Xiao Xingyu's expression tightened as he called out, "Freya, stay alert!" Freya's gaze sharpened, her wings unfurling as she raised her radiant sword. With a swift motion, she unleashed a blazing arc of holy energy. A radiant sword wave surged forward, sweeping across the ground like an unyielding barrier, repelling the oncoming spiders. Xiao Xingyu looked up, his pupils constricting. There, clinging upside down to the cavern wall, was a colossal blood demon spider, its crimson eyes fixated on them with chilling intensity. The blood demon spider's 8 massive legs spread open like razor-sharp spears, gleaming menacingly under the dim cavern light. From its tail, dark purple silk spewed forth, weaving into an enormous webbed prison, a death trap closing in rapidly over Xiao Xingyu. Demon God's Eye, activating. Instantly, a data panel materialized. Name, Blood Demon Spider Level, Mature Form, Rank 3 Bloodline, Elite Quality Talent, Extreme Toughness, webs are resistant to fire and water, impervious to slashes, Attribute, Poison Skill, Web Prison. The moment he finished scanning, Xiao Xingyu's heart sank. Blood demon spiders were pack hunters. That meant inside this cavern, at least 20 more of these creatures were lurking in the shadows. Inside the monitoring room, an eerie silence hung in the air. Chinchinian inhaled sharply. The Radiant Angel Beast is just an initial form creature, yet it's completely ignoring the level gap and inflicting fatal damage on a mature stage blood demon spider. SCHARRK. The blood demon spider lunged, its jagged fangs glistening with venom, aiming to tear into Xiao Xingyu. His pupils contracted. In an instant, his body burst into motion, narrowly dodging the creature's lashing limbs. As he landed, he didn't hesitate. His beast master crest flared as he commanded, "Black Edge, emerge!" In that instant, pitch-black flames erupted skyward. Hellfire surged across the battlefield, blazing like a furious dragon, painting the canyon in an ominous glow. Awa! A deafening wolf's howl shattered the air as a shadowy figure strode forth from the inferno, its body wreathed in black flames, its crimson eyes glowing with a chilling, spectral light. The Hell Shadow Wolf had arrived behind the beast. An eerie portal slowly manifested, a sinister, ghostly gate creaking open, releasing an aura of impending death. At that moment, standing on either side of Xiao Xingyu, one was the immaculate, radiant angel, the other, the abyssal, infernal wolf, light and darkness intertwined, an overwhelming pressure surging through the battlefield. On his other side stood the fearsome, shadow-cloaked Hell Shadow Wolf. One side radiated divine purity, the other exuded abyssal terror. Light and darkness, opposing forces, yet coexisting as one. The battle was on the verge of erupting, until Su Rian's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Xiao Xingyu, don't get caught up in the fight. The goal of the exam is reaching the endpoint, not slaying monsters." Yet, Xiao Xingyu merely smirked, his tone both relaxed and arrogantly confident. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." The next second, his command rang out. "Black Edge, Hell's Howl." At that moment, a thunderous wolf's roar exploded through the battlefield. Black flames erupted, surging skyward like an infernal tsunami, engulfing the battlefield in an unstoppable wave of destruction. This trial, had only just begun. Witnessing their brethren fall, the remaining blood demon spiders shrieked in fury, entering a state of berserk rage. With deafening screeches, a barrage of sticky webs shot from all directions, raining down upon Black Edge like an inescapable net. Black Edge deftly maneuvered through the barrage, dodging with incredible agility. But just as it evaded one assault, a hidden blood demon spider lunged from the shadows. Hiss! With a sharp, venomous hiss, the spider unleashed a massive surge of webbing, striking with blinding speed and wrapping tightly around Black Edge's hind leg. Black Edge stumbled, caught off guard. The thick, venomous threads pulled it downward, dragging its massive form toward the ground. Snarling defiantly, it attempted to shake off the web, its muscles coiling as it tried to rip the spider from its perch. But something was wrong. The webbing was infused with poison. Toxic energy seeped into its body instantly, numbing its limbs, sapping its strength. For the first time, Hellshadow Wolf was unable to break free. The remaining blood demon spiders shrieked in rage, unleashing a torrent of webs. Countless dark purple silk threads intertwined, forming an enormous webbed prison, surging toward Black Edge, seeking to entangle it completely and drag it into their nest for consumption. Xiao Xingyu's gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Freya, Radiant Guardian, Black Edge, Hellfire Lotus." Freya raised her sacred stone. Her silver sword pointed skyward, that a radiant burst of holy light erupted, cascading down like a divine flood. The sacred aura enveloped Black Edge, instantly dispelling all the debuffs inflicted by the blood demon spiders. Simultaneously, Black Edge's body ignited with roaring hellfire, an infernal blaze engulfing the battlefield. The Hellfire Lotus bloomed, boom, at the heart of the canyon. A massive black lotus of flame unfurled. Surging infernal flames roared skyward, devouring every incoming web and reducing them to nothingness. Black and crimson flames intertwined, spiraling into a devastating vortex of destruction. Deadly violet-red energy blades emerged, circling the burning lotus like a relentless storm of death. These spectral blades, though ethereal in appearance, were sharper than any steel. They slashed and tore through the blood demon spiders like the scythes of a vengeful reaper. Screams of agony echoed throughout the canyon. As the demonic flames gradually subsided, the battlefield was left scorched and littered with charred spider corpses. Over 20 of them, reduced to nothing but smoldering ashes. Xiao Xingyu smirked, casually shrugging. That's it? A mere 20 blood demon spiders? Too weak. But just as his voice fell, the ground beneath him trembled violently, as if an unseen titan was tearing it apart. Jagged cracks spread like a vast, intricate web, the very earth collapsing upon itself. And from the abyssal depths, an ominous force surged forth, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of dread. Boom! The ground trembled violently, an earthen tsunami erupting from below. The tension within the land reached its limit. Crack! The terrain split apart with a deafening rupture. From the depths of the canyon, a colossal shadow burst forth, towering ominously over the battlefield. It was a spider beast, far larger and more terrifying than the blood demon spiders. But what was truly unsettling was its face. A grotesquely human visage, with clear and distinct features, lips curling into a chilling, unnatural smile. Yet, that smile exuded an eerie, suffocating dread. The most terrifying monsters are not those with twisted, grotesque bodies, but those whose features mimic the human form. That it was an anomaly, a perversion of nature, enough to make one's blood run cold. Demon Gods, activating. The data panel materialized instantly. Name, Abyssal Demonide Spider, level. Complete form, rank 1, bloodline. Elite quality, talent. Extreme toughness, near impenetrable defense. Body, virtually indestructible. Talent. Burrower, specializes in ambushes, able to travel freely underground. Attribute, psychic. Inside the monitoring room, an oppressive silence settled. Chinchinian's panicked voice crackled through the earpiece. Xiao Xingyu, retreat immediately. That abyssal demonide spider just finished evolving yesterday. You cannot win against it. Hearing this, Xiao Xingyu hesitated for a fraction of a second. Retreat? Then what happens to his exam? Chinchinian's voice grew even firmer. Forget this attempt. You can retake it later. Stay alive, that's what matters. But as those words sank in, Xiao Xingyu's expression darkened. Reschedule? That would be a complete waste of time. A smirk crept onto his lips. His eyes burned with defiance and a wild battle spirit. Why wait for another day when today is perfect? I, Xiao Xingyu, will pass the 2-star Beastmaster exam. If gods stand in my way, I'll slay them. If Buddhas block my path, I'll cut them down." The moment his words fell, Hell Shadow Wolf unleashed a deafening roar. Its jaws stretched wide as an infernal blaze erupted from its maw, a hellfire column scorching through the air, tearing toward the monstrous spider. At the same time, the radiant angel beast raised its glowing blade high. A brilliant holy cross slash burst forth, slashing across the battlefield. One black, one white. Two opposing forces of absolute destruction, hurtling toward the abyssal demon-eyed spider. Infernal flames and radiant light fused into a storm of pure destruction, roaring toward the abyssal demon-eyed spider. Boom! A shockwave tore through the air, sand and debris swirling violently as scorching flames raged across the canyon. The sheer force of the attack shook the very foundations of the cliffs, as if threatening to bring the entire canyon crashing down. Yet, as the dust gradually settled, Xiao Xingyu's pupils contracted slightly. The abyssal demon-eyed spider stood completely unscathed. A dark crimson web shield shimmered around its massive form, intricate 8-trigram patterns glowing faintly upon its surface. It looked soft and flexible, yet exuded an unyielding, impregnable resilience. Inside the monitoring room, tension froze the air. Qin Qinyan's frantic voice burst through the earpiece, laced with urgency. "Xiao Xingyu, this isn't up for debate. We're sending reinforcements to extract you immediately." At the same time, Dale's voice echoed from the beast's crest, filled with concern. "Give up. Director Qin is right. You don't have the power to defeat a fully evolved beast." Yet, Xiao Xingyu didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, a smirk played on his lips, his eyes gleaming with fiery excitement. Interesting. This was far too interesting. Retreat? No. He was here to pass the 2-star Beastmaster exam that he was here to hunt, to conquer a fully evolved monster. More than anything, he was here to push himself beyond his limits. Suddenly, the abyssal demon-eyed spider let out an eerie, guttural chuckle. Its many eyes locked onto Xiao Xingyu, filled with disdain and amusement, as if mocking his futile resistance. Xiao Xingyu scoffed, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he commanded. "Black Edge, flank it from behind. Silent Claw." Swoosh! The Hell Shadow Wolf melted into the shadows, its form flickering like a black phantom. It burrowed into the ground, streaking through the rock layers like a streak of abyssal lightning, rushing straight toward the demon-eyed spider's blind spot. But just as it closed in, the abyssal demon-eyed spider's mouth split open, spewing forth a torrential flood of silk. A webbed avalanche came crashing down, drowning the battlefield in an inescapable net of death. Xiao Xingyu's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "Freya, shield me. Black Edge, strike now." In an instant, Black Edge erupted from the ground like a shadowy specter, materializing behind the abyssal demon-eyed spider. Its obsidian claws gleamed with flickering hellfire. Silent Claw, descending in a merciless slash. Escharark. The razor-sharp strike carved through the spider's back, leaving a deep, jet-black fissure across its chitinous hide. But this level of damage was nothing more than a mild irritation to a fully evolved beast. The abyssal demon-eyed spider's crimson eyes constricted before burning with unbridled fury. All 8 of its massive, spiked legs recoiled, then lashed out violently toward Black Edge like a storm of spears. Black Edge tried to twist away, but the sheer speed was monstrous. Bam! A thunderous impact sent the Hell Shadow Wolf hurtling backward, its body flung directly toward Xiao Xingyu's position. TCH. Just as Xiao Xingyu was about to dodge, Freya shot forward, interposing herself in front of him that a radiant holy barrier unfolded in an instant. Boom! The barrier shattered instantly, unable to withstand the force of the blow. The sheer impact sent all 3 of them flying dozens of meters before they crashed into the canyon wall with immense force, cracks spiderwebbing across the rocky surface. Xiao Xingyu leaned against the fractured stone, narrowing his eyes at the monstrous entity before him. This thing's defenses are even more terrifying than I expected. Had Black Edge or Freya taken the full force of that hit, their combat capability might have plummeted entirely. But then, something deeply unsettling happened. The abyssal demon-eyed spider slowly curled its lips into a disturbingly human-like grin. Its countless crimson eyes squinted slightly, as if amused, and then it raised its thumb at a slow, deliberate, taunting thumbs up. Mocking, challenging, telling Xiao Xingyu, clear as day, "Your attacks are meaningless." Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, a monster with a human face. And you actually know how to mock me?" At those words, the abyssal demon-eyed spider seethed with rage, its scarlet eyes gleaming with murderous intent. HSSSSK. In the blink of an eye, it unleashed a flood of silk, a downpour of webbing raining from its mouth, aiming to entrap Xiao Xingyu completely. TCH. Xiao Xingyu reacted instantly, flipping midair and landing atop Black Edge's back. Black Edge, move now! With a burst of power, Black Edge tore across the canyon, a streak of darkness darting through the craggy terrain, narrowly evading the cascading threads. But the abyssal demon-eyed spider refused to relent. Its massive limbs pounded against the ground, each step shaking the earth, as it closed in like a relentless specter. Its glowing crimson eyes remained fixated on Xiao Xingyu, brimming with unyielding hunger. Damn it, this chase won't end in my favor. I need a plan, and fast. His thoughts raced as he reactivated Demon God's Eye. The spider's status panel reappeared on his HUD, and then his eyes sharpened in surprise. The abyssal demon-eyed spider's HP was gradually declining. Focusing on its movements, he noticed something. Though its exoskeleton remained intact, the fractures on its carapace were spreading, and more importantly, the volume of silk it was producing had noticeably decreased. Could it be? Was its silk production directly linked to its HP? If so, the more it attacked, the weaker it became. Before he could analyze further, he suddenly felt Black Edge's pace slowing. The injuries from earlier were beginning to take their toll. Without hesitation, he turned to his angelic partner and commanded, "Freya, get me out of here." HSSSSK. The abyssal demon-eyed spider unleashed another torrent of silk, a suffocating barrage that threatened to seal the battlefield completely. But just in time, Freya spread her radiant wings, carrying Xiao Xingyu high into the air, narrowly avoiding the webbed assault. As he soared, Xiao Xingyu's eyes flickered toward Demon God's Eye. The spider's HP had dropped once again. A knowing smirk curled across his lips. He had found its weakness. Without hesitation, he gave a simple yet ruthless command. "Black Edge, spit on it. Just make it feel disgusting." Black Edge's eyes glinted with amusement. It tilted its head slightly. PFFD. A flaming glob of spit, laced with infernal fire, shot through the air like a bullet and splattered directly onto the demon-eyed spider's forehead. That IT did absolutely no physical damage, but its psychological damage was immeasurable. The abyssal demon-eyed spider visibly froze. Then, its body trembled, its crimson eyes widened in sheer outrage. SSSSHHHHHK. With a deafening screech, it spewed thousands of silk strands, a relentless storm of webs, cascading down like an unholy rain. Yet before the threads could ensnare him, Black Edge vanished into the shadows. Its form flickered, dissolving into an inky blur as it melded into the rocky terrain, slipping away unharmed. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu knew this creature wasn't just spraying webs randomly. It was burning through its own lifeblood with every attack. And the moment it exhausted its last strand of silk would be the moment it met its demise. His grin widened as he issued his final strategy. "Don't fight it head-on. Just piss it off." Black Edge growled in agreement, activating its shadow form once more. It wove through the battlefield in a blur of darkness, darting just out of reach of the spider's legs, taunting, mocking, pushing its patience to the absolute limit. The HP of a fully evolved beast was now draining away at its own hands. The abyssal demon-eyed spider, seething with rage, unleashed another massive barrage of silk. Each thread was as sharp as an arrow, streaking through the air at blinding speed, aiming to impale Black Edge from every direction. Black Edge's eyes flashed sharply as it leaped into motion, twisting midair with agile precision. Yet these threads weren't ordinary. They locked onto their target, shifting mid-flight, pursuing him from unpredictable angles. Before he could react, one shot forward and struck him squarely at the back of the head. BZZT. A paralyzing force spread across Black Edge's body. Toxins seeping in as slow effects took hold. Its movements dulled, and at that precise moment, the abyssal demon-eyed spider lunged, its razor-sharp legs converging, aiming to drive its piercing limbs through Black Edge's chest. "Awah!" Black Edge let out a guttural snarl, gritting through the pain as it forcefully rolled aside, barely dodging the fatal strike. Xiao Xingyu saw his chance and roared. "Black Edge, don't hold back. Activate your demonic power. Freya, apply Radiant Guardian, clear his debuffs." The moment his words fell, Black Edge let loose a deafening howl, the sheer force of its voice shaking the canyon. Dark crimson energy flared around its form as the air crackled with raw demonic power. Meanwhile, Freya raised her gleaming sword, channeling pure radiance point one by one. Golden barriers enveloped Black Edge, erasing every trace of poison and debilitation. At that moment, high above the battlefield, a helicopter hovered silently in the air. Inside the cabin, Chinchinian and Su Ruyan observed the fierce battle with unwavering focus. Chinchinian was about to jump in to assist, but Su Ruyan calmly extended a hand, stopping him. Her voice was composed yet decisive. No need to interfere. He's already found the key to victory. The battle had raged on for a grueling 7 hours. Yet still, no victor had emerged. By now, the abyssal demon-eyed spider's HP had dropped below 10%, but it had exhausted nearly all of its resources, having fired off over 10,000 silk threads. Its once vibrant webs were now pale and weak, its attacks sluggish. And Black Edge, bolstered by both his demonic power and Freya's radiant guardian, stood firm, unwavering, pressing forward with unshakable resolve. The abyssal demon-eyed spider was nearing its limit. Its body swayed, its breathing ragged, but it refused to retreat. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes. Is this purely driven by hatred? Or could it be, it's never left that cave? Is it protecting something? A treasure? Before he could ponder further, the abyssal demon-eyed spider erupted into action. It screeched violently, spewing a torrent of silk that twisted and condensed midair in a matter of seconds. A massive, razor-sharp drill formed from countless layers of reinforced webbing. BZDD. The sheer force of its rotation shook the atmosphere, and in an instant, it shot forward at breakneck speed, hurtling straight for Xiao Xingyu like an unstoppable war lance. Black Edge. Hell's Roar. Xiao Xingyu barked out his command without hesitation. Black Edge's jaws snapped open as a thunderous howl tore through the battlefield. From its mouth erupted a torrent of searing hellfire, blazing forward to intercept the oncoming silk drill. The infernal flames roared, licking at the drill's spiraling form, rapidly eroding its momentum. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyu's eyes flashed with resolve. Black Edge, Hellfire Lotus. Now, boom! A scorching lotus of pure flame exploded outward from Black Edge's maw. Its blinding radiance illuminated the night sky, and in the next instant, a deafening detonation shook the entire canyon, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Yet, despite the destructive force, the gap in strength was too vast. The Hellfire Lotus was not enough to deal a fatal blow, but it succeeded in shattering the abyssal demon-eyed spider's remaining composure. SSSSHHHHK. With a maddened shriek, its scarlet eyes burned with unhinged fury. It unleashed a final, desperate assault, an overwhelming downpour of razor-sharp silk, engulfing the battlefield like a cataclysmic storm. Black Edge and Freya instantly reacted, moving in sync. Without hesitation, they positioned themselves in front of Xiao Xingyu, activating every defensive ability at their disposal, pushing their limits to intercept the relentless barrage. But Xiao Xingyu's gaze remained cold, unwavering. His voice rang out, firm and commanding. Forget about me. Switch to full offense, take it down. Now! Black Edge sprang forward, unleashing its final move. Hellfire Lotus. Boom! A blazing inferno erupted once more, incinerating every last web that clung to its body. At last, the abyssal demon-eyed spider had reached its end. Its 6 massive legs trembled weakly, then collapsed like severed strings on a broken marionette. Its body convulsed for a fleeting moment, before finally going still. Xiao Xingyu exhaled slowly, surveying the battlefield, but a faint smile tugged at his lips as he muttered, "We did it." He reached out and patted Black Edge's head. "Well done, Black Edge." Then, glancing at the angelic figure beside him, he added, "Freya, you did great too." With the battlefield now silent, Xiao Xingyu turned his attention toward the cave's depths. Without hesitation, he began moving forward, accompanied by Black Edge and Freya. But just as they approached the cavern's interior, his earpiece crackled with an urgent voice. "Xiao Xingyu, run!" His brow furrowed in confusion. "What? Director Su? The abyssal demon-eyed spider is already dead." "No, you don't understand." Su Rian's voice was filled with rare panic. Even after death, an abyssal demon-eyed spider can continue moving for a short time. IT hasn't fully died yet. Before she could finish, Xiao Xingyu's breath caught in his throat. His instincts screamed at him as he spun around, eyes locking onto the cave entrance. SCHRRK. The corpse twitched, its rigid body convulsed violently, its dead red eyes reigniting with a sinister glow. A grotesque, ear-piercing screech burst forth from its gaping mandibles. Its presence was even more rabid than before. "Shit, With terrifying speed, the abyssal demon-eyed spider lunged toward him. And the worst part? The only exit was now blocked by its massive body, leaving no way out. In that moment, the abyssal demon-eyed spider's massive body suddenly swelled. Its bloated abdomen expanded at an alarming rate, dark crimson fissures spreading across its exoskeleton as eerie, pulsating lights seeped through the cracks. Xiao Xingyu's pupils contracted sharply. This thing, it was preparing to self-destruct, taking him down with it. Now, return to the beast crest. Without hesitation, he commanded Black Edge and Freya to retreat. But Freya did not move. She stood motionless, her blue eyes locked onto the monstrous creature that a memory surfaced in her mind. Their contract, and the words Xiao Xingyu had spoken to her that day. I will never harm you. Determination flashed across her face. She would not take a single step back. With her wings spread wide, she soared forward toward the spider. Stop! Xiao Xingyu's voice was almost a roar. That's suicide, get back. But Freya did not hesitate. With an angel's grace, she streaked through the air like a silver comet. Her sacred blade gleamed as she plunged it deep into the abyssal demon-eyed spider's bloated abdomen. Then, a surge of celestial energy burst forth from her, being a radiant explosion of divine power, sent the spider hurling out of the cave. As its body tumbled skyward, she raised her sword once more. Holy Cross Slash! A golden blade of light slashed across the night, propelling the detestable creature even higher. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence, sending shockwaves rippling through the canyon. The abyssal demon-eyed spider, once an indomitable nightmare, had been reduced to nothing more than a fiery blossom in the midnight sky. Hearing the explosion, Xiao Xingyu bolted out of the cave. His gaze darted across the battlefield until he finally spotted her. Freya stood upon a jagged rock, her wings slightly folded, her long golden hair flowing in the wind. His breath hitched. His heart pounded. Did you just unlock a new skill on your own? Freya nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on the remnants of the celestial fireworks. For a brief moment, she simply admired the brilliance of the fading flames. Then, before he even realized it, Xiao Xingyu had already moved. Overcome with emotion, he rushed forward and embraced her tightly. He knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that if not for her decisive action, he might never have left that cavern alive. A few moments later, they ventured deeper into the abyssal cavern. The air grew heavier, thick with an ancient presence. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu's gaze locked onto a lone stone pillar standing in the center of the chamber, and he halted his steps, his brows furrowing slightly. Was this the thing the abyssal demon-eyed spider had fought to protect with its life? Atop the pillar rested a small seed. It was no larger than a thumb, pulsing with a faint, ethereal glow, as if cradling a hidden life force. Xiao Xingyu narrowed his eyes, curiosity sparking in his voice. Dai Lu, do you know what this seed is? Dai Lu studied it for a moment before responding, her voice calm but laced with intrigue. This is the precursor of an ancient bloodline beast, the celestial soulvine beast. Xiao Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. An ancient bloodline? Then there's a high chance it's of mythic rarity? He exhaled slowly, muttering to himself. If its bloodline is that powerful, its cultivation must be ridiculously difficult. Then, turning back to Dai Lu, he asked, do you know how to nurture this seed? Dai Lu thought for a moment before speaking in a measured tone. Its cultivation process is extremely complex. First, it requires morning dew from phoenix tail grass. Next, it must be nourished with nectar from the glowing moth flower. And lastly, it needs to be fertilized with the dung of a beast god-tier monster. Xiao Xingyu's expression froze mid-thought, his eye twitching slightly. This entire process might just be more troublesome than pampering a princess. With a helpless sigh, he turned to Dai Lu, his voice laced with hope. Dai Lu, you're a beast sovereign-tier monster. Even the Empress of Dragon Nation is wary of you. Surely, you must know some beast god-tier monsters, right? Big shots like them should be able to help, no? Dai Lu's expression darkened instantly. Her golden eyes narrowed with displeasure. Are you seriously asking me to go pick up monster dung? Her voice was dangerously low. Xiao Xingyu let out an awkward chuckle, waving his hand quickly. No, of course not. I meant ask them for it, politely. Dai Lu huffed, crossing her arms. Ask? No, not happening. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for discussion. Xiao Xingyu sighed in exasperation, realizing he wasn't going to win this argument. Still, no matter how absurd their conversation had become, the fact remained. The perilous 2-star Beastmaster trial was finally over. The journey had been filled with danger, but in the end, they had survived. As soon as Xiao Xingyu stepped out of the cavern, he spotted Director Su Ruyan waiting aboard the hovering helicopter. The moment she saw him safe and sound, her tense expression finally eased, and a genuine smile graced her lips. 2 weeks flashed by in the blink of an eye. Today marked the grand opening of the Supernova Tournament, the most prestigious Beastmaster competition of the year. The venue? Arena 40. With top-tier Beastmasters from across the nation gathering here, the entire place was abuzz with excitement. Seated in the spectator stands, Xiao Xingyu took in the electrifying atmosphere, unable to suppress a chuckle. As expected of a national-level tournament, this is insane. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Xiao, you sure got here early." Turning around, he saw the Murong siblings making their way over. Murong Yangshuo led the way, grinning, a cup of cola in hand. Xiao Xingyu greeted him with a calm smile. "Morning, Brother Yangshuo." Then shifting his gaze to Murong Xinshin, he casually added, "6 gold, long time no see. You're looking even prettier." Murong Yangshuo nearly choked on his drink, his eyes bulging in disbelief. "What the hell did you just call my sister?" Xiao Xingyu remained perfectly composed, as if stating the most logical thing in the world. 6 gold. Murong Xinshin is too much of a hassle to write, so I gave her a nickname. Murong Yangshuo froze for a split second. Then his face contorted with rage. "When have you ever written my sister's name? And why the hell is her nickname so tacky?" "You're dead today, Xiao Xingyu." But before he could make a move, Murong Xinshin suddenly spoke. "Brother, sit down." Her voice was soft, but carried undeniable authority. As a certified siscon, Murong Yangshuo instantly deflated. Muttering under his breath, he reluctantly took his seat, visibly sulking. Xiao Xingyu smirked at the scene, then deliberately slid into the seat next to Murong Xinshin that he leaned slightly toward her and asked teasingly, "So 6 gold, how's your progress? Has your beast improved?" Murong Xinshin's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her voice, somewhat shyly, and replied, "My first beast has evolved at a mature stage, rank 2. And my second beast has successfully awakened the lightning attribute." Seated beside her, Murong Yangshuo froze in place. His jaw nearly hit the floor as he stared at her in disbelief. "My sister actively chatting with another guy? And she actually accepted the name 6 gold? This is a disaster." He muttered to himself while glaring at Xiao Xingyu, his voice dripping with suspicion. "My sister never lets things slide. I once called her a nickname, and she ignored me for days. Yet here you are, calling her 6 gold like it's nothing? Isn't this way too indulgent?" Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin exchanged glances, speechless. But Murong Yangshuo wasn't done, that he dramatically clutched his chest, his face twisted in exaggerated agony. "Heavens above, earth below. The world has gone mad. A mouse is the cat's bridesmaid, and now my sister's found her ideal man? The very balance of the universe is crumbling." Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinshin. Suppressing his laughter, Xiao Xingyu decided to change the subject. He glanced at Murong Xinshin and asked curiously, "By the way, who's our opponent today?" Murong Xinshin shook her head slightly. "Not sure yet. The matchups haven't been announced." At that moment, a familiar figure approached them. Su Ruyan, the academy director, stood before them, her expression calm and unreadable. Her voice was cool, direct, and unwavering. "No, the results have already been decided. Our first opponent is White Tiger Academy. No matter what happens today, we must crush them in the individual matches. Completely." The moment those words fell, a light chuckle echoed from a short distance away that a man stepped forward, exuding effortless confidence that IT was none other than White Tiger Academy's director, Zhu Qingyu. His lips curled in a relaxed smile, his demeanor unfazed. "Oh my, Director Su, why so aggressive today?" Zhu Qingyu's eyes glinted with amusement as he added playfully, "Are you afraid of losing to us already? Or is this just your way of hyping yourself up?" Su Ruyan frowned slightly, her gaze cold as she glanced at Zhu Qingyu standing behind her. Her voice carried a distinct edge of impatience. "Director Zhu, shouldn't you be back at White Tiger Academy's waiting area? Or are you really that desperate? Last I checked, there's a live broadcast on your phone." Zhu Qingyu let out a short, derisive laugh. Crossing her arms, she gazed at Su Ruyan with a mocking smirk. "Oh, I'm just here to check out your so-called ace player." Her sharp eyes slowly swept over the Qinglong Academy team before she continued, her tone dripping with amusement. "I've heard the rumors. A certain someone managed to battle a fully evolved beast, while simultaneously commanding both infernal and celestial attributes." She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with sarcasm. "How nostalgic. It's almost like that man all over again. I'll admit, the kid has some talent. But in the end, he's just another Yi Shuangning. Su Ruyan's gaze sharpened, her lips curving into a slow, mocking smile. Oh, just another overhyped contender. Let's see if your students are as good as you claim. Once we step onto that battlefield, the results will speak for themselves. Her voice was calm, too calm, but beneath its stillness, there was a blade-like sharpness. Tension exploded in the air like a coiled spring about to snap. For a moment, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, Su Ruyan and Zhu Qingyu, standing face to face, neither backing down. A battle of words, yet it felt like the prelude to an all-out war. Murong Yangshuo, drenched in cold sweat, quickly stepped in to mediate, terrified that these two headstrong women would truly come to blows. Meanwhile, seated a short distance away, Xiao Xingyu's gaze lingered on Zhu Qingyu. In his mind, pieces of information slotted together like a puzzle. Zhu Qingyu and Su Ruyan had been bitter rivals since childhood. Academics, family prestige, personal achievements. They had always fought for the top, never willing to let the other claim victory. This wasn't just a casual exchange of words, that IT was the continuation of a decades-old war. The tension in the air grew unbearable, as if the slightest spark would ignite a full-blown conflict. Just then, a deep and steady voice interrupted the standoff. Director Qin Chinian stepped forward, his expression serious. Enough. Stop this bickering. Her Majesty, the Empress, will arrive any moment now. At those words, the two academy directors finally forced themselves to calm down. But before leaving, Zhu Qingyu sneered, tossing out one last threat. Just wait. We'll send Qinglong Academy packing before the day is over. One Su Ruyan couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, she turned to Xiao Xingyu, Murong Yangshuo, and Murong Xinxin, her tone commanding. Follow me to the arena. We will welcome Her Majesty properly. The moment those words fell, an overwhelming pressure engulfed the entire open-air stadium. The air itself thickened, heavy with an invisible force. All surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently, as if bowing in submission to a supreme existence. Then from the skies above, iridescent clouds rolled forth, bathing the world in divine radiance. And within that celestial glow, a figure of unparalleled majesty slowly emerged. The crowd collectively lifted their heads, and in an instant the entire stadium erupted into a chorus of gasps and awe. Look, it's the seven-colored sacred Qilin. The Empress has arrived. As expected of the most beautiful and powerful woman in all of Longwa, the iridescent cloud swirled, parting to reveal a divine beast descending from the heavens, that a colossal Qilin, its entire body radiating a dazzling spectrum of seven colors, slowly approached. Every scale shimmered with divine brilliance. Each step it took rippling golden waves through the AI, an aura of absolute authority emanated from its form, commanding reverence from all below. And standing atop this celestial beast, a figure of unparalleled majesty. She wore an elaborate phoenix crown, draped in robes of crimson and gold, exuding an aura of sovereign power, a presence that eclipsed all others. Even with the naked eye, one could not discern her true age. Yet, her aura alone was enough to make the entire world pale in comparison. She was none other than the supreme ruler of Longwa, Empress Shangwanlan. As the Qilin descended, its divine aura surged in all directions. Even the strongest beast masters present could not suppress the weight of its sheer presence. That IT was as if an entity beyond their comprehension had stepped into their realm. Xiao Xingyu lifted his gaze, his eyes locked onto the Empress, emotions surging within him. This was his first time witnessing the might of the strongest beastmaster in Longwa, a woman who had truly ascended to the peak of the world. As the seven-colored sacred Qilin gradually descended, Shangwanlan's figure became clearer. But Xiao Xingyu's attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere, to the emblem shining upon her chest. IT was the mark of the highest honor among beastmasters. 11 radiant stars adorned the insignia, surpassing even the 10-star beastmasters. That a symbol of her unmatched supremacy, she was the Beastmaster Empress. Xiao Xingyu's pupils contracted, his heartbeat subtly quickening. There was no doubt her power had already transcended mortal limitations. She stood at the pinnacle of all beastmasters. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. With a silent command, he activated his demon god's eye, attempting to glimpse into the legendary seven-colored sacred Qilin's data. Seven-colored sacred Qilin name, seven-colored sacred Qilin level, unknown bloodline talent, divine eye of the saint's attribute, unknown loyalty, unknown skills, unknown. Xiao Xingyu frowned slightly as he studied the data panel. His demon gods, I was unable to fully analyze the information. The only explanation, the gap in their levels was simply too immense. Right now, He was merely a two-star Beastmaster. But Shangguan was the Empress of Beastmasters, reigning above all others. This overwhelming difference in power had completely surpassed the limits of his demon god's eye. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out through their soul contract, speaking to Dailu in a hushed tone. Dailu, back when the Empress ordered a bounty on your head, how the hell did you survive? Honestly, you should be thanking me. Without me, you'd be dead 1,000 times over. Dailu's voice drifted back, indifferent yet resigned. As much as I hate to admit it, you're not wrong. Xiao Xingyu's gaze returned to the woman seated on the throne, that a single thought surfaced in his mind. The seven-colored sacred Qilin could not possibly be her only contracted beast. Could it? Dailu's voice was immediate. Of course not. She has far more powerful beasts under her command. And at that moment, a surge of pure, boundless dragon power erupted from Shangguan Lan's body. The air itself trembled as an invisible golden dragon coiled around her, its aura rolling through the stadium like a celestial tide. The weight of its presence crushed down on the spectators, making it difficult to even breathe. Xiao Xingyu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This aura, could it be pure dragon energy? He immediately turned to Dailu. Shangguan Lan has a pure-blood dragon as her beast? But pure-blood dragons have been extinct for over 100 years. Dailu hesitated. For the first time, she seemed reluctant to answer. After a long pause, she finally muttered, I don't know. But her tone held an unmistakable trace of caution, as if she knew more than she was willing to say. Since the dawn of the Beastmaster civilization, only 3 beasts have ever possessed the legendary Genesis-grade bloodline pure-blood dragons, pure-blood phoenixes, and pure-blood Qilins. Among them, the dragons were the strongest, while the phoenixes and Qilins stood as equals. Yet, according to historical records, the pure-blood dragon race was driven to extinction over 100 years ago. But if that were true, then where did Shangguan Lan find her dragon-contracted beast? And more importantly, the legendary relic, one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon race, the tear of the dragon, seems to be involved as well. All the clues pointed to one unsettling truth: the so-called dragon extermination war of the past may have been far more complex than history had recorded. Just as Xiao Xingyu was lost in thought, Shangguan Lan raised her hand ever so slightly, her silken sleeve drifting with an air of effortless majesty. Then, in a calm yet commanding voice, she declared, let the match begin. Su Rian glanced down at the match roster before setting her sights on Xiao Xingyu. Her tone was unwavering. According to the bracket draw, Xiao Xingyu, you are the first to enter the arena. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu rose to his feet. With firm and steady steps, he walked towards the battlefield. His gaze was composed, yet ablaze with the determination to claim Qinglong Academy's first victory. 1086. From the audience stands, Murong Yanshua chuckled. No worries if you lose. We still have backup for the individual rounds. Worst case scenario, my sister and I will clean up after you. As Xiao Xingyu stepped onto the grand stage, the atmosphere in the stadium surged to an electrifying climax. The announcer's voice rang through the air. Today's first match is about to begin. On the left, representing Qinglong Academy, the rising star of the underdogs, Xiao Xingyu. On the right, representing White Tiger Academy, the son of the Sword Tiger Guild Master, Lin Tianxi. Both contestants, summon your beasts. The moment those words fell, Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, activating his Beastmaster's crest. In an instant, darkness surged across the stage. The flickering shadows twisted, and a hellish inferno erupted forth. Within the roaring black flames, a towering wolf-like figure slowly emerged. Its deep, abyssal eyes burned with an inextinguishable hellfire. Hellhound of the Nether Abyss, Black Fang. Simultaneously, Lin Tianxi activated his own Beastmaster's crest. A sudden sandstorm engulfed the stage, winds howling like a raging tempest. And then, the ground split apart and a monstrous crimson python, over 5 meters long, burst forth from the earth. Its razor-sharp scales gleamed under the stadium lights, and every breath it exhaled carried the aura of inevitable death. Burial Sand Crimson Python, 2 mighty beasts that a face-off of raw power. The battle is about to begin. In the spectator stands, Murong Xinshin's expression shifted, and she gasped in alarm. A sand attribute beast, the Burial Sand Crimson Python? Doesn't that mean it naturally counters Hellfire attribute beasts like Black Fang? Beside her, Murong Yanshua frowned slightly, analyzing the situation calmly. In a battle between beasts of the same tier, attribute counterplay is more critical than bloodline suppression. This match doesn't look good for Xiao Xingyu. On the battlefield, Lin Tianxi wasted no time, his gaze sharp as a blade. Burial Sand Crimson Python, Sand Blade Tempest. In an instant, howling winds erupted across the arena. A massive tornado of swirling sand surged forth, blotting out the sky. Within the storm, countless razor-sharp sand blades spun violently, cutting through the air as they bore down on Black Fong. Xiao Xingyu remained composed, his voice steady. Black Fong, infernal howl. Black Fong bared its fangs and unleashed a devastating stream of jet-black flames. The infernal blaze roared forth, colliding head-on with the sandstorm. Fire and sand clashed violently, boom. A powerful explosion sent shockwaves rippling across the stage, scorching winds and burning sand raining down in the aftermath. Black Fong flinched slightly as the scorching sand grazed its body, the heat searing its fur. Lin Tianxi smirked, his tone mocking. Xiao Xingyu, with such a severe attribute disadvantage, you have no chance of winning that if you surrender now, I might consider showing mercy. Yet, Xiao Xingyu only chuckled lightly, his voice cool and indifferent. The air's a bit humid today. His gaze sharpened. Relax, the battle's only just begun. What you saw just now, that was just warm-up. And from here on out, I'll finish this in 2 moves. Without another word, he issued his next command, Black Fong. Launch Infernal Howl into the sky. Black Fong responded instantly, tilting its head upward and unleashing a towering column of jet-black fire. Watching from above, a slight frown crept onto the face of Shangguan Lan's attendant. Is he trying to melt the sand? But the Hellhound's flames aren't hot enough to do that. Shangguan Lan, however, remained calm, her expression unreadable. Then, a faint smile curved her lips. That boy, he's not as simple as you think. Her tone carried a note of admiration as she continued. He's trying to use my 7-colored celestial clouds to completely overturn this battle.